This is a work of non-fiction about real events and real people. Some of the names have been changed. Simon & Schuster Audio presents Green River Running Red, the real story of the Green River Killer, America's deadliest serial murderer, by Anne Rule. Read by Michelle Pauck. As I began this most horrifying of all books in my long career as a true crime writer, I found myself faced with the same dilemma I encountered some 25 years ago. In the early 1970s, I worked as a volunteer at the crisis clinic in Seattle, Washington. 2 nights a week, I worked an all-night shift with a young male psychology student at the University of Washington as my partner. Together, we fielded calls from suicidal and distraught people. I hadn't published a book yet, but by 1975 I had a contract to write one if the nameless killer of at least 7 young co-eds in Washington and Oregon was ever caught. As many people know, that murderer turned out to be my partner, Ted Bundy. By the time I learned that, however, he had left the Northwest and continued his murderous rampage in Utah, Idaho, and Colorado. Convicted of attempted kidnapping in Utah, Ted was extradited to Colorado in 1976 to await his murder trials for 8 victims in that state. But he escaped from 2 jails, making his way to Florida after his second, successful escape on New Year's Eve, 1977. There he took the lives of 3 more young women and left another 3 for dead in Tallahassee and Jacksonville, before he was finally arrested, convicted of murder in 2 trials, and sentenced to death. After 9 years of appeals, Ted was electrocuted on January 24, 1989, at Rayford Prison. Initially, I tried to write the Ted Bundy saga as if I were only an observer and no part of the story. It didn't work because I had been part of the story. So after 200 pages, I started over on The Stranger Beside Me. There were times when I had to drop in and out of the scenario with memories and connections that seemed relevant. Stranger was my first book. This is my 23rd. Once again, I have found myself part of the story. Many of the men and women who investigated these cases are longtime friends. I have taught seminars at law enforcement conferences with some of them and worked beside others on various task forces, although I am no longer a police officer. I have known them as human beings who faced an almost incomprehensible task and somehow stood up to it, and in the end, won. Was I privy to secret information? Only rarely. What I did learn, I kept to myself until the time came when it could be revealed without negatively impacting the investigation. So the 22-year quest to find, arrest, convict, and sentence the man who is, perhaps, the most prolific serial killer in history has been part of my life, too. It all began so close to where I lived and brought up my children. This time, I didn't know the killer, but he apparently knew me, read my books about true homicide cases, and was sometimes so close that I could have reached out and touched him. There were moments over the years when I was convinced that this unknown personification of evil had to appear so normal, so bland, that he could have stood behind me in the supermarket checkout line or eaten dinner in the restaurant booth next to mine. He did, and he had. Looking back now, I wonder why I cut a particular article out of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. It was so brief that it would have been easy to miss. By the summer of 1982, I had moved on from covering homicide cases for True Detective and 4 other fact detective magazines every month and was concentrating on writing books. I was under contract to do a novel at the time, and I wasn't even looking for true crime cases to write about. But the short item in the local news section on July 18, 1982, was very sad. 3 days earlier, 2 young boys had found the body of a young woman snagged on pilings under the Peck Bridge in Kent, Washington. She had floated in the shallows of the Green River, her arms and legs entangled in a rope or some similar bonds. The paper wasn't specific about the cause of death, but police in Kent suspected that she had been strangled. Although she had been in the river for several days, no one had come forward to identify her. The woman was white, estimated to be about 25 years old, and at 5'4", she weighed about 140 pounds. She had no identification on her body. Her clothing wasn't distinctive, but King County Medical Examiner Dr. Don Ray noted that she had 5 tattoos on her body. When a description of them was published in area papers, a tattoo artist recognized his work and came forward to identify the victim. She wasn't a grown woman at all. He knew her as Wendy Lee Coffield. "I think she lives in Puyallup with her mother," he said. "She's only 16. Detectives located her mother, Virginia Coffield. Although she appeared to be in shock, the woman murmured, "I kind of expected it." She explained that she suspected Wendy had been working as a prostitute and might have been attacked and killed by a John. Virginia said that Wendy Lee had been a good little girl whose trouble had started when she dropped out of school, way back in junior high. Virginia had struggled to support the 2 of them after she and her husband divorced. By mid-1982, they were living in a rundown apartment in downtown Puyallup. After she stopped going to junior high, Wendy had been enrolled in the Kent Continuation School in the hope that she could catch up. But she was a chronic runaway. Her mother had lost control of her. Wendy became known to police for minor offenses in both King and Pierce counties. The last thing she did was she took $140 in food stamps from one of our neighbors, Virginia said. One night when Wendy was 14, she had come home disheveled and upset. She said some guy raped her while she was hitchhiking, Virginia recalled. That's the way she got around. Hitchhiking. I told her that's what happens. Wendy changed after that, and her troubles grew. Her theft of the food stamps landed her in Raymond Hall, the Pierce County Juvenile Detention Center in Tacoma, and then into a foster home. She became a runaway from there on July 8th when she didn't return from a 24-hour pass to visit her grandfather. Wendy and her mother had lived a hard-scrabble existence, and neither seemed to have met the other's expectations. Fathers drift away, and single mothers despair of ever making enough money to keep going. Rebellious teenage daughters make it more difficult as they act out of their own pain. And so it continues. Wendy Lee got caught in the centrifugal force of it. She wanted the things she didn't have, and she took terrible chances to get them. Somewhere along the way, she had met someone who was angry enough or perverted enough to consider her survival in the world insignificant. Since Wendy's body had been found within the Kent city limits, her murder would be investigated by the Kent Police Department. The last time anyone had seen Wendy alive was shortly after she had slipped out of Raymond Hall, a week before her corpse was discovered in the Green River. She had been listed as a runaway, but no one had been actively looking for her. There were so many runaways that it was hard to know where to start. And now Wendy's sad little life was over before it really began. Her blurry photo appeared over and over in the media as the story of her murder was updated and details added. She was an attractive, blonde-haired girl, and I had written about hundreds of homicide cases in the dozen years before Wendy was killed, and a number of them about pretty blondes who had been strangled. But she was so young. I had teenagers myself. Maybe that's why I saved the clipping about the girl in the Green River. Or maybe it was because Wendy's body had been found close to where I lived in the south end of King County. At least 1,000 times over the 40 years I've lived here, I've passed the very spot where someone threw her away. Chances were good that the person who had murdered Wendy Lee Coffield would never be found. She had quite probably met a deadly stranger who had no ties that might link the 2 of them with physical or circumstantial evidence. Stranger-to-stranger homicides are traditionally the most difficult to solve. Even so, I saved the newspaper article about Wendy. I drove to the Green River and stood at the spot where she had been found. wondering how she had come to get in a car with the worst person possible. For decades, the towns of Tukwila, Kent, Auburn, Des Moines, and Federal Way depended on the Pack Highway for their commercial sustenance, entertainment, and transportation to either Seattle or Tacoma. The road has changed continually over 60 years. It began as Highway 99, and then it was Old 99 when the I-5 freeway opened. Some spots are called Pacific Highway South, except where it passes the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, where it has become International Parkway. Despite the newly sophisticated name, fancy street signs, and the median planted with shrubs and bulbs, this part of Pack Highway remains the SeaTac Strip to many King County residents. Heading south from Seattle for the 26 miles to Tacoma, the highway was 2 lanes in the 1930s and 1940s, a pleasant drive out of the city on Saturday nights to dance at the Spanish Castle, gamble at a permanently anchored ship on the Duwamish River, or eat fried chicken at Rose's on the highway. There were little motels which were referred to as cabin camps decades before the Hiltons, Sheratons, and Doubletrees. And, of course, 99 was the only highway to take to Portland and on to California. Roads age and change the way people do, so subtly that nobody notices the first faint wrinkles and loss of rosy innocence. Often the good things are just gone one day, and few remember when they disappeared. The Spanish Castle and Rose's burned down in unexplained fires. The Midway Drive-In, said to be the first outdoor theater in America, stopped showing movies at some point and became a thriving weekend swap meet. The marginal hotels and motels became seedier. A club called Dandy's that featured topless dancers and male strippers took over Peppo's gourmet Hungarian restaurant at the corner of Pack Highway and 144th, and Peppo's Corner became the center point for something else entirely. In the old days, sections of Seattle where love for sale was commonplace were far from the SeaTac Strip because it was much too remote from downtown. The airport was hardly a draw because it wasn't all that large. Instead, undercover cops watched for prostitutes and pimps along downtown's Pike Street and out on Aurora Avenue in the north end of the city. Over time, the airport morphed into a huge spider web of gates, jetways, and ramps. Indeed, today's SeaTac Airport is one of the nation's hubs. The King County Port Authority Commission foresaw the need for more and longer runways. Through its power of eminent domain, the commission bought up whole neighborhoods of little post-war houses with perfect lawns. The port paid fair market prices and scores of homes were loaded onto trucks, leaving behind many miles of wasteland both north and south of the airport. The grass grew tall around the houseless foundations and the neglected trees and shrubs left behind. The trees still blossomed and bore fruit, although no one was left to appreciate them. By the early 1980s, the whole ambiance of Highway 99, Pack Highway, International Parkway had been transformed. Serious motorists raced along the I-5 freeway a mile to the east, and the strip became a local roadway, full of businesses that catered to those who flew in or lived and worked nearby. Drug deals became commonplace as pimps and their girls moved to the area. But no one could have foreseen that the deadliest killer of all would choose a 10-mile stretch of this roadway as his personal hunting ground. Disasters often begin silently with an almost imperceptible shift in the way things are expected to be. Rock slides start with a pebble or two plinking down a mountain, and avalanches with the first tiny jar beneath pristine snowbanks. Except for the people who had known and loved her, Wendy Coffield's murder didn't make much of a blip on the awareness of people who lived in King County, Washington. The Green River rolled on. And then the earth shifted, and more stones bounced quietly down a mountain of catastrophe. It was another Thursday, August 12th, 1982, 4 weeks after Wendy's body was found, when what had appeared to be an isolated tragedy began to take on a horrific pattern. Another woman's body floated in the Green River about a quarter of a mile south of where Wendy had been discovered. The second body was found by a worker from a nearby meat company. It was difficult to determine where she had gone into the river, but her corpse, unclothed, had been trapped in a net of tree branches and logs. The body had been found inside the boundaries of King County, so the case was assigned to Detective Dave Reichert, who was next up to be lead detective on a homicide. Reichert, a detective for only a few years, was about 30. Like a lot of King County deputies and detectives, he had grown up in the south end of the county. He was totally familiar with the area. The woman floating in the Green River wasn't just a case to him. Years later, Reichert would recall that her slender hand seemed to be reaching out to him for help. The only way he could do that was to help convict whoever had killed her. It was easier to identify this floater than it had been in Wendy Coffield's case. Her fingerprints were in police files. Deborah Lynn Bonner was 22 years old, and she had lately made a precarious living on Pacific Highway South, working as a prostitute. In the 30 days before Deborah's body was found, she had been arrested twice for offering sex for money. Reichert learned that the last time Deborah had been seen alive was on July 25th, 18 days before. She left the Three Bears Motel located on the corner of Pack Highway and 216th, telling friends that she hoped to catch some dates. But she never returned, and her room was cleaned and re-rented. It was only a short drive east from the Three Bears Motel to the Green River, at most 2 or 3 miles. In life, Deborah had been a slender, exotic-looking woman. She grew up in Tacoma. Like Wendy, she had dropped out of school, in Deborah's case 2 years before graduating. With little education, she'd had trouble finding jobs. Deborah fell in love with the man who was only too happy to let her support him. The only way she could do that was to work the streets. At first, her life with him was exciting. Max Tackley treated her like a queen. He had a newer model Thunderbird, and they traveled a lot. They also experimented with heroin. Once in the life, Deborah found it hard to get out. Detectives learned that she had told her friends that she was freelancing, working the circuit from Portland to Tacoma, to Seattle, to Yakima and Spokane, on the east side of the Cascade Mountains, and back again. But Deborah had been trying to turn her life around, and she was meticulous about paying $25 a week on a $1,000 fine she owed to the municipal court in Tacoma, the seat of Pierce County. Fines were the cost of doing business for girls on the street, but Deborah wanted no reminders of her old life. Wherever she was, Deborah was faithful about calling home. The last time she phoned home in late July, she sounded cheerful, but she was actually running scared. She had confided in a bartender that she was being stalked by her boyfriend pimp. She said that Tackley claimed she owed him several $1,000s. She was crying and upset, the woman recalled. She didn't know how she was going to pay him. Deborah probably had reason to be afraid. 12 years earlier, her lover had been convicted of manslaughter in the shooting death of a man he'd known since childhood, and that was over a $25 debt. His sentence was only 5 years in prison. If Deborah really owed him thousands of dollars, it was likely he would collect it one way or another. King County detectives acknowledged that they were focusing on Max Tackley, at least for the moment. As far as anyone knew, Deborah had no links to Wendy, nothing more than their final resting place. It was even possible that 2 murders 4 weeks apart could be grim coincidence. But something was happening. 3 days later, there was no question at all that a bleak pattern was emerging. It was a warm Sunday, and a local man was in a rubber raft drifting along the Green River. Looking for anything of value that someone might have thrown into the murky waters, he found horror instead. He squinted, trying to see through the hazy water, and drew back suddenly. 2 still figures floated beneath the surface, their unseeing eyes staring blindly at the sky. They looked, at first glance, like store dummies, but he knew they were too detailed and lifelike. The treasure hunter paddled frantically for the bank. He signaled passers-by to call the King County Sheriff's Office. Dave Reichert and Patrol Officer Sue Peters responded first to the scene. Neither could have imagined then that they were stepping into a nightmare that would grip them for more than 2 decades. and undoubtedly haunt them for the rest of their lives. Major Dick Kraske, commander of the Major Crimes Unit for the Sheriff's Office, always thought the Ted Bundy murders would be the worst he'd see in his career. But he was wrong. He got to the riverside a few minutes after Reichert and Peters. Search and rescue was on the way already. Reichert half-slid down the bank. It was very steep, at least a 70-degree angle. The grass and reeds were as tall as the 6-foot Reichert, and Peters disappeared completely in it when she followed him down. The grass closed like curtains behind them when they reached the river. Someone had gone to a great deal of trouble to keep the women's bodies hidden, and he had chosen this spot well. From the road, it was almost impossible to see the bodies down in the river. Now Reichert and Peters could see that both victims were weighted down by large rocks placed on their breasts and abdomens. Fixated on that, Dave Reichert suddenly slid on the slippery grass, only to look down at something that lay on the edge of the river. He tumbled backward to avoid it. He had almost stepped on yet another female corpse. This girl looked quite young, in her mid-teens apparently, and it was obvious she had been strangled by ligature with her own blue shorts. King County Medical Examiner Dr. Don Ray had also responded to the scene. As the 3 bodies were being put into the ME's baskets, Kraske called for radio silence. The one thing they didn't need was a full bombardment from the media, which always monitored police calls for interesting incidents. Kraske hoped to buy time until the next day when he knew reporters would descend on him like flies. The 2 women who had floated beneath the surface of the river were clearly African American. The girl on the bank could be either white or black. Marcia Faye Chapman was identified first through her fingerprints. She was 31 when she died, an attractive woman with a lush mouth, known as Tiny by her friends. She had lived on the Strip with her 3 children, and she mainly supported them through prostitution. She had left her apartment on August 1st, 1982, and failed to return. The other woman in the river and the girl on the bank were still unidentified. Police sketches of how they might have looked in life were published in area papers, and the public was asked to respond if anyone recognized them. One was 5'3" and a little chubby. The other was 5'5" and very thin. The first girl had medium-length hair that had been dyed from black to red. The second had a cluster of short ringlets and a chipped front tooth. One woman in the river had been completely nude. The other 2 still wore bras that had been yanked above their breasts and twisted around. Although the medical examiner's staff knew that the cause of death in the 4 latest victims was strangulation, just as in Wendy Coffield's death, they refused to release that information. The more details police agencies can keep secret, the better their chance to weed out those who get a perverted thrill out of confessing to crimes they never committed. The 2 women in the river itself had been raped symbolically by their killer, perhaps after a true rape. He had inserted triangular-shaped stones into their vaginas so tightly that they had to be surgically removed. For the moment, and for years to come, this information would be guarded carefully. The second woman in the river was soon identified as 17-year-old Cynthia Hines, a vibrant and pretty girl who went by the name Cookie. She also made her living on the street. She had felt safe working the SeaTac strip because she had a male protector, in reality, a pimp. He told detectives he had seen Cynthia last on August 11th, near the Pack Highway and South 200th. He had watched surreptitiously as she got into a black Jeep with a male driver, but he hadn't written down the license plate and he couldn't describe the driver. Like most pimps, he had offered her very little security. After sketches of the girl found on the bank of the Green River were published, her traumatized family identified her as Opal Charmaine Mills. She was barely 16. Opal had a mother and father and a big brother who cared deeply about her. They lived on the East Hill outskirts of Kent. Opal's mother, Kathy Mills, told investigators that the last time she had seen Opal was 3 days before her body was found, on August 12th. Opal had told her that Thursday morning that she was going to work. For Opal, work didn't mean prostitution. She was excited because she was going to be painting houses with her friend Cookie. Kathy Mills barely knew Cookie and didn't know her real name. She was a new acquaintance of Opal's, and she had been to the Mills home only once. Cookie was, of course, Cynthia Hines, whose body was found so close to Opal's. While it was true that Opal sometimes stayed away from home for a day or so without checking in with her family, and she had even run away once, there was no indication that she was involved in peddling sex on the highway. Still, in many ways, Opal had one foot in childhood and one foot on a dangerously adult track. She had tried marijuana. She was what used to be called boy crazy, and she was probably sexually active. She had dropped out of school and was transferred to a continuation school in Renton, where she met older, more worldly girls who were working toward their GEDs. Was Opal about to become a prostitute? That is a question no one can answer. She loved attention and romance and excitement, and despite her voluptuous figure, she was emotionally immature. She would have been extremely guileless if a slick and persuasive pimp promised her freedom, money, and adventure. The press and local television investigative reporters were anxious to link the victims by concluding that they had all worked the highway stroll. Prostitutes being murdered suggested a titillating story. Moreover, citizens living in nice, safe houses, whose wives and daughters weren't offering sex for money and who had no tattoos or drug habits, could conclude that a roving killer was no danger to them. Dick Kraske had wasted no time. On Monday, August 16th, he organized the initial Green River Task Force with 25 investigators. It was a prescient decision. No one could have imagined what lay ahead. The girls who were out on the streets were working because most of them had no other way to survive. They were a little anxious now, and a lot of them tried to get a gun or carried a knife in their shoes. Outreach workers advised them to stay in groups. If you get a negative feeling, don't get in the car. Follow your intuition. Some of the working girls relocated to Portland, finding Seattle too scary. There, the prostitution area was called the camp. But most of the girls needing rent or food or drug money returned to their regular haunts. The weather was warm in late August, and it was light out until 9 or so. They knew other people whose world was the Strip, and they began to feel safe again. The rest of August 1982 passed without incident. Everyone wanted to believe that the bad times were over. Still, what had happened was not nearly as isolated as it first seemed to be. Looking at those hellish weeks in July and August was like walking into a movie in the middle. Maybe the summer of 1982 was not the first chapter of horror after all. Giselle Lavorne was 17 in the summer of 1982. She had no ties to the Seattle area, but earlier that year her boyfriend had persuaded her to leave California with him. Jake Baker, known as Jack Back, was several years older than Giselle. He had street savvy and had pulled enough bunco ploys in California that a move was beneficial, even urgent, for him. He got a job driving a cab on the SeaTac Strip. Giselle was the youngest child of an upper-middle-class family in the San Fernando Valley. She had begun to run away from home when she was only 14, and she dropped out of school in the 10th grade. She had been miserable in California ever since the family moved there from New Orleans a few years earlier. Her father wondered if it was because the district they lived in bused students to inner-city schools. Out of place ethnically, looking so different from her classmates, Giselle had been beaten up and robbed of her lunch money. It seemed impossible for her to make friends or to fit into any group in school, and she was lonely. Whatever the reason, she refused to go back to school. Her parents certainly weren't happy to see her with Jack back. He was too old for Giselle, and he wasn't the kind of man who would encourage their daughter to finish her education. That was a tremendous loss because Giselle was very intelligent. She read constantly, and her IQ had tested at 145, well above genius level on some tests. Many of Giselle's thoughts were dark, and she appeared to find themes of death somehow romantic, even though she seemed sunny and upbeat on the surface. Like thousands upon thousands of other fans, she idolized Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead, and was proud to follow their concerts, considering herself a devout deadhead. Giselle's family was relieved when she called them from Seattle and assured them that she was only going to pick up some possessions that Jack Back was holding for her, and then she was coming home to settle down and go back to school. But within a week, she changed her mind and decided to stay in Seattle. Jack Back was a master at persuasion, and he had evidently sweet-talked her into staying with him. Giselle was a small girl whose thick blonde hair tumbled down her back. She had freckles and looked wholesome and young. She was soon working the SeaTac strip. Her appearance appealed to certain males cruising there, the ones who liked the schoolgirl look. Giselle was strolling along the highway in mid-1982 looking for tricks. Jack Back knew it and didn't stop her, even though he later told detectives and reporters that he cared deeply for her and had done his best to talk her out of prostitution. On July 17th, Giselle left their apartment at 1 p.m. It was a Saturday, and according to Jack Back, she planned to turn 3 or 4 tricks. If she had read local papers that week, she would have seen the coverage about the bodies in the Green River, and the murders were all over the news on television, too. But Giselle wasn't familiar with Seattle, and she really knew only the area around the airport. She probably didn't even know where the Green River was. Afternoon became evening, and Giselle didn't come back to the apartment. Not that night, not on Sunday. Everything she owned, and the only person she really knew in Seattle, everything that mattered to her, was in the little apartment on 1st Avenue South and South 180th. Jack Back called the police and reported her missing. In mid-September, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer published a blind story that the task force was investigating the possible disappearance of 2 more young women who fit the profile of the Green River victims. One was Giselle Lavorne, although her name was not mentioned. The other was Mary Mian, 18. Her boyfriend Ray reported that he had last seen her on September 15th as she left the Western Six Motel just off the Strip. He said she had planned to walk to the Lewis and Clark Theater that day. It was a 2-mile walk, a long way for a girl who was 8 months pregnant. Mary, Bridget, and Ray hadn't come to the Strip from very far away. They'd both lived all their lives in Bellevue, just across the floating bridge from Seattle. On September 25th, a trail biker was zipping around the empty streets of the ghost town left behind by the Port Authority's buyout when he became aware of a cloying, sickening odor. Seeking the source, he honed in on some overgrown bushes. There, he discovered a female body in an advanced state of decomposition. She was nude except for what appeared to be a pair of men's socks that were tightly cinched around her neck. The acres of overgrown yards, trees, and cement front porches extended both north and south of the airport. Except for passengers and the planes coming in for a landing, few people were even aware it was there. The body's location was 6 miles from the Green River, but it wasn't very far from where Giselle Lavorne had last been seen. Now there were 6. This female body, who apparently was Caucasian, would only be absolutely identifiable using dental chart comparisons, although detectives suspected that she was Giselle. Jack Back had described a small bird tattoo on her right breast when he reported her missing, and despite post-mortem changes, the bird tattoo was still visible in the same place. The task force, accompanied by German Shepherd search dogs, moved through the acres of isolated land, looking for more bodies or some physical evidence connected to the blonde girl who had lain there for more than a month. They could see that this would be an opportune spot for a killer. Planes landing at SeaTac were almost close enough to reach up and touch. The screams of a hapless woman crying out for help would be swallowed up by airplane noise. And certainly nobody was going to drive by. The roads had long since been barricaded blocks away. A killer wasn't likely to be caught unawares as he dumped a body. Soon it was official. Dental records confirmed that the petite blonde victim was indeed Giselle Lavorne. September nights began to turn chilly, and Mary Mian was still missing. Ray, the boyfriend with whom she had been staying, and her family were very worried, more so because she was heavily pregnant. It didn't make any sense that she would suddenly decide to leave. She had spent all her 18 years in King County, Washington, in touch with her family even when she wasn't living at home. Mary Bridget was the youngest child of 4, adopted, as was her brother Timothy, shortly after her birth on May 16, 1964, by an Irish Catholic couple who lived in Bellevue, Washington. Patricia and John Mian already had 2 birth children, but they wanted a larger family. That Mary Bridget should one day vanish from a seedy section of highway 20 miles from Bellevue was almost unbelievable. Bellevue wasn't a place where terrible things happened, especially not to children of families who loved them so much. The Mians were very strong Catholics. All their children attended Sacred Heart School through grade school and then began going to public school in the 7th grade. Mary Bridget was a sparkling little girl with shiny dark hair. As a toddler, she was standoffish with men, but she came to adore John Mian. Her childhood was happy and sheltered. Mary Bridget suffered from a hearing misperception that made some subjects in school difficult for her. When she was around 10, her grades dropped. As the years went by, she and her brother Tim were often partners in crime, getting into things, breaking rules. It was when she hit puberty that her rebellious side made her question her parents' rules and beliefs. She discovered boys in junior high and began to play hooky. Her parents found out later from her report card that she was close to failing a number of classes. Mary Bridget couldn't have been more than 14 or 15 when she met Jerry, a guy even his friends called a rat. Bridget, that's the name she went by now, was entranced with him, and her parents' disapproval only made him more attractive. Bridget's world revolved around Jerry, and her grades dropped even more dramatically. The Mians set a curfew for Bridget so she would be home at a reasonable time and study. It didn't work. Bridget either didn't come home on time, or she snuck out of her window late at night to meet Jerry. Hoping that tough love would make her realize that she was risking her education and her future over a boy who was nowhere near good enough for her, Bridget's parents gave her an ultimatum. If she didn't obey the family rules, she would have to leave. And they stuck to this decision. At 15, she found the door locked one night when she came home late. Bridget acted as if she didn't care, but she was shocked to learn that she couldn't go home again. Soon she moved in with Jerry, who was initially glad to have her there. But she became pregnant, and that wasn't anything Jerry had planned on. Bridget Mian wouldn't even consider an abortion. She was a devout Catholic, and she wanted the baby. But she miscarried. She wasn't 16 yet when she conceived again, and Jerry kicked her out of his apartment. She either couldn't or wouldn't go home to her parents, who were shocked and saddened by her behavior. Instead, Bridget moved from one friend's house to another, but she miscarried her second baby too. The loss of the babies was so traumatic for her that she could never really talk about it. Bridget maintained a brittle, tough facade most of the time. She sometimes went to a kind of hobo jungle in an overgrown lot close to downtown Bellevue. Teens would gather there and live in their cars. She also hung out at a Bellevue bowling alley where aimless dropouts gathered. Bridget dated other guys for a while, but not seriously. She seemed to be growing more desperate. She told her closest friend, Dave, that she had encountered a man at Seattle Center who followed her. He thought she was a prostitute and propositioned her, and she had blurted $20, and he'd said, okay. But then he bought her a hamburger and they talked, and she got scared and didn't want to go through with it. Dave recalled with regret. He took pity on her and didn't make her do anything, but I could see that she was at least getting acclimated to the idea. I made a sick joke that $20 was too cheap and she should ask at least 40. He was too involved with his own life and problems to keep very close track of Bridget. Sometimes a mutual friend would let him know what she was doing. He heard she was living in a motel with someone named Ray. At 17, she was pregnant again. Ray had punched Bridget while she was pregnant and broken her ribs. The couple often argued, split up, and went back together. In the end, Bridget made the unselfish choice for her baby. She knew she couldn't take care of herself, much less a baby. She gave it up for adoption. Bridget moved back in with her parents for a while. She earned her GED and talked about going to college. But tragically, she moved back with Ray in early February 1982, and they continued their migrating lifestyle from motel to motel. Bridget conceived again within a month to 6 weeks. Again, it was Ray's baby, and again, she was living a lifestyle where she couldn't care for a child. Still, she called home regularly. Her baby was due on November 27th, and now, on September 15th, she had disappeared. Ray would not admit to detectives that Bridget was working as a prostitute, but they found others who said she was. Her family searched for her, but they didn't find anyone who had seen her after that last day. Nor did the task force. Ray moved out of the motel. He threw away Bridget's possessions and stopped calling her parents. He found another girlfriend. As September turned into October, there was an obvious decline in the number of young women strolling the Pacific Highway. Their network said that there were more missing girls than the police were talking about. And then acquaintances of 2 more teenagers realized that they hadn't seen the girls in their usual haunts for quite a while. One was 16-year-old Terry Renee Milligan. She had been living with her boyfriend in a motel on Pacific Highway near South 144th Street. He reported her missing and then promptly disappeared before detectives could ask him questions. Terry shouldn't have been out on the highway. She'd had so much going for her. She had been a brilliant student and had dreams of going to Yale and studying computer science. She'd been active in her church, too, but when she became pregnant while she was still in middle school, her dreams got sidetracked. She adored her baby boy, but she dropped out of school and never went back. Then the investigators learned that another girl had vanished, only 1 day before Terry Milligan went missing. Casey Ann Lee was 16 too, but the only picture available of her made her look 35. Casey's husband told police she had gone from the apartment they shared at South 30th and 208th South. Both Terry's and Casey's addresses were right in the circle where the Green River killer prowled. Casey's husband and Terry's boyfriend were quickly eliminated as viable suspects. It could have been anyone the teenagers had met along the SeaTac strip, some faceless wraith who killed them and then disappeared into the fog. Since Mary Mian, Terry Milligan, and Casey Lee hadn't been found, they were not officially listed as Green River victims. There was always the chance they were alive and well in some other city. Their families could only hope that was true. The official Green River toll remained at 6, as investigators continued to seek out witnesses or suspects. One suspect, however, planted himself firmly in the focus of their attention. Far from avoiding detectives, an unemployed cab driver named Melvin Wayne Foster was anxious for the media to know that he was central to the Green River investigation. Foster, 43, had a rather bland face with a high-domed forehead, and he wore metal-rimmed glasses. He knew the SeaTac strip very well and liked to present himself as a tough guy who wasn't afraid of a fight. On September 9, 1982, Foster strolled into the King County Sheriff's Office with an offer to provide information on some of the Green River victims. He appeared to be consumed with interest in the missing and murdered girls. He even offered the detectives his psychological theories on what the killer might be thinking. When he was asked where he got his experience as a psychologist, he said he'd taken a couple of courses in prison. Foster's prison records indicated that he had tested above average in intelligence, but he certainly wasn't a trained psychologist. He gave detectives the names of 2 cab drivers he considered likely suspects. Any astute detective knows that killers often like to be part of the probe into the murders they have committed. In a pioneering overview of similarities in the characteristics of serial killers, Pierce Brooks, one of the greatest homicide detectives of them all, had noted that many of them tend to be police groupies, who enjoy their games with police almost as much as their killing games. Some had even gone so far as to apply for jobs in law enforcement. Melvin Foster had no hope of becoming a detective, except in his own mind. He had 2 convictions related to auto theft, and he'd served almost 9 years in prison. However, he seemed to harbor no animosity toward police, and glowed with pride as he said he'd come forward to assist the task force with his knowledge. He told them he was quite sure he had known 5 of the victims. "How is that?" they asked. "I like to hang around with street kids," he said. "They're out there on their own with nobody much to help them." Foster painted himself as a kind of unofficial social worker who came to the aid of runaways and teenagers when they were in trouble. However, his interest in the young women wasn't entirely altruistic. He admitted that he had also received sexual favors from some of the girls as a way of settling the books when they couldn't pay their cab fares, but he stressed that he was basically a benevolent influence in their lives. Not surprisingly, Foster fit neatly within the parameters of the kind of killer the task force was seeking. After mentioning that he knew some of the victims, he then denied it, saying the detectives must have misunderstood. When he submitted to a polygraph test on September 20th, 1982, he flunked. Now he waffled, saying that he might have known them, but that he sometimes had trouble putting names and faces together. The 2 cab drivers whose names Foster had given to the detectives also took lie detector tests. They passed. It seemed that the investigators might have found the right man. Foster looked good. He knew the SeaTac strip, had known at least some of the victims, flunked his polygraph, and was a little too fascinated with the investigation. Still confident, Foster gave task force detectives his verbal permission to search the house in Lacey, Washington, where he lived with his father. The small, shake-sided house was 50 miles south of the SeaTac strip. It had several sheds and outbuildings. All of the rooms were filled with furniture or tools or stuff of one kind or another, the possessions of an old man who had lived there for many years, along with all of Melvin Foster's belongings. It made a very long day for the searchers looking for something that might link Foster to the murdered girls. It was probably an even longer day for the man who had drawn their attention to himself. Melvin Foster became annoyed as the hours passed and he watched the detectives and deputies poking through his father's house. He had apparently expected them to take a cursory look and go away. Foster went public on October 5th, 1982, announcing that he was a suspect. He invited reporters to watch the sheriff's deputies and detectives who were watching him. All they found were some swinging singles magazines I received unsolicited in the mail, and a bra one of my ex-wives left behind in a closet, he said with a tinge of outrage in his voice. That didn't make him a killer. Speaking almost daily with television reporters, Foster was a shoo-in for a spot on the nightly news. But now he offered reasons as to why he couldn't possibly be the Green River Killer. He pointed out that his car wasn't drivable in mid-July, and he wasn't currently strong enough to strangle a young girl who was struggling, much less pick her body up and throw her over a riverbank. He'd been limping since March because of torn cartilage in his knee. His cab driver friends acknowledged that Foster liked young girls and said the girls had used him. They called him a sugar daddy, one man said, and he'd buy them meals or clothes or give them back rubs. Foster's ex-fiancée, herself only 17, explained that she broke up with him because he'd become obsessed with a 14-year-old girl. Foster said he had not touched any teenagers. As incensed as he claimed to be, Melvin Foster always seemed to be there, a presence at the edge of the Green River probe, as if he couldn't stay away. Green River detectives now placed him under surveillance for at least 3 weeks, monitoring all his movements 24 hours a day. The officers who kept track of him noted that he met with another prominent figure in the investigation most evenings at the Ebb Tide restaurant in Kent, just a few hundred feet from the Green River, to share confidences and cocktails. Barbara Kubik Patton was a middle-aged housewife, mother, and self-styled psychic private detective. She had inserted herself into the investigation even before Foster. Convinced that she had had visions of murder that had come true, she would continue to insist that she could be vitally important to the Green River Task Force. It is a rare detective who gives much credence to psychic visions. All of their training teaches them to look for what can be proven and demonstrated in a court of law, something that can be seen, felt, touched, even smelled. Psychics tend to see landmarks like mountains and trees and water, and Washington State is rife with all three. Kubik Patton, who was not known in psychic circles in Seattle, called detectives every few days with new insights and predictions, making herself a constant thorn in their sides and actually hampering them from doing their work. She became supremely frustrated when she felt they weren't taking her seriously, which, in all truth, they weren't. Like Melvin Foster, Kubik Patton appeared to crave attention. Whenever something brought the media to the Green River's banks, she was always there, watching and searching, and she was not averse to interrupting their coverage. In late fall 1982, after their surveillance teams reported that Melvin Foster was spending a great deal of time near the Green River, detectives decided to undertake a more widespread search of his father's house and property. With a search warrant, they removed several more items, including nude photographs of 2 young Seattle women, neither of whom matched known Green River victims. Detectives took hair samples, while explorer search and rescue scouts and dogs searched the Fosters' house and property in a wide range around it. They didn't find anything that seemed to have evidentiary value, and they certainly didn't turn up any bodies. Still, Foster seemed hesitant to give up his status as a suspect and the cachet that went with it, as he told reporters he had no knowledge of the slayings or the killer. He hinted that he was thinking about hiring a lawyer because his civil rights had been violated by being watched constantly. As Thanksgiving approached, Melvin Foster's visibility in the Green River investigation diminished until he was yesterday's news. But Barbara Kubik Patton was still convinced that she had the power to find the Green River killer. With the press clamoring for more details, Dick Kraske gave them something, information that was already a rumor on the street. He said publicly that all 6 known river victims had died of asphyxiation, although he would not say whether it was by strangulation or suffocation. How many victims were there, really? There was no way of telling. If disappearances weren't reported, no one would know to look for them. And almost all the girls who worked on the street had several names. They had a real name, and sometimes more than one real last name, because a lot of them had come from broken homes with a series of stepfathers, and then they had more exotic-sounding street names. In retrospect, there were far more missing women than anyone knew. Despite the reasons they chose not to live at home, many young working girls kept in close touch with their mothers or their sisters, calling at least once a week to allay their relatives' fears and as a kind of lifeline for themselves. But others flew free, far away from home and family. With the holidays ahead, some families were bound to realize that a daughter hadn't come home or even called. The detectives wondered if the killer was enjoying Thanksgiving and Christmas with friends or family, sitting down to turkey dinners and opening presents, with a clear-eyed smile hiding what lay beneath his mask. Was he a wealthy businessman or an airline pilot who lived far away from the darkened, rain-puddled streets of the Pacific Highway? Was he even, as the predominant rumor among the lay public now said, a police officer himself? The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit had received accolades for its agents' ability to formulate profiles of killers. They had had the opportunity to interview any number of them, evaluate their answers, compare them to known truths, and study the effect of their subjects. From there, they connected the psychological dots. Their profiles were most useful in cases where police agencies around the United States needed second opinions. If they were already weighing the likelihood that one suspect among 2 or more was the guilty one, profiling often worked. It was more difficult for them to describe phantom killers from scratch. And the Green River killer was still a phantom. FBI Special Agent John Douglas now used his experience and the information supplied to him by the Green River Task Force investigators to draw a profile. Douglas began with his take on the victimology of the 6 known dead women. He deduced that all of them were either prostitutes or street people. Their ages and race hadn't seemed to matter to the killer. He felt the lay public's belief that the killer was a cop or someone impersonating a cop could be on target. A badge or fake uniform could help someone accomplish his first goal, control over the girls on the street, whose lifestyle made them vulnerable. Calling them victims of opportunity, he said they were easy to approach. They often initiated conversation with potential Johns. Douglas believed that the killer felt no remorse over his crimes, and that he probably felt that the girls deserved to die. He probably even feels he is providing a service to mankind. The crime scenes further reflect that your offender at this point in your investigation is not seeking power, recognition, or publicity. He is not displaying the victims after he kills them. He does not want his victims to be found. It seemed to John Douglas that the man now referred to as the GRK had either worked, lived, hunted, or fished near the Green River area. Like most serial killers, he would be highly mobile, although he would be most likely to choose a conservative vehicle at least 3 years old. It was probably an ill-cared-for van or a 4-door car. Your offender has, in all probability, prior criminal or psychological history, Douglas wrote. He comes from a family background that included marital discord between his mother and father. In all probability, he was raised by a single parent. His mother attempted to fill the role of both parents by inflicting severe physical as well as mental pain on him. She constantly nagged her son, particularly when he rebelled against authority figures. He had difficulty in school, which caused him to probably drop out during his junior or senior year. He has average to slightly above average intelligence. The killer was probably attracted to women, but felt burned by them because they had spurned him or lied to him. He believes he was fooled one too many times. In his way of thinking, women are no good and cannot be trusted. He feels women will prostitute themselves for whatever reason, and when he sees women openly prostituting themselves, it makes his blood boil. John Douglas believed the killer was drawn to the SeaTac strip and its open prostitution because he had suffered a recent failure in a significant relationship with a woman in his life. It could well be that he had been dumped for another man. He seeks prostitutes because he is not the type of individual who can hustle women in a bar. He does not have any fancy line, as he is basically shy and has very strong personal feelings of his inadequacies. Having sex with these victims may be the initial aim for your subject, but when the conversation turns to play for pay, this causes flashbacks in his memory of times past with other women. These memories are not pleasant. The straightforwardness of prostitutes is very threatening to him. They demonstrate too much power and control over him. And what was he like in terms of appearance and lifestyle? Your offender will be in relatively good physical shape. He is somewhat of an outdoorsman. We would expect him to be in an occupation that requires more strength and skill, such as a laborer or maintenance worker. He will not be very meticulous, neat, and/or obsessive-compulsive in his everyday lifestyle. He is a beer drinker and probably a smoker. Douglas guessed that the killer was Caucasian, somewhere between his mid-20s to early 30s, but cautioned against eliminating older subjects because there is no burnout with such murderers. He will not stop killing until he is caught or moves from the area. He is nocturnal and a cruiser. He feels comfortable during the evening hours. When stress at work or home increases, he cruises the area where the prostitutes are available. There was little doubt that the GRK revisited the river and other areas where he'd left his victims' bodies, and it seemed likely that he was still contacting prostitutes, probably talking to them about the murders. He has followed newspaper accounts of these homicides and has clipped out some for posterity and for future fantasy and embellishment. If items belonging to victims, like jewelry, are missing, he will give them to the significant woman who was rooted to him, girlfriend, wife, mother. With the wisdom that comes with hindsight, Douglas's first profile would prove to be very accurate in some areas and totally off the mark in others. There were, indeed, more working girls missing in King County than anyone yet realized. Although their names hadn't yet appeared on an official missing list, something truly frightening was occurring. Deborah Lorraine Estes disappeared on September 20th, 1982. She had just passed her 15th birthday. The last time her family saw her, she had dark hair permed in a jerry curl close to her head and wore little makeup. Deborah had run away from home many times, and her mother Carol worried herself sick over her while her father went out looking for her. She was a wild child who was impossible to rein in. The last time Deborah's parents had reported her as a runaway was in July 1982. They were never really sure where she was or whom she was with, although that wasn't for lack of trying on their part. That July, she had come home with a friend who was a few years older than she was, Becky Marrero. Deborah asked if Becky could move in with the Estises for a while, but Carol had to say no. That angered Deborah, and the two girls left. Becky found an apartment in the Rainier Vista housing project, and Deborah moved in with her. Through Becky, Deborah met a number of men in their 20s. Some were even older, including her boyfriend in the summer and fall of 1982. Actually, boyfriend was a euphemism. Sammy White was a pimp. He and Deborah stayed at most of the familiar motels along Pack Highway. Whether Sammy knew she was only 15 isn't known. Sammy White said he last saw Deborah on the night of September 20th, 1982, as she dressed to go to work. He recalled that she wore dark slacks, a dark gray or black V-necked sweater shot with glittering gold or silver threads, and a dark pink thong. She told him she hoped to make enough to pay for a larger unit with a kitchenette so she could cook supper for them. When Deborah didn't come back, Sammy waited around the Stevenson Motel for 2 or 3 days and then moved out. The owner cleaned the room, put Deborah's clothes into a plastic garbage bag, and moved them to a storeroom until she could come to pick them up. As the months passed with no word at all from Deborah, her father prowled the seamy streets near the airport. Detectives would eventually contact more than 100 people who knew Deborah Lorraine Estes. They learned she had been in way over her head, spending her days and nights in some of Seattle's highest crime areas. The big question was Deborah Estes really missing? Or had she simply decided to move on to California or some other place? She was young and capricious. Still, on her shoulder, Deborah had Sammy White's initials tattooed where they would always show. She must have cared about him to get that permanent mark. Would she have left him without saying goodbye? Linda Rule turned up missing 6 days after Deborah Estes. But she had been living in the far north end of Seattle, near the Northgate shopping mall, more than 30 miles from where Deborah was last seen. Linda Jane was 16 years old when her family virtually disintegrated. Her father and her mother divorced, and Linda turned to life on the streets. She was a petite, fragile girl who had bleached her hair a very light blonde. Sometime between 2 and 4 in the afternoon on Sunday, September 26th, Linda left the room she shared with her boyfriend at a small brick Aurora Avenue motel. She wore pinstriped blue jeans and a black nylon jacket. She walked north, headed for the Kmart where she planned to shop for clothes. Linda's boyfriend, Bobby, looked for her in all the places he figured she might be. She hadn't been arrested for prostitution or for anything else, and none of her friends had seen her. He kept careful notes on his search for her, and he made a missing persons report. Denise Darcel Bush, 23, was from Portland originally, and she sometimes traveled to Seattle to work for a few weeks. She was in Seattle in the fall of 1982. She had a boyfriend, but she was alone the last time anyone saw her on October 8th. She was crossing the road on Pacific Highway South and South 144th, a corner that was proving to be the epicenter of the ballooning number of cases. Like so many of the girls who were disappearing, Denise left in the middle of life. She was going on a short errand to a convenience store to buy cigarettes. Denise was seen on one side of the highway, but she never made it across, or if she did, no one who knew her ever saw her after that. Shonda Leah Summers, 18, went missing on October 8th or October 9th from the very same intersection. The date was fuzzy since no one reported Shonda missing for almost a month. And then Shirley Marie Sherrill disappeared too. She was 19. One of her close friends and co-workers last saw her on October 18th. They had lunch before they set out to work, but they weren't secretaries or lawyers, and their work was out on the street. Becky Marrero, 20, Deborah Estes's good friend, had been gone from White Center, a district west of the SeaTac Strip, since December 2nd. Becky often left her year-old baby, Shantae, with her mother. On the day Becky left, she asked her father for $20 to pay for a room for one night, and he gave it to her. Her mother believed that she had only gone out to make some money for Christmas, but she never came back. It is likely that the last Washington state disappearance of 1982 occurred on December 28th, when Colleen Renee Brockman vanished. Colleen was only 15, a rather plump and plain girl whose photographs show her in jumpers and turtleneck tops. In one, she is wearing braces and holding a stuffed doll. Colleen lived with her father and brother in the north end of Seattle. She had run away a couple of times before, only to come back within a few days. This time, there was no question that she meant to go. Colleen took a few things with her, enough so that her father filed charges against her in the hope that it might bring her to the attention of law enforcement more quickly, and that she might get some juvenile court-required counseling. All of her clothes were gone, all of her Christmas gifts, and also her family stereo and some money. One of Colleen's friends, Bunny, had run away a few years earlier when she was only 13. She hadn't seen Colleen for about 3 years when she ran into her. Colleen seemed thrilled to be out on her own. Bunny realized that Colleen was prostituting herself. She told me what she'd been doing, and I was instantly terrified for her. She seemed very happy with her new life, though, and she said most of the guys were really nice to her, buying her presents and taking her to dinner. I think she thought that meant they loved her in some way. I told her she shouldn't do that because she might get hurt. She admitted to me that one guy raped her. She said it would never get worse than that. But just before the dawning of the new year, 1983, it looked as if something much worse had happened to Colleen Brockman. Despite her father's missing persons report and his criminal complaint, she was not found immediately, and she didn't come back home. Penny Bristow had been working at a minimum-wage job near the SeaTac airport in November. When she ended her shift, it was dark and looked like rain, and she dreaded the walk to her apartment. She was in the early stages of pregnancy and didn't feel very well anyway. She could have hailed a cab, but that would have taken more than half of what she'd made that day. So she stuck out her thumb. A man in a pickup truck stopped to pick her up near South 208th Street, and she could tell he was looking at her speculatively, wondering if she was a working girl. She knew that world, and she was trying to avoid it. But when he offered her $20 for oral sex, she agreed. She needed the money. Artlessly, she asked him if he was the Green River Killer, and of course he said he wasn't. He even showed her his wallet with money sticking out and flashed various pieces of ID, one from his job. She agreed to go into a nearby woods with him. Though it was November and chilly, he wore shorts instead of trousers. She knelt to perform, but he didn't become erect. That angered him, and he suddenly reached down and knocked her into the dirt and leaves with his fist, trying to push her face into the ground. She felt suffocated and fought back with everything she had, at the same time pleading with him to let her go. She feared she was going to die. He was shouting at her that she had bitten him on the penis, which wasn't true. Somehow he had gotten behind her, and she felt his arm, surprisingly strong, around her neck in a chokehold. She kept struggling and begging him not to kill her. For an instant, he loosened his grip to get an even stronger pressure against her neck arteries, and Penny managed to twist away from him. She ran faster than she had ever run before. He tried to follow her, but his shorts around his ankles tripped him up. By the time he pulled them up, she had raced up to a mobile home and pounded on the door, screaming. She was hysterical and sobbing as the people let her inside. When Penny finally told the Green River detectives about what happened to her, her memory was still very precise. The man had been white, in his 30s, with brown hair and a mustache. He was a strange little boy who seemed half-formed, a newt in a world of stronger creatures. His face was like a bland, pale puppet's with deep-set, painted-on eyes. His dark hair flopped lank across his forehead. He often felt that he didn't fit into his family because there wasn't anything special about him. His parents had other kids, and they always had dogs and cats. School was very, very difficult for him. He could not understand how anyone was supposed to read when all the letters were jumbled around. Other kids in his class saw words, but he didn't. His mother was very efficient and busy, and his father came home from work and sat in his easy chair and watched television. The boy was a bedwetter, and that was humiliating. It wasn't so bad when he was really little because other kids wet the bed too. But he couldn't seem to stop, even into junior high. After a while, his mother got annoyed with him and told him she couldn't understand why he made so much work for her. She didn't yell at him, but she set her mouth in a tight, annoyed grimace so he knew she was displeased. He helped her strip his bed, and then he had to go sit in a tub full of cold water while she washed his legs and bottom and his pee-pee. They usually lived in nice enough houses, but they moved so often that he always felt unsettled. He never really got to know the other kids in his class at the Catholic elementary school. Everything he did turned out bad. He didn't fit in anywhere, not even in his own family. He suspected that his parents had brought the wrong kid home from the hospital because he wasn't like his brothers. If he didn't come home at all, he figured nobody would miss him much. Somewhere around this time, they moved up to Pocatello, Idaho, but things weren't any better. He wasn't very big, and bullies picked on him. There was one boy at his new school named Dennis who used to wait for him in an alley after school and beat him up. When he came home with his clothes torn, his nose bloodied, and his face scratched, his father got angry. Not at Dennis, at him. "If you come home one more time beat up," his father warned, "I'll beat your ass myself." His father taught him how to fight, so he didn't just have to stand there and let Dennis hit him. "I got Dennis down on the ground once," he said, and held his arms, and I could tell my dad was watching, and he was smiling. But somehow, he was still angry. He would think about things he could do to other people to hurt them. He was a pretty good fighter now. He learned he could hold his opponents on the ground and keep them from moving if he put his feet or his knees on their shoulders. Then he flunked school and was held back. That made him so mad that he pegged rocks at the school's windows and smashed a lot of them. More and more he fantasized about violence. It had been so satisfying to beat up Dennis and to hear the school windows shattering and to get away with it. He started setting fires when he was about 8, not houses, but garages and outbuildings. That boy grew up in the 50s, seeming to be such a non-entity that no one beyond his small circle would ever know his name. It would be decades before his entire story was told, through interrogations and interviews and a full-scale investigation the like of which had never been seen before. In late January 1983, a man laying water pipes along a shallow ditch only 100 yards from Northgate Hospital was removing some brush when he was horrified to see what appeared to be a human skeleton. The King County Medical Examiner's office removed the bones carefully. The body had no soft tissue left. An autopsy failed to reveal the cause of the young female's death. The teeth, however, matched Linda Jane Rules, the blonde girl who had been missing for 4 months after she left her motel room to walk to the Northgate Mall. By early 1983, the dread that there was still someone out there on the highway grew. The women who fell into the endangered category counted the possible victims and had to fight back panic. Still, almost all the young women who worked the SeaTac strip or along the dangerous blocks on Aurora Avenue North believed that they would be able to recognize the killer. He must surely be giving clues that the missing girls hadn't picked up on. Each working girl had a picture in her mind about who she would not go with. Many of them worked on the buddy system with other prostitutes, saying, "Remember who I'm with," as they got into cars. Alma Ann Smith was working at the bus stop on the corner of South 188th Street and the highway on March 3, 1983. The huge and expensive Red Lion Inn was located there, across the street from the airport. This was no hotbed motel. The Red Lion was one of the nicer places to stay in Seattle. Alma and her roommate and best friend Sheila were both looking for Johns. Sheila left with the man first, returning to the bus stop about 45 minutes later. Alma wasn't there, and Sheila figured she'd found a trick. "Anyone know where Alma went?" she called to young women nearby. "She left with some guy in a blue pickup truck." "White or black?" "White. Just an average-looking guy, you know." Sheila grew concerned when an hour passed and Alma didn't come back. She had a hinky feeling, but she couldn't say why. She wished she had been there to get a license number or something. She waited nervously for Alma to come back. Alma never did. Dolores Williams was another girl who found the bus stop in front of the Red Lion Inn a good place to meet wealthy Johns, and to take shelter from the rain, too. Dolores had a lovely smile, and she was tall and slender. She was only 17. The storms of March whipped and keened around the towering wings of the Red Lion, and the bus stop with its partial paneling was cold, but business was usually brisk. Still, by March 8th, Dolores didn't wait there any longer. Her friends thought maybe she'd found a better location. Spring arrived with daffodils, tulips, cherry blossoms, and Scotch broom bursting as they always have from rain-sodden earth. Hopes of finding the killer, however, did not. The girls who had gone missing in the fall and winter apparently weren't in Portland or Yakima or Spokane or any other city on the circuit. And silently and stealthily, even more of them were being trapped like rabbits in a snare. Sandra K. Gabbert was 17 on April 17th when she strolled along the strip near what appeared to be the most dangerous corner, Pack Highway and South 144th. The motels that catered to 4-hour occupancy for only $13 were clustered around here. Sandy had dropped out of school and was living with her teenage boyfriend. They were barely able to afford motel rooms and fast food. Sandy had been alone just before she disappeared, although she and her boyfriend had walked together to the 7-Eleven only a few minutes before. She had left him behind as she crossed Pack Highway. Within only a few hours, Kimmy K. Pitzor, who was 16, got into an old green pickup truck on 4th and Blanchard in downtown Seattle. By taking the I-5 freeway, it was possible to travel the 14 miles between the two locations in under half an hour. Could the same man have taken both teenagers in one night? Kimmy K. and Sandy looked somewhat alike, youngish for their age, with dark hair and bangs. Kimmy K. was walking with her boyfriend, Protector, when she signaled a man in a truck to turn around the corner so she could get into his vehicle without being seen. For the second time, detectives had the description of a vehicle. Again, it was a pickup truck. Kimmy K.'s boyfriend described an older green truck with a camper on the back and primer paint on the passenger door. Halfway into April 1983, and 2 more teenagers had failed to come back or to call anyone they knew. The truck's descriptions were printed in Seattle papers, but the investigators weren't too hopeful that it would help. There were a lot of older trucks, and a whole lot of them with primer spots. The New West Motel was on the Des Moines end of Pack Highway. Sometime in the 3rd week of April, Gail Lynn Matthews, 24, registered at the New West. Gail was an exotic-looking woman with luxuriant black hair. She was living with a 34-year-old man from Texas named Kurt, whom she'd met at Trudy's Tavern near the airport in 1982. At that time, she'd had a little apartment across from Trudy's, but she lost it in February 1983 when she couldn't make the rent. Neither Gail nor Kurt had permanent jobs. He gambled in card rooms, waiting to see if he'd win enough for a meal and motel. Now and then, Gail contributed money to the kitty. She never told Kurt where she got it, and he never asked. On the last night Kurt saw Gail, things were normal for them. They had stayed in the New West for a few days, but their rent was up and they were both broke. On the night of April 22nd, they were in the VIP Tavern a few blocks north of their motel. Kurt decided to head to the Midway Tavern. He hoped they had a poker game going there and he'd have a lucky night. Gail told him she would try to find a way to keep their motel room for another night or two. He walked away from the VIP Tavern, leaving her there alone. She knew the woman bartender. It was more than a mile to the midway, so Kurt decided to catch a bus. He waited at the familiar intersection at 216th and the Pack Highway. Idly, he watched traffic and noted a blue or possibly green Ford pickup passing. It wasn't new, and it was noticeable because it had so many sanded circular marks on it, as if it was primed for a paint job. Kurt was startled to see Gale sitting in the passenger seat beside a man with light hair who appeared to be in his early 30s. He was wearing a plaid shirt that made him look like an outdoorsman. Kurt's arm was half lifted to wave at Gale when he was surprised by the way she looked. She seemed dazed, he would tell an FBI agent later. She was staring straight ahead. It was bizarre. She was looking right at me, but it was as if she didn't see me. I'm sure she could see me. It wasn't dark out yet. He waved harder, but Gale didn't respond. I don't know how to explain it, Kurt said, but I felt fear. Fear for her because I sensed she was in danger. I ran across the road toward the truck and tried to catch up with it, but the driver made a left turn and sped up. When Gale didn't come back to the motel that night, Kurt called 911 to report her missing. He was told that he couldn't make an official missing persons report because he was not related to her. Kurt waited for Gale to come back or leave a message for him at the motel office, but there was nothing. He stopped at all the places along the highway where they'd gone together. No one remembered seeing Gale recently. Kurt didn't buy the idea that Gale would simply leave him with no explanation. They had always believed that if they pulled together, they could get out of the hole they were in and build a better life. But drugs were important to Kurt, too. Eventually, he moved on, unsure of what had happened to Gale. 8 days after Kurt saw Gale Matthews in a stranger's truck, that same intersection was the scene of an apparent abduction. Marie Malvar was 18, a beautiful Filipina, the cherished daughter of a large family. They didn't know she was out there on the highway at South 216th near the Three Bears Motel. Her boyfriend Richie was nearby, noting which car she got into to make sure she came back safely in a reasonable time. A dark truck approached the intersection from the south. As it pulled over, Richie could see a spot on the passenger door that glowed lighter than the rest of the truck, a coat of primer paint. Marie spoke to the driver, got in, and the stranger's vehicle pulled onto the highway again. As he usually did, Richie followed, keeping pace, and then pulling alongside. From her gestures, it appeared to him that Marie was upset. It looked as though she wanted to get out of the truck. The driver slowed down, but only to turn around in a motel parking lot and then accelerated as he headed south. Richie did the same, but he didn't make the light at South 216th. He watched as the pickup truck turned left and headed east, in the direction of the Green River. As soon as the light changed, Richie turned left too. Because he was less than a minute behind the pickup, Richie thought it was strange when he saw no taillights ahead. There were no vehicles at all between the intersection and the Kent-Des Moines Road a few miles south, and there didn't seem to be any place the truck could have turned off. Bewildered, Richie drove back to the parking lot to wait for the guy in the truck to bring Marie back. But he never did. Because he and Marie had been engaged in prostitution, Richie was hesitant to go to the police. He was just as nervous about telling her father, Jose. Still, when 4 days went by with no word from her, Richie went to the Des Moines Police Department. There, he reported Marie as missing, but he didn't tell the whole truth about what he and Marie had been doing out on the highway. Richie's evasiveness made the police wonder if he hadn't harmed his girlfriend himself. Jose Malvar was very concerned. Marie wasn't a girl who stayed away from home for long, and she called frequently. Now there was only silence. Jose picked up Richie and said they were going to find her, demanding to know just where she and Richie had been when she disappeared. Jose, Richie, and Marie's brother James started at the intersection where Richie had seen the pickup truck pull away. They were looking for some sign of Marie or the truck with the primer spot on the passenger door. They checked driveways and carports. On an almost hidden cul-de-sac with 8 or 10 little ranch houses, in the driveway of a house near the north end of the street, they saw it. an old pickup truck with a primer splotch on it. They immediately called the Des Moines Police Department, and Detective Sergeant Bob Fox responded. He and another detective knocked on the door while Marie's father, brother, and boyfriend watched. Fox was talking to someone. Finally, the front door shut, and the Des Moines detectives walked slowly down the walk. "He says there's no woman in there," Fox told Jose Malvar. "Hasn't been a woman in there." The man who said he was the homeowner had struck the police as straightforward enough, and he hadn't been nervous, just curious about why the police were knocking on his door. Fox didn't even know if his was the same truck Ritchie had seen, and he hadn't pushed his questioning very hard. There was no probable cause to search the small house whose rear yard backed up to the bank that sloped to the freeway. The guy who lived there was friendly but firm when he said he had just bought the house. Marie Malvar's boyfriend and relatives who were searching for her watched the house for a while, frustrated and anxious. Was Marie in there? Had she ever been? They fought back the urge to go up and pound on the door themselves, but finally they drove away. Still, they came back at odd times to check. It was the closest they could be to Marie, or at least they thought so. Where else could they look? As the weather grew warmer, the Green River Killer's pace increased. Martina Teresa Authorley, 19, was at the prize spot near the Red Lion on May 22, 1983, but not on May 23rd or any day after. Cheryl Lee Wims, 18, vanished on May 23rd from the Central District in Seattle. It was the night before her birthday. 19-year-old Yvonne Antosh had come all the way from Vancouver, British Columbia, to the Pack Highway Strip. Someone recognized her on May 30th as she stood near South 141st, but they never saw her after that. There were so many of them that it seemed almost impossible that they hadn't been seen with whoever was taking them away. A number of the suspected victims seemed to disappear within a very short time period from the same spots on the highway. It was almost as if he was a fisherman who discovered a well-stocked location and returned again and again until he had fished that part of the lake dry. Now in 1983, his favorite trolling areas were along the Pack Highway, with emphasis on the cross streets of South 144th, South 188th, and South 216th. Constance Elizabeth Nayon, 20, drove a 15-year-old Chevrolet Camaro that she often parked at the Red Lion at 188th when she was working the street. She did pretty well financially, but she had a drug problem that ate away at her money. On June 8th, she called her boyfriend to say she was on her way to visit him and would be there in 20 minutes. She never arrived. Police found her Camaro in the Red Lion lot late in June. It was cluttered with Connie's possessions, but there was nothing in it that could tell them where she was or what might have happened to her. For a long time, it was difficult for her family and friends to know just when Carrie Ann Royce, 16, dropped out of sight. Carrie, who looked like the prettiest cheerleader in any high school, probably vanished in mid-July 1983. Carrie was in the 9th grade in Renton in November 1981 when her mother, Judy DeLeon, married for the third time. A few months later, in the spring of 1982, Carrie told social workers that her stepfather had molested her. Carrie went to live with her natural father, but they didn't get along either. She ran away and ended up at the youth service center. When her father was notified, he said, "Send her home." But Carrie wouldn't go. She ran away again, walking out the front door of the detention center. Judy worried about her constantly. She left the husband Carrie had reported for abuse, but her daughter still refused to come home. At some point, Carrie began working the streets, using the unlikely pseudonym of Silver Champagne. Task Force detectives learned that Carrie and a friend named Lisa had been frequenting the strip in the late spring of 1983. And then, sometime in June or July of 1983, Carrie Royce simply vanished. Rose Johnson was, arguably, one of the more beautiful of the dozens of girls who vanished during the Green River Killer's peak killing swath from 1982 to 1984. Rose grew up in the South End, dropped out of school before graduating, and was allegedly the target of incest by several male members of her family. Her mother, a woman of strong opinions who was angry at life, blamed her daughter when Rose came to her and said her father was molesting her. Her mother saw her, instead, as a rival. She accused the teenager of deliberately trying to seduce him and sided with her husband. Rose ran away. It was up to her to survive any way she could. The only thing she had to sell was herself. She bought an old car with some of the first money she made. If she couldn't make enough to pay for a motel room, she had the car to sleep in. Rose often parked her car in a little weed-filled lot next to Don the Barber's at 142nd and the highway. As Don cut hair, his window looked directly over to the lot, and he saw Rose meet Johns there dozens of times. She would lock her car and leave with different men, and then come back later. I don't know how long she'd been parking there, Don said, but one day, she just wasn't there. Or the next, or any day. She never came back. When I saw her picture in the paper later, I realized why she wasn't there any longer. She was dead. He got her, too. What Don did not know was something that would shock him more than Rose's disappearance. The man who killed her had sat in his barber chair regularly for decades, chatting amiably and laughing at Don's jokes. The boy grew older, but he was still behind in school and in social interaction. His parents had moved yet again from Idaho to Seattle, and he had to start all over trying to make friends. He was about 13 now, and he still wet the bed most nights. His mother was out of patience. Now that he was on the verge of puberty, he was both angered and sexually excited when she washed urine from his genitals. She had so much control over him. She was tougher in her way than his father was. She kind of bossed him around, too. He and his brothers called her the warden. She went off to her job dressed for success, wearing nice clothes and jewelry and with her face made up perfectly. Once aware that hands touching his penis felt good, he thought about sex quite a bit. It wasn't a subject that was mentioned or explained in his home, and so he didn't ask questions about whether what he felt was normal or not. From something his mother had said, he did know that masturbation was one of the worst sins of all. He was 14, but he was still in the 6th grade because he'd been held back. He had a crush on a neighbor girl who was 17. He fantasized about talking to her and asking her to have sex with him. He became a window peeper, hoping to catch a glimpse of her in her underwear, or maybe even with no clothes on at all. One night, her father raced around the house and almost caught him. He managed to run home just in time. Once, while he was alone with a younger girl cousin, he enticed her into the woods by giving her a nickel. There he put his hand up her skirt and touched her between her legs. But she tattled, and he was punished. Sex occupied his thoughts, but he had no outlet. He became a frotteur, cleverly brushing himself against girls, or so he thought. His hands would drift across girls' and women's breasts as if accidentally. Sometimes they stared hard at him as if they knew what he was up to. He had to be careful not to touch the same girls too many times and make them suspicious. He was way behind his class, and now he even had trouble keeping up with kids who were younger. He was angry a lot of the time, but you couldn't tell it by looking at him. He didn't have any friends outside of school, and he considered himself a loner. He enjoyed hurting things, killing birds in the fruit trees in his backyard. One day he was alone at home, and he felt mad at everyone. One of their cats came up to him wanting to be petted, but he was mad at the cat, too. He got an idea. His family camped out quite often, and they had picnic coolers that shut down tight to keep the food inside cold as long as possible. He grabbed the cat and forced it into the cooler, and then he shut the lid tightly. He made himself wait until the next day to look inside again. The cat was stiff, dead. It had clawed the inside of the cooler in its fight to get out, but someone would have to look closely at the hard white surface to see the scratches. He was pleased that it hadn't been able to escape suffocation. His anger sated, at least for the moment. He got rid of the cat's body. After he got over his anger by hurting or killing something, he was always scared and hurried to cover up what he'd done so no one would know. He washed out the cooler and put it back where he'd found it. He didn't tell anyone about the cat, not even his brothers. He discovered that killing something made him feel strong and important. What more power could anyone have than deciding what was going to live and what was going to die? When people laughed at him, he had secrets now that they couldn't guess. He had carried a knife with him everywhere he went since he was in the 6th grade. It was black and had 4 blades that folded out of it. He liked the feel of it in his pocket. Did he plan what he did? No. He was sure he hadn't. He hadn't planned to break all those windows at his school. It just happened when he picked up the first rock. He sometimes wondered why he did bad things. Either the school or his mother made him see a psychologist after they found out that he'd broken so many windows again. The psychologist tried to hypnotize him, but it didn't work. He had too much control over his mind for that. His parents had to pay for what he'd done, and they were angry. He was sure he wasn't expecting to do anything to the little boy either. He was walking toward a dance at his junior high school one evening and found himself in a lot where there were trees and bushes. When a 6-year-old boy came by, he said he was surprised to find himself reaching out to pull him into the bushes. And then he had the knife out and open. He stabbed the little boy just once, a quick jab that pierced the child's kidney. When he pulled the knife out, there were gushes of blood. He walked away, laughing, leaving the injured child behind. And then he ran and hid in the basement of his house. He wasn't afraid the boy was going to die. He was much more worried that he was going to live and be able to identify him. He might even have to go to reform school. He stayed around his house for quite a while after that. In the end, the kid didn't die, and no one found out it was him, and he didn't get punished. He was really fascinated when a woman who lived near them was murdered, and he worked the possibilities of what might have happened to her over and over in his head. It was on a hot summer night, and she went for a walk around the block with only her bathrobe on, just to cool off. Somebody strangled her with the cord of her bathrobe. He kept going over different scenarios. Maybe she had a fight with her husband because she spent too much, or she was cheating on him. Maybe it was a neighbor, or the woman's secret lover, or even 2 guys working together. There were many maybes to think about, and he was so clever at coming up with different motives and methods and suspects that he thought he would make a good detective. The pattern of abduction was moving south, down to South 216th and Pack Highway. Now those of us who lived in Des Moines didn't feel nearly as distanced from criminal violence as we once had. Kelly K. McGinnis was a striking blonde, a buxom 18-year-old with a heart-shaped face and blue eyes. She divided her time between working the camp in Portland and the Strip in Seattle. In the early summer of 1983, she and her boyfriend had left Portland to see how things were going in Seattle, hometown to both of them. She was very self-assured and seemed older than she actually was. She was at the top of the ladder of the girls on the street, a woman who had worked in the camp in the 80s remembered. Kelly wore this white rabbit hair coat, and I could never tell if she wore a wig or whether her hair was just bleached and she used lots of hairspray. She was really friendly with a girl named Pammy Avent, whose street name was Annette. Kelly had a lot of street names. A lot of the girls were out there for the social aspect besides being there to make money, playing video games and visiting with each other at the fun center, but not Kelly. She was focused on making money. She usually walked alone while the other girls walked in pairs. Kelly had this strut, and she stared into every car that passed her. The last time anyone who knew her remembered seeing her was at 7:30 p.m. on June 28, 1983, at the now familiar corner of the Pack Highway and South 216th. The Three Bears Motel was on that corner, and the desk clerk's register showed that she checked in at 10 p.m. Kelly's boyfriend reported her missing the next day, but Des Moines Police Detective Sergeant Bob Fox wasn't convinced that she had met with foul play. He had seen too many adults and older teenagers leave of their own accord. He told a reporter, "There's no law against a person saying, 'I've had it, I'm leaving.' I just don't know, and I don't think we will know until we hear from her one way or another." There were other cases that might or might not be connected to the series of disappearances in 1983 and the murdered victims in the last half of 1982. Enough cases that it set investigators' teeth on edge, wondering just who might be out there, always fixing on vulnerable females. On May 8, 1983, King County detectives had quietly investigated the discovery of a woman's body in a location some distance from the Green River and the Strip. The circumstances surrounding this body site were so bizarrely ritualistic that they had first thought it had to be an entirely different killer. And the investigators were scrupulous about not releasing full information on what they found. Should they encounter either the actual murderer or a compulsive confessor, only they and the true killer would know these details. Carol Ann Christensen, 22, was the single mother of a 5-year-old daughter, and she'd been excited on May 3rd because she had finally landed a job after a long time of looking for work. Carol Ann lived near the Pack Highway, and she shopped there on foot because she had no car, but she was definitely not a prostitute. Her new job was as a waitress at the Barn Door Tavern on 148th and the highway. It was only 2 or 3 blocks from the small mobile home park where Carol Ann lived, close enough that she could walk to work. Carol Ann had worked only a day or two when she failed to come home one night. Her mother was frantic. Carol adored her little girl, Sarah, and would not have deliberately left her. If she could get home to Sarah, she would have. The terrible answer to where Carol Ann had gone came within a few days. Her body was discovered in an area known as Maple Valley, which is about 20 miles east of the airport strip. Much of Maple Valley would be built up in the next 20 years, but it was heavily wooded when Carol Ann disappeared. A family searching for edible mushrooms forgot all thoughts of mushroom hunting when they came upon a grotesque tableau. A woman lay on her back in a half-sitting position, but they could not see her face. Someone had pulled a brown grocery bag over her head. Her hands were folded across her belly, and they were topped with ground sausage meat. 2 dead trout, cleaned and gutted, lay vertically along her throat. A wine bottle that had once held Lambrusco had been placed across her lower abdomen. This was a staged scene, not uncommon to sexual psychopaths. It is a way to taunt detectives, silently saying, "Catch me, catch me," and at the same time announcing, "Look at how clever I am, and you don't even know who did this. You can't catch me." Carol Ann wasn't in the river, and she hadn't been left close to the Pacific Highway. She was not a prostitute. Still, like the first Green River victims, she had been strangled by ligature, this time with a bright yellow braided plastic rope, which her killer had left behind. She was fully clothed. Carol Ann Christensen's murder was originally investigated by the Major Crimes Unit of the Sheriff's Department, rather than the Green River Task Force, because both her lifestyle and the MO in her death were so different. Later, when her address and employment indicated she had lived and worked right in the kill zone, it was quite possible that she might well belong on the list with the other victims. Although it is rare for serial killers to murder someone they know personally, it is not unheard of. Carol Ann Christensen might have believed that she was going on a date with someone she knew and trusted. She was dressed for a picnic, and the Maple Valley woods were pleasant in the spring. Eventually, Carol Ann's name went on the ever-growing list of possible victims of the Green River Killer. There would be no more bizarre staged body sites. Whatever point the killer had wanted to make had evidently been accomplished. The task force investigators kept trying to put themselves into the mind of the killer, but it was very difficult. He didn't think like anyone they could ever imagine. He wasn't crazy. Of that they were sure. If he was insane, he would have made some misstep by now, flipped out and done something to make them notice him. Instead, he was still playing his bizarre, malignant games. During the summer of 1983, the newspapers around Seattle ran a lot of stories about women who might be missing, but they were seldom on the front page. And no two articles tabulated the same names. Some said a dozen were missing. Other coverage wondered if it might be as many as 19. Kelly McGillis was the last to disappear in June, as far as the police knew. Coincidentally, the next girl on the list was also named Kelly. Kelly Ware, 23, was last seen in the Central District in Seattle, an ethnically mixed neighborhood a few miles east of downtown. It had been almost exactly a year since the first 5 bodies were found in the Green River, and yet the only other victim to be located who seemed to be linked to the GRK was Giselle Lavorne. Surely there were so many more lost girls out there somewhere, calling out silently to be found. Now, slowly, as if the earth itself were aware of the dread anniversary, it began to give up the pathetic remains of more victims who had been left there. On August 11th, 1983, a couple who had gone to pick apples from abandoned trees in the same overgrown yards where Giselle Lavorne was left stumbled across bones behind 3 empty houses. They hurried to call the sheriff's office. While anxious families watched and waited tensely, Dick Kraske, commander of the Green River Task Force, spoke carefully to reporters. Yes, his office had some possibilities of matching the dental work of the deceased to known and suspected victims. The medical examiner's office had compiled records from as many dentist charts as possible. Dick Kraske still didn't comment to reporters on a specific number of possible victims in the Green River cases because, quite frankly, he didn't know. He couldn't know. Kraske noted that, officially, there were 7 young women missing, which, when added to the 6 girls who were known to be dead, made 13. But 3 of the missing hadn't been gone long enough to be in the state of complete decomposition that the apple tree victim was. Dental charts established her identity as Shonda Leah Summers. Shonda, who had once lived in Bellevue, had been missing since either October 7th or 8th in 1982. Her family had looked for her in vain for 10 months, and it was likely that she had been here beneath the apple trees since her disappearance. It was impossible to determine the cause of her death. Animals had scattered the tiny neck bones that might have indicated strangulation. 2 days after Shonda was found beneath the airport flight path, another set of remains was found buried nearby. They were not easily identifiable, and the first victim to be known only as Bones was added as a possible to the Green River list. At least the public was becoming more aware that there was someone truly menacing still roving free. The King County Sheriff's Office now had 300 suspects, along with their names, descriptions, and witnesses' suspicions and accusations. Still, it was problematic whether the GRK was hidden somewhere in that roster of suspects. I was having a small taste of what the detectives were going through as they fielded waves of phone calls and messages. All during 1983, I received phone calls from strangers, at least 1 or 2 every night at first, and then about 1 a week. A lot of people had read my book, The Stranger Beside Me, published 2 years before the Green River cases began. They wanted to compare their feelings with my own because I had known Ted Bundy well, or at least I thought I had. Many were hesitant to call the task force directly, or they were impatient because they hadn't had an immediate response. All the callers believed that they knew who the Green River killer was. I didn't mind being a conduit for frustrated tipsters, but I knew I was only getting a minuscule number of tips compared to those the sheriff's detectives were juggling. In the beginning, I found most of the callers believable. In fact, at the end of most calls, I'll admit I thought, this has got to be the right man, only to find the next tip and the next even more compelling. Surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, a lot of women were turning in their ex-husbands. Some even suspected the men they were still married to. I had once been a sex crimes detective in the Seattle Police Department for a year and a half. Combining that experience with the 14 years I wrote about homicide and rape cases for fact detective magazines, I thought I had heard everything. I was mistaken. My callers had been married to, or were still married to, some of the kinkiest men I'd ever heard of, and most of them lived in the south end of King County. One woman said her husband invariably returned from sales trips with baggies full of various colored pubic hair. Another's husband liked to cut up Playboy centerfolds and then play at rearranging the severed limbs and heads. After hearing dozens of weird stories, I could see that the Green River cases were rapidly becoming the most difficult challenge any law enforcement group could encounter, not because the task force wasn't getting enough information from the public, but because it was getting too much. Still, many of my callers were quite rational people who were worried sick that someone they knew was the Green River killer. I typed up the information that seemed to make an awful kind of sense and passed it on. Eventually, the task force detectives gave me a stack of their official tip sheets so I could streamline the process of sending them information on possible suspects. I didn't expect to hear back from them. They were too busy to report to me or to anyone beyond the relatives of the missing girls. The fact that more bodies had been discovered seemed only to have added another dimension to the Green River killer's game. He waited exactly 1 week after Shonda Summers was found before he went out prowling again. April Dawn Buttram had just moved to Seattle from Spokane. She was almost 18, a pretty girl with blonde hair and rosy cheeks who would have looked in her element at a country church supper or a square dance. Hers was an all-too-familiar story. Overnight, April had changed from an obedient child to a teenager who quit school, tried drugs and alcohol, and wanted to party all the time. The last accurate sighting of April Buttram was in the Rainier Valley in southeast Seattle around the middle of August 1983. April was officially reported missing on March 24, 1984, after months of denial on her family's part. Deborah Mae Abernathy was 26, and she had come to Seattle along a circuitous route from Waco, Texas. She stood 5 feet tall and weighed only 90 pounds. She, her boyfriend, and her 3-year-old son came to Seattle in late July of 1983 looking for a fresh start. They were soon out of funds. A kind-hearted couple met the down-and-out family in a store and invited them to stay in a room in their house until they could get on their feet. Deborah, wearing a burgundy jumpsuit, was headed toward downtown Seattle on September 5th, the last time her little boy and boyfriend saw her. Tracy Ann Winston was going to be 20 on September 29, 1983. Of all the young women one might expect to find in jail, Tracy seemed the least likely. She and her parents and 2 younger brothers all loved each other a lot. Any one of them would do anything to protect her. But Tracy had had her problems, too, almost from the moment she turned 13 and plunged into puberty. It is, of course, an age when parents often wonder what has happened to their sweet daughters, and when daughters find their parents boring, old-fashioned, and uncaring. Tracy disappeared on September 12th, a Sunday night, Monday morning, between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. She had been in the King County Jail in downtown Seattle on a loitering charge. Tracy bailed out and she was walking along near the jail when a cab driver she knew pulled up beside her. She needed a ride to the place where she was staying out in the north end of Seattle, but he told her he had a fare in the other direction out to the airport. "I'll be back in 45 minutes, he'd promised Tracy. "Stay here, and I'll see that you get where you need to go safely." Tracy had called her father, Chuck Winston, from jail that night. She had been mortified at being locked up for the first time in her life. She vowed she would never, ever do anything that might put her there again. She begged her father and her mother, Murdy, not to come down, saying, "I don't want you to see me in here, not like this. Please don't come down here." And they had honored her wishes, fighting the urge to get in their car and hurry down to pick her up. Tracy's parents seldom knew any longer where she was staying. She still came to see them, for Mother's Day and Father's Day, for Thanksgiving and Christmas. But she wouldn't tell them where she was living. "I don't know if she was ever prostituting," Murdy said. "I can't imagine that it was a regular thing for her." As September passed, and then October and November, Murdy Winston had an awful feeling. They hadn't heard a word from Tracy after her call from jail. She had said she was making a new start and they would be proud of her. Maybe she was taking steps in that direction and wanted to surprise them with proof that she was on her way. But when Tracy didn't come home to eat Thanksgiving dinner with the family, Murdy knew she had to report her as a missing person. When the Winstons got a phone call from one of the detectives working on the Green River Task Force, Murdy felt an almost physical jolt. She knew what this call meant, that Tracy might be one of the Green River killer's victims, even though the detective assured them that there was nothing definite yet, and his was just a follow-up call on the missing persons report. The Winstons were terrified for her. When her name was added to the Green River list, Murdy was unable to escape the fear and anxiety that grew with each passing day. Maureen Feeney was as Irish as Mary Bridget Mian, and she looked it. She could have been a nanny or a novitiate in a nunnery. She came from a large, loving family, and at 19 she was emotionally immature and naive, but she yearned for adventure and to be on her own. Maureen was thrilled to find an apartment she could afford in Seattle's Central District. She got a job at a daycare facility and worked there in the late summer, early fall of 1983. Her friend Kathy visited her almost every day. Toward the end of August, Maureen told Kathy that she had a boyfriend named Eddie J. Kathy was anxious to meet him. She knew he was of a different race from Maureen, but that didn't matter as long as he was nice to her friend. But he was never there when Kathy came to Maureen's apartment. There was always some excuse why he had to be out and about. Maureen told Kathy that she and Eddie J were going to California. "How are you going to afford that?" Kathy asked. "Oh, Eddie J has lots of ways to make money," Maureen answered. "We'll be fine." But she never got to California. Exactly 1 week before Maureen's 20th birthday, she left her apartment forever. It was September 28th, 1983. Maureen's brother and brother-in-law searched for her for a long time, putting up posters with her picture anywhere they thought people might recognize her. But it seemed as if she had walked into the twilight and been swallowed up by the night. 10 miles south of the Strip, a winding road leads down toward the once verdant Green River Valley from Pack Highway at about South 272nd Street. Close to the bottom of the hill is a narrow road, Star Lake Road. In the mid-1980s, both sides of the road were thickly wooded. On the downhill side of the road, 25 or so feet beyond the shoulder, a deep gorge dropped away, ending in a narrow creek. On September 18, 1983, what would become known as the Star Lake Road site began to be unveiled. A passerby found skeletonized remains near a tree just where the bank started its plunge downward. Some 15 feet from the body, which would not be identified for a long time, someone had dumped a load of garbage with a battered pair of work boots on top of it. But in the springtime, there would be silent benedictions there too. A half-dozen white trilliums, a wildflower so rare that it is illegal to pick it in some areas, sprouted from the leaf carpet. Yvonne Shelley Antosh, who had come to Seattle from British Columbia, had been staying at a motel on the Strip with a girl she'd known since they were both children. In the almost 5 months since she disappeared on the highway, she hadn't gotten in touch with her friend or anyone else who knew her. She couldn't have, because Yvonne's body had been left far away at South 316th and the Auburn Black Diamond Road. Long since skeletonized, her remains were discovered on October 15, 1983. Connie Nayon, whose car was found abandoned in the Red Lion parking lot, was dead too. Gone on June 8, 1983, Connie was found on October 27th at South 191st and 25th Avenue South. She had been left in the weeds on empty land behind Alaska Airlines headquarters. 2 days later, in the same area, detectives located the remains of Kelly Ware. She had last been seen alive downtown on Madison Street on July 18th. While Kelly, Connie, and Yvonne were being found, more young women were disappearing. Mary Sue Bello, 25, was older than most of the missing girls and considered herself streetwise. She vanished on October 11th, 5 weeks before her birthday. Almost everyone she met liked Mary, and her family treasured her, but she had taken chaotic chances with her life from the moment she entered puberty. Her mother, Suzanne, had cried millions of tears over Mary and begged her to choose a different lifestyle. But Mary had only laughed. Nothing was going to happen to her. She had encountered one man so strange that she reported him to the task force to protect the younger girls. She was too savvy to be conned by someone like the Green River Killer. The crime scene searches multiplied in the fall of 1983. The overburdened and underfunded Green River Task Force not only had new disappearances to investigate, but the detectives were retrieving the pathetic remains that had begun to surface. Each body site had to be carefully raked and sifted, the tiniest speck of what might be evidence preserved and labeled. The detectives badly wanted to find something that would turn out to be absolute physical evidence that they could link to the man they'd looked for the last 15 months. There was a definite pattern to what some news reports were crassly calling dump sites, an unfortunate way to describe where human beings had been left. If the SeaTac strip between South 144th and South 288th was to be seen as the center of a giant circle, it had quickly become obvious that the Green River Killer was leaving several of his victims together in 3 general areas, north and south and east. He seemed to have operated on the cluster theory, leaving more than one dead girl in each location. Sometimes there were 2 together, sometimes 3. And in some areas there would eventually be 6 or 7, although that was a grim possibility that no one working on the case could yet even imagine. He disposed of the dead girls, but he kept replacing them. Pammy Annette Avent, who sometimes worked the camp in Portland, was back in Seattle on October 26th, but apparently not for long. Later, her friends realized they'd last seen her in the Rainier Valley area. On October 28th, Patricia Ann Osborne, 19, was in the other end of Seattle, almost at the city limits on Aurora Avenue North. Patricia had been arrested 3 times for prostitution in 1983, and she was walking along Aurora when she was last seen. Her parents lived in Oregon and didn't realize that she was gone. When she didn't contact them over the holidays, they reported her missing. But she had really been missing for 3 months. It was Sunday, October 30th, 1983. At about 3 that afternoon, Delise Louise Plager, 22, was expected at the home of a good friend, Maya. A mutual male acquaintance, who had allowed Delise to keep a few of her belongings in his storage unit, waited on Maya's front porch. Delise wanted to retrieve some items, including a Halloween costume she had promised to bring home for another friend's child. She was supposed to be taking the bus to Maya's house, which was in an area slightly northwest of Seattle's Rainier Valley. Delise, who had been called Missy since she was a little girl, was living temporarily with a friend. She had 2 children of her own, but she was having a rough time supporting them. She had had a rough time for as far back as she could remember. She got hooked on drugs, and eventually she gave in to the pressure to work the streets. She had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a faintly freckled face, but her eyes looked as if they had seen it all and found it bitterly disappointing. Missy Plager was bitter and as fragile as a butterfly, and yet her last day on earth was spent trying to make a child happy. Life is rarely fair, and for some especially vulnerable children, life is one sad experience after another. For Missy, about the only thing life gave her was a pretty name and a few people who really cared for her, even though they weren't able to protect her for as long as they had hoped they could. By the time her life got really rocky, she had many names. Sometimes she was Misty, and sometimes she was Roxanne Dunlap or Carrie Bailey. Her real birth name was completely different from any of those. Maya reported her missing when she never showed up to go to the storage unit to pick up the Halloween costume. Pammy Avent, Patricia Osborne, and Missy Plager were all slender and small-boned. Kim Nelson, 20, also known as Tina Lee Thompson, was almost 6 feet tall and a strong young woman. She had a sullen sexiness, short yellow blonde hair, and D-cup breasts that made her especially attractive to the men who drove along streets and highways looking for dates. Tina was the sole support of a pimp, a man who was distraught when she was sentenced to the King County Jail for prostitution in early October 1983. He had whined that he didn't know how he would survive without the money she provided by turning tricks. She was 3 or 4 months pregnant, but that didn't matter to him. Kim Tina had so many street names that sometimes even she had trouble remembering who she was at any given moment. Her girlfriend Paige knew Tina as Star, and that was all. Kim, Tina, Star got out of jail just before Halloween. Paige was never absolutely positive of the date when she last saw Tina. It was either the day of Halloween or November 1st. She did remember it was raining hard at 11 in the morning and it was cold out. Tina and Paige had stood talking just before noon at 141st and the Pack Highway, right at Ground Zero in the South End. Tina said she was only going to work long enough to earn the rent money. The rent was about $25 a night. The 2 girls were also trying to save money by cooking their own meals in their room. Paige picked up a trick first and left with him for a car date. When she got back 15 or 20 minutes later, Tina wasn't standing by the highway, so Paige figured she either had a date or she'd gone back to their motel. It was so cold that she decided to return to the motel. But Tina wasn't there, and she didn't come back. Ever. 2 days later, as Paige looked up and down the rain-soaked highway, a dark red pickup with a white canopy stopped and the driver signaled to her. "Didn't you hang around with a tall blonde girl?" he asked. That made the hair stand up on the back of her neck. She shook her head slightly. He offered her money to turn a trick with him, but there was something about him that Paige didn't like. He refused to go to her room. He wanted a car date. She didn't go with him. Paige had described the man in the red pickup as white, in good shape, about 5 feet 10, wearing a plaid shirt and possibly a baseball cap. Probably around 35 years old. The killer had left most of the bodies thus far discovered unburied, hastily covered with tree branches or debris. The task force detectives found that he had gone to the trouble of burying the dead girl someone found on November 13th, 1983, in a wooded area about 4 blocks from the Red Lion. Actually, there were 2 victims. A young woman whose womb still cradled her almost full-term fetus. The baby had died with her. The pregnant girl lay face up with her knees slightly bent to the left. She and her baby weren't buried more than 2 or 3 feet deep, but the killer had scooped out enough dirt to cover this victim's body. What had been different? Was it because this girl had been pregnant and that had made his violence more shameful? This grave had held Mary Mian, who had lost her first 2 babies through miscarriage and been persuaded to give up her third for adoption. Now she had been robbed of giving birth to this infant, or to any baby ever again. How many more victims were there? Were they searching for some brilliant maniac who could take on experienced investigators and thumb his nose at them? It seemed so. Schoolwork never got any easier for him. He wasn't a reader or good at math, but he was pretty good at fixing things, and his dad taught him about cars, even though, like everything else, it took him a lot longer to learn the steps than it would most people. He liked hiking and fishing and being in the woods. He liked being alone and watching people who didn't know he was watching them. As much as he fantasized about having sex with various girls and women, he hadn't had much luck actually accomplishing it. There was a girl who was a couple of years older than he who lived over in Kitsap County. They'd hooked up once, and that was the first time he'd actually had sexual intercourse. She was a lot more experienced than he was, and he knew she was a little scornful of his performance. He finally had a few girlfriends in high school, but they wouldn't have sex with him. Eventually, he did meet a girl who would agree to go steady with him. They had intercourse regularly. He had had so much difficulty with reading and academic subjects that getting through school seemed an endless process. He was 20 when he graduated, and he hadn't given much thought to what he was going to do in life. He considered joining the service and learning a trade there. The war in Vietnam still raged, and he stood a good chance of being drafted, so he joined the Navy. Before he was sent to his duty station in San Diego, he got married to his steady girlfriend, Heather. They had a military wedding, as he described it, at Fort Lawton in Seattle in August 1970. They moved to San Diego and seemed to get along all right for the months he was in training in California, although he was on a ship for several days a week. When he was in port, they had sex a few times a day. Other than that, they didn't do much that was very exciting, but she seemed happy enough to him. And then he shipped out to sea for several months. She was alone in a strange city in a strange state. Neither of them was very mature, and they began to accuse each other of infidelity. Actually, they were both cheating. He didn't feel that visiting prostitutes when he was away from home should count, as he had a very strong sex drive. When he returned from sea duty, his bride confessed to him that she had been so lonely that she had dated other men. When he was transferred to Washington, she suggested he drive back to Seattle on his own. He left his young wife in San Diego. It was a fatal blow to their marriage. He prevailed upon her to come back to Seattle, and she did, but she stayed only a week, telling him, "This marriage isn't working," as she left for the airport. Inside, he had never been that sure of himself, and being cuckolded hit him harder than it would most men. He branded his wife a whore, and they were divorced less than a year after their marriage. He wasn't soured on marriage, however. He was anxious to meet another woman, one he could trust. He quickly began frequenting places where he could meet women, and he dated 3 or 4 of them in rapid succession, although none of his relationships lasted more than a few months. And once he had discovered prostitutes, he patronized them too. As 1983 drew to a close, Sheriff Vern Thomas pleaded with King County politicos for funding that would allow the Green River Task Force's investigation to be expanded. While some listened with concern, at least one voiced his doubt that the county's image would be much improved by spending taxpayers' money on investigating the murders of hookers. It was an appalling comment, but it reflected the opinions of some citizens. While some people were angry at the girls who continued to work the streets, there was another contingent accusing the task force of failing to care about the victims just because they were prostitutes. To the detectives who had virtually abandoned their own families in their desperate search for the killer, the criticism coming their way was like pouring salt into an open wound. On the more positive side, a reward was suggested for information leading to the arrest of the Green River Killer. It began with a $500 donation, and by November 25, 1983, grew to $7,600. It was easy to pick apart what the investigators had done, or had not done, in some critics' eyes. Experts were brought in to look at the Green River probe thus far, and recommendations were made. Bob Keppel had been a lead detective on the Bundy case. He had been working on a computer program called HITS that would collect, collate, and analyze the salient characteristics of all murders and predatory sexual offenses in Washington. He had used an almost Stone Age computer to try to winnow down all the suspects turned in during the search for Ted. Even though computers were not really a large part of homicide probes in the early 1980s, they were not unknown, and Keppel was ahead of the game in that department. He would stay with the Green River Task Force far longer than he expected to. Despite a temporary lull, both Keppel and Detective Dave Reichert believed the homicides were still going on. They were the yin and yang of the task force, with Reichert's tendency to seek action and Keppel's analytical approach. Occasionally they would frustrate and even anger each other, but they were both dedicated to tracking down the same quarry, so they worked it out. FBI Special Agent John Douglas, whose forte was profiling, flew into Seattle in late 1983 to take a close-up look at what was happening in King County. He suggested techniques that might be successful if the task force should ever be sitting across a table from a viable suspect. Dick Kraske was transferred from the Criminal Investigation Division in late 1983. Frank Adamson would be taking over the Green River Task Force. The 1982-83 Green River budget was a little under $10,000. One day, far in the future, the task force tab would be estimated at $30 million, and even that wasn't enough. As Christmas lights twinkled on the huge fir tree outside the South Center Mall, the Green River Killer was prowling along the nearby streets that paralleled the I-5 freeway. Lisa Lorraine Yates vanished 2 days before Christmas, 1983. She was a very attractive 19-year-old with thick, wavy blonde hair. Lisa had been shuttled around from home to home for much of her young life. After that, she lived by her wits. As the guard changed and an enthusiastic Frank Adamson stepped in to run the task force, success seemed possible within months. He had 40 detectives now, 8 times what the first task force had, and they moved to more spacious quarters. This new task force also had more money. Adamson accepted that his team had to begin by playing catch-up, re-evaluating the information gleaned in the first 18 months, and moving forward. I honestly thought, Adamson remembered, that because I had good people, we would have this thing solved within 6 months. In hindsight, I think we probably should have. 5 days before Christmas, 1983, Frank Adamson had to deal with the first body found on his watch. It wasn't really a body. It was only a skull, found in a cemetery about 18 miles southeast of the airport. It was Kimmy K. Pitzor, found 30 miles from where she was last seen in downtown Seattle. It was out in the open, not in an overgrown wooded area where the other victims had been found. We thought this killer was playing with us, Adamson recalled, when he put the skull right there. Although they found no more of Kimmy K's remains, a forensic dentist was able to match the teeth in the skull to her dental charts. Her mother heard the news without shock. She had accepted a long time before that Kimmy was gone. In the early 80s, it was much more difficult to gather absolute physical evidence that will identify a murderer than it is now. 22 years have made a tremendous difference. DNA matching was not a standard forensic tool then, nor was the computerized automatic fingerprint identification system in general use. The FBI's old fingerprint system had grown archaic, depending mainly on time-consuming manual methods to match suspect ridges and loops and whorls to the fingerprints in its vast files. As the Green River investigation moved through the 80s, there would be many advances in forensic science. The earliest, however, required a good portion of each substance to be tested: hair, blood, semen, chemicals, paint, and so on, because the various lab processes would destroy the samples submitted. Even so, the Second Green River Task Force was extremely optimistic in early 1984. Deluged with tips from the public, from prostitutes and street people, and from psychics, they investigated and cataloged all suspects. However, they had to have a system to establish priority. We had A, B, and C categories, Adamson explained. A's had to be looked at as soon as possible, and they had to be eliminated conclusively before we moved on. B's were people who might be good suspects, and we certainly needed to look at them, but we would take more time to get to them. C's might possibly be suspects, but with them, we didn't have a lot to go on, and we felt it wasn't really important to get to them in the near future. Some of the public didn't care who the Green River Killer was. They demanded only an early arrest. Mary Exetta West vanished from the Rainier Valley neighborhood on February 6, 1984. She had a sweet face and a shy smile. She lived with her aunt, and she was always thoughtful about coming home on time. She had left her aunt's house at mid-morning that Monday. In exactly a month, Mary would have turned 17, but she didn't make it that far. In 6 months, she would have given birth to a baby, but very few people knew that she was pregnant. She didn't know what she was going to do when she began to show. The GRK had decided to up the ante a little and make the Tournament of Terror more interesting. On February 20th, Post-Intelligencer reporter Mike Barber, who had written extensively about the Green River cases, had a letter routed to him from the city desk. It had arrived in a small, plain white envelope with a Seattle postmark. Barber read the message inside, which had no spaces at all between the words, and at first it seemed incomprehensible. He looked at it several times to see what the code might be, if indeed there was a code, and it still made little sense. The letter was signed, "Call me Fred." Barber turned the letter over to Detective Dave Reichert. A latent print examiner for the sheriff's office examined it for fingerprints. Using the ninhydrin process, which uses chemicals and heat and can bring up prints left even decades before, a print was found that would be saved in the hope that someday they would glean prints from a Green River crime scene or body site. It was almost impossible to tell if the letter Mike Barber received was the real thing. In retrospect, I believe it was. But there were so many tips coming in, to the Green River Task Force, to well-recognized journalists, and yes, to me. I was receiving so much information from readers and people interested in the Green River cases that I could barely keep up with it. As always, I passed on the most likely-sounding information to the task force. Over the years, I gave scores of lectures in the Seattle area, and people always asked about the Green River Killer. In the mid-'80s, I was as confident as Frank Adamson and Dave Reichert were that it was merely a question of how many months it would take to make an arrest, and I often made predictions off the top of my head, assuring the audience that I believed he would be caught by Easter or Thanksgiving, or surely by the next Christmas. Lieutenant Jackson Beard headed the proactive team for the new task force. There were plainclothes officers on the strip most nights. Female police officers dressed and made up to look like prostitutes strolled beside the road at least one night a week. Male officers tried to keep an eye on them, waiting for the signal that a John had taken the bait. The strip had become an uncomfortable place for both the real prostitutes and their customers. Sooner or later, the task force detectives were sure they would catch the Green River Killer in their net. If he was still out there, he was going to approach the wrong woman. But if they stopped the right John, how would they know it was him? They didn't know that yet, unless he gave enough of himself away for them to get a search warrant for his house or his car, unless he'd kept souvenirs of his victims or photographs, unless the science of DNA progressed to a point far beyond where it was in 1984. On March 21st, 1984, the Green River Killer took another victim. Cindy Smith was 17, but she looked even younger. Cindy had left home and was living in California, much to the concern of her mother, Joan Mackey. Joan was relieved when Cindy called in the middle of March 1984 to say that she was coming home. She was engaged and she was happy and wanted to come back to her family. Joan sent her money for transportation and was delighted to see Cindy. She didn't even unpack her suitcase, her mother recalled. She was in such a hurry to go see her brother. Cindy had been heading for her brother's job the last time anyone saw her. She was at the corner of Pacific Highway South and South 200th Street. Ironically, she had come all the way from California to meet her killer on her first day back home. The investigators didn't yet realize it, but on February 23, 1983, the Green River Killer had walked into one of the snares they'd set on Pack Highway and been questioned by Detective Randy Mullinex. Mullinex had noticed how often he was on the highway and the way his eyes followed the girls on the street. He took his information, wrote out a field investigation report, and let him go. He was only one face among so many, and he hadn't appeared to be a viable suspect. The man admitted he liked paying for sex, but he had a solid work record, a local address, and he hardly seemed the type. The quiet man wasn't really that concerned about being stopped. He figured the cop wouldn't remember him. Actually, he was wrong. Mullinex's antennae had gone up, and he recalled that stop well, although he couldn't really say why. Just a long-time cop's hinky feeling. Indeed, the confident man would be stopped again, admitting this time to Detective Jim Doyen that he patronized prostitutes. But he seemed to be a totally non-threatening type. Just another guy in a plaid flannel shirt and a baseball cap, a blue-collar working stiff, single. After his first wife left him and returned to San Diego, he'd begun to look for female companionship. He was in his early 20s then as he cruised the Loop in Renton, a Boeing town about 7 miles east of Burien and Tukwila where he grew up. On weekend nights, the Loop was filled with cars that circled past the high school and the theaters again and again, cruising with windows down and music blasting. The crowd was mostly made up of students, but some of the drivers were a little older. It was a casual place to meet someone. He met a woman named Dana Brown when he pulled close to her car on the Renton Loop. They exchanged names and phone numbers. Dana was short and very, very heavy. She had a sweet face, but she'd never really dated when she went to Mount Tahoma High School in Maple Valley because the boys all wanted cheerleader types. She was very nice to him and thrilled that he was so interested in her. She found him fun and funny, and he liked her because she acted as if he was wonderful. She didn't seem to notice that he wasn't particularly intelligent. His ego needed the attention he got from Dana after what had happened in his marriage. It wasn't very long before they had moved in together in his tiny house in Maple Valley Heights. It was isolated, and power lines zinged over the backyard, making a lot of people veer away from it. Since he was old enough, he'd always had a job, and he had begun to work at the Kenworth Truck Company. He wasn't making much money, but he was learning a lot about painting the mammoth rigs. His 10-mile commute over country roads from Maple Valley was easy in the early 70s. It was long before builders began to carve wide swaths out of the evergreen forests surrounding Seattle to accommodate housing developments with names like Firwood Heights and Cedar Mist Estates. Mary Ann Hepburn had been friends with Dana in high school, but they hadn't stayed in touch. She was surprised the day Dana called her to say she was married now and that she had just had a baby boy, Chad. Mary Ann and Dana reunited, found that their husbands worked for companies that were practically next door to each other, and they were outdoor guys who liked to cut wood together or fish while the wives visited. Mary Ann was never sure just when Dana married her husband, but she knew that she was his second wife. She had the impression that they got married after Dana became pregnant, but it didn't matter because they seemed happy together. "I liked him," Mary Ann said. "His eyes twinkled and he had a great smile. He really wanted people to like him, so much so that he went out of his way to charm them. He was the kind of guy who would stop and help if your car broke down beside the road, always anxious to lend a hand." The two couples often got together on weekends for potluck dinners. They went to church together, too, a Southern Baptist congregation. Dana's husband often stood to read the scriptures aloud to the congregation. Their pastor's views were truly archaic in a world where women's rights were beginning to emerge. He preached that wives and daughters would be barred from heaven if they didn't obey their husbands. They were not allowed to wear the color red or to cut their long hair. Dana's husband followed the minister's edicts absolutely, and she didn't seem to mind. She did what he said. They had moved to a little house in Burien, and they were fixing it up. Dana's mother-in-law was almost her exact opposite. Mary was a salesperson in the men's department at the J.C. Penney store in Renton. She was a brunette in her late 40s and always impeccably dressed with perfect accessories. She took great pride in her managerial position in the J.C. Penney hierarchy. Dana's mother-in-law bought all her husband's clothes, just as she did for her sons. She always knew ahead of time about Penney's sales and always used her employee discount. Mary didn't approve of Dana. Her housekeeping wasn't up to Mary's standards, and she felt her daughter-in-law didn't take very good care of Chad. He was a frail boy with reddish blonde hair who always seemed to have a runny nose. He had inherited his father's allergies and had to take medication for it. Dana wanted to have another baby, but her husband didn't. As much as he loved Chad, he didn't think they could afford to raise 2 children. He wanted Dana to have her tubes tied. As the years passed, Dana gained even more weight, and she was miserable about it. Her husband didn't complain much, but she knew he would like her to be slimmer. Finally, she broached the subject of having gastric bypass surgery. In the late 70s, it was a new procedure, almost experimental. But Dana wanted it, and finally he encouraged her to go ahead with the operation. The gastric surgery worked spectacularly well, maybe too well. Within months, Dana went from plus sizes to a size 7. She suddenly became a very attractive woman, and men did double takes when they saw her. It made her husband a little nervous. He had never worried that she would leave him, but now she had a lot of men noticing her. Guys started to come on to Dana, her friend Mary Mian said, and she'd never had that happen before. Dana was working in Penny's, too. Her mother-in-law got her the job. Even though they had their issues, Dana and her husband were always over there visiting, and her mother-in-law babysat for Chad a lot. By this time, Dana and her family had moved again. They had lived in 3 or 4 houses in the south end of King County while the Hepburns stayed put. Their new place was on Star Lake Road. Like the Maple Valley Heights house, it was in a very secluded area, down at the dead end of a road. During one of their shared meals at the house on Star Lake Road, their hosts disappeared after dinner, leaving Mary Mian and her husband Gil in the house with the children. Their guests cleared the table and waited. It was quite a while before Dana walked in with a funny grin on her face. She pulled Mary Mian inside and whispered, "Bet you can't guess what we just did." When her friend looked mystified, Dana laughed and told her that she and her husband had gone outside and made love. He liked it that way. Mary Mian thought privately that it wasn't a very polite thing for the host and hostess to do, but she let it go. Dana was so happy with her new figure that she seemed years younger than she was, almost like she was having a delayed teenage time. Both couples enjoyed country western music and liked to go to a spot called the Beanery near Kent. When Dana's husband had to work nights, Mary Ann's husband Gil would drive Mary Mian, Dana, and a mutual friend, Diane, to the country western bar. "That's when things started to go downhill in Dana's marriage," Mary Mian said. "Gil would dance with all 3 of us, and we had a good time at first. But then Dana started slipping out the back with some guy. She always told her husband that she was staying overnight at Diane's house because it was too late to come home alone while he was working. It blew up when Dana's husband called Diane's house one night asking for his wife. Told she wasn't there, that she had never spent the night at Diane's house, he was stunned. His comfortable, overweight wife, who had wanted only to keep house and be a mother, had turned into a femme fatale. The marriage was destroyed. The man who had never fit in anywhere now had 2 wives who had betrayed him, and he couldn't forgive either one of them. By the spring of 1981, their divorce was final. He would pay Dana child support and have custody of Chad on weekends and some vacations. He resented giving Dana his hard-earned money. It made him furious. He had come up in the world in his jobs and in buying increasingly expensive houses, but he kept striking out with women. Prostitutes were easier than trying to pick up women and ask them for dates. From the beginning of his stint as the Green River Task Force commander, Captain Frank Adamson said that if there were people who could enhance the task force's effectiveness with their expertise, he wanted to invite them on board. The FBI sent Gerald Duke Dietrich, an expert on child abductions and homicide, with an enviable record of crime-solving in California. Adamson also brought in Chuck Wright, a Washington State probation and parole supervisor who taught courses on violent offenders and sexual deviancy. Adamson was looking for someone who would be able to quickly evaluate suspects, who were now euphemistically called persons of interest. Many of the men the task force was looking at had prior records. Probably the most distinguished advisor to come on board the task force was Pierce Brooks, the investigative genius in America on serial murder. Although he already had his hands full launching VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, he came to Seattle to evaluate the ongoing Green River investigation. He spent 2 weeks perusing the staggering amount of information gathered thus far by the first two task forces. His recommendation was that the investigation must continue, with as large a team as possible. If catching this killer meant doubling the manpower, then it should be done. Every public record, field investigation report, tip, clue, or possible bit of information had to be gathered and fed into the computer system they had. Even in the most organized investigation, Brooks pointed out that most of the serial killers captured were caught on a fluke. They had been stopped because of a traffic violation or because their cars had some defective equipment, and only then had patrol officers done wants and warrants checks and realized that they hooked a very big fish. Frank Adamson and his team didn't care how they caught the GRK, just so long as they did. In the spring of 1984, the reports of missing women slowed to a trickle and then seemed to stop completely. There was the cautious sense that perhaps the Green River Killer's torrent of murder was over. Now the thrust of the probe changed. It was as if he had divided his contest with detectives into two parts, the murder phase and the body recovery phase. Up until mid-March, the task force had found only 14 of the missing. In February and March, a new cluster site surfaced, and an earlier disposal area yielded another body fragment. On February 19th, a partial human jawbone was discovered in the Mountain View Cemetery in Auburn, near where Kimmy K. Pitzor's skull was found. It was not immediately tied to the identity of any of the victims. On March 31st, 1984, a man and his son were hiking when they came across the skeletal remains of a female in an entirely new location, far from the airport and Star Lake. This site was on Highway 410, 12 miles east of the town of Enumclaw and about 30 miles southeast of the SeaTac Strip. The connection to the Green River investigation seemed remote to Frank Adamson. It was so far from the places where other victims had been left, and here animals had dragged away most of the bones. There weren't even enough to make a positive identification. Every body found in Washington's forests couldn't be a GRK victim. Still, the bones were saved, and explorer search and rescue scouts would be brought in to sweep the area for additional evidence. More surprising were the discoveries east of Seattle. The newest site rested below a cliff at the base of Mount Washington, a few miles east of the hamlet of North Bend off exit 38 on the I-90 freeway. I-90 connected Seattle and the coast to eastern Washington. Sheriff's personnel and explorer search and rescue scouts combed the area for anything that might help identify the female skeleton. Bill Haglund, chief investigator for the King County Medical Examiner's Office, tried to match the victim's distinctive teeth, which had a wide gap between two upper front teeth, to the dental charts the ME's office had on file, without success. She was to be known simply as Bones Number 8. Medical examiner Dr. Dawn Ray determined that the woman was Caucasian and in her late 20s or early 30s. She had been dead for 3 to 6 months. A month later, on March 13, 1984, another skeleton surfaced 300 yards away, her hands and part of one arm missing. Bill Haglund was able to identify this second woman. It was Lisa Lorraine Yates. She had been one of the last girls to vanish, 2 days before Christmas, 3 months before her remains were found. Several bodies had been found south of the SeaTac airport and also just north of the runways. The next discoveries were also north of the airport and closer to the ground zero corner of the Pack Highway and South 144th. It was the first day of spring, March 21st, 1984. Bob Van Dyke, the caretaker of 3 baseball fields at 16th Avenue South and South 146th, was clearing brush in preparation for the upcoming season when his Labrador retriever came running up to him with a bone in his mouth. "I knew what it was, but I hoped that it wasn't," Van Dyke said. It was a human hip bone. Van Dyke called the Port of Seattle police, and they called the Green River Task Force. A necro search dog led them to a copse of pine trees. There was a human skeleton there. It was that of a young female, and she was destined to be Bones number 10. The search that followed was the largest so far in the Green River investigation. 60 explorer scouts walked shoulder to shoulder over several square blocks. The next day, a dog handler and his bloodhound located another body in the same area. It was Cheryl Lee Wims, 18, missing from downtown Seattle for exactly 10 months to the day. The task force had now looked at and cleared thousands of suspects. All of the A's, B's, and many of the C's. They had concluded that there was no shortage of dangerous or peculiar men in South King County in 1984, but none of them was the Green River Killer. It was very difficult not to be enthusiastic about suspects who seemed a perfect fit. I fell into that trap myself any number of times. It was the kind of case that attracted wannabe detectives. Everyone in Seattle seemed to have a theory, but the prevailing rumor was still the one that said the Green River Killer was a cop. 4 of the names people gave me as absolutely surely the GRK were detectives I had known for years. After a while, if I thought about it enough, I could almost begin to wonder if I had ever really known them. No forensic technique was considered too strange to try in the search to identify either the victims or the killer himself. Some of the detectives were open to listening to psychics. Dowsers, who seek water in the ground with a forked stick, were encouraged to try to locate bodies, and a number of informants had been hypnotized to see if their unconscious minds would bring forth more specific information. Betty Pat Gatliff was a forensic sculptor in Oklahoma. Along with a handful of forensic anthropologists and artists, Betty Pat's forte was to put faces on skulls where there was no flesh left. I'd met Betty Pat once at a forensic science conference where I was presenting a seminar on Ted Bundy, and she called me when she came to Seattle. She invited me to join her at Dr. Don Ray's medical examiner's headquarters. She began with the skull from the remains found in September 1983, beside the Star Lake Road. It had been steam-cleaned and sterilized. Betty Pat showed me how she attached erasers from ordinary pencils to the face portion. She'd found that thickness matched the skin and underlying tissue of most subjects. Then she began to add clay-like flesh to bring out the features. Of course, if the person had been very fat or very thin, this method might not be accurate, but there was no way to tell because we didn't know whose face we were trying to bring back. Carefully patting on clay, Betty Pat filled in the space between the erasers, and someone's face did emerge. When she was satisfied, she added dark brown glass eyes, eyebrows, and a dark wig. We stood back wondering, "Who are you?" Although we didn't know it then, we were working on Gail Matthews, whose lover had seen her riding in the old truck with a stranger, and she looked right through him. She must have been very frightened not to call for help. Her clay face was calm now, and inscrutable. Gail had not been the only victim left near the Star Lake Road. On March 31st, 1984, 6 months after her remains were discovered there, a mushroom hunter moved through the shadowy trees along the ravine and came upon a human skull on the east side of the road. He backed out of the woods and called the King County Sheriff. Within a short time, Frank Adamson had gathered his crew of detectives and explorer scouts. It didn't take long to find the remainder of the skeleton that went with the skull. But as the search progressed, the task force investigators discovered 2 more skeletons. And then more. Trees nearest each body site were sprayed with orange paint so that they had some kind of center point for triangulation measurements. Detectives marked the trees nearest to the remains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would turn out to be one of the killer's favorite places to rid himself of the women he no longer wanted. It was less than a mile from the Green River, where the first 5 of his victims had been found. All week long, reporters lit on Adamson like mosquitoes. At the time, he had no media spokesman to deflect questions, and everywhere he turned, he stumbled over another reporter. The Star Lake Road victims were identified as Terry Renee Milligan, gone from the Strip on August 28, 1982. Dolores Williams, missing from the Strip on March 8, 1983. Sandra K. Gabbert, missing from the Strip on April 17, 1983. And Alma Ann Smith, who disappeared from the bus stop in front of the Red Lion on March 3, 1983. Officially, they now had 20 bodies. Adamson suspected that this was only the tip of the iceberg. If the Green River Killer was reading the newspapers and watching television, he was probably smiling. He was now being compared to John Gacy, Wayne Williams, and Ted Bundy in terms of body counts, and he was leading the pack. Indeed, there were so many girls missing now, and so many who had been found, that I caught myself referring to them by their number in terms of the sequence of their disappearances. I was horrified when that dawned on me. I never wanted to do that again, so I stayed up all night with a large piece of construction paper, newspapers, scissors, and cellophane tape. I attached their pictures to the chart and then wrote their names, descriptions, the date they went missing, and the date they had been found. Too many of them still had a blank space in the last category. But I had memorized their names and faces, and they would be forever imprinted on my mind as real human beings, not just numbers. On April 18th, a shovel operator on a crew of loggers found human bones in a deep woods owned by the Weyerhaeuser Company. They were scattered in a 50-square-foot area off the north end of Highway 18, near North Bend, in an area where 2 victims had been located 2 months earlier. Dental records and the discovery of a mandible brought quick identification. The bones were those of Amina Agashev, 37, who had last been seen waiting for a bus in downtown Seattle and was the first woman on the missing list. It was a surprising answer to the many questions about her disappearance. She had been the devoted mother of 3 children, someone never involved in prostitution. Even though Amina's remains were found close to earlier skeletons, her relatives could not believe that she fit the Green River victim profile, and neither did the detectives. She was too old, for one thing, and she had never been anything but a loving and responsible mother to her children. Psychic Barbara Kubik-Patton hurried to the area near North Bend the next noon. Barred by the yellow tape that marked off Wednesday's search site, she entered the woods at a very similar spot 1/3 of a mile away and began to search. And she found a body. She had to go quite a ways into a copse of alder trees to find the body, Adamson remembered. The remains were covered with a green plastic garbage bag. It was rather remarkable that she did find it. The skeleton was not easily identifiable, and she became known, pathetically, as Bones Number 14. It was a long time before she would be identified as 22-year-old Tina Marie Thompson. She was more streetwise than many of the girls who had been abducted, and looked a great deal like comedienne Carol Burnett. For several days, Barbara Kubik-Patton made headlines in Seattle papers, something she appeared to want for the previous 2 years. She had a sketch artist draw a picture of how she pictured the killer in her mind. "He's white," she said firmly, "has brown hair, thin legs, and I'm not sure of his age, but he walks with a long stride, with long, slow swinging arms." Kubik-Patton continued to show up at crime scenes and scan newspaper pictures of the victims so she could keep in touch with them psychically. He was enjoying the media coverage. He loved the attention, having been underrated all his life by most people, including his parents. By the early 80s, he had been betrayed by 2 wives. He had learned about prostitutes when he was in the service, but they had also betrayed him by giving him venereal diseases. As one acquaintance described him later, he didn't seem like the sharpest knife in the drawer. But he had learned a lot about social interaction, and he still had a robust sex drive which required female partners. He found a gold mine in an organization for divorced people with children, and he mined it skillfully. He dated a dozen or more women he met there. Darla Bryce initially believed that meeting her new boyfriend at Parents Without Partners was serendipitous. We met in people's homes for discussions, had potluck dinners, or went to dances, Darla recalled. My daughter Libby and I went on a lot of hikes and campouts with PWP. We made a lot of friends, and it was healthy for both of us to be exercising in the outdoors and up on the mountain trails. They were a good bunch of people. Darla had noticed the twice-divorced single father at other PWP functions and found him attractive, but he was living with another woman in the group. He had his son, 7-year-old Chad, on weekends and brought the boy to most of the picnics and hikes. He and Darla often signed up for the same activities where children were welcome, so they could include Chad and 12-year-old Libby. One weekend, the group was hiking, and Darla found herself studying him. She thought he was quite good-looking and muscular. We found ourselves alone on the trail, and we started talking. I found him very personable, and he was funny in a quiet way. We both realized that we sort of hit it off, but he was still living with someone else, so it wasn't going to go anywhere. One evening, that changed. I started flirting with him, and he responded to me, Darla remembered. I came right out and let him know that I was interested in him. It wasn't long before he broke up with the other gal. He moved out of her house and moved right in with me, just like that. That was in May 1981. He paid his share of the household expenses, and although he didn't help her clean house, he did do yard work. Darla found him to be a very gentle man. I can't remember that he ever brought me gifts, she recalled. I think he bought me a couple of cards. They didn't have a lot in common. He never read books, and Darla was a reader, especially fascinated by true crime books. He wasn't interested in movies, but they watched television together in the evenings. Outside of PWP, he had very few friends. He often took Darla to visit his parents who lived a few blocks from Pack Highway. Although he had few interests, Darla found him to be an exceptional sexual partner. I'd say his hobby was sex, she recalled. He wanted to make love at least 3 times a day. She didn't object to that, although she was a bit embarrassed at first by his desire to have sex out of doors, in his car, or in places where they could easily be discovered. At the time, he was driving a burgundy truck with a white canopy, and he always kept a blanket in the cab in case they came upon an interesting trysting spot. He loved to fish. Often, they camped for a week in the wilderness. He also liked to dig for old bottles alongside deserted railroad tracks. He drank very little and didn't smoke. He seemed to her to be a perfect mate. He was neat and clean and considerate. He was very, very muscular, very strong. Once, when they were camping without their children in the Wenatchee National Forest, they agreed to try some bondage sex. Darla didn't object to being tied to a tree, or even to being staked out on the ground with her wrists and ankles bound, as long as it was safe. He was excited about that, and they both found the innovative intercourse exciting. He kept his promise not to hurt her. There were, however, aspects of this man that troubled Darla. He never told her he loved her in so many words. More troubling for her, he wanted to go back to court and gain full-time custody of his son, Chad. Darla came to a decision. I remember when I told him that I had to break up with him. It was close to Christmas in 1981. I told him that I could not emotionally handle raising Chad full-time. Chad was a good kid, but he was hyperactive. I had 4 of my own children who weren't with me, and I just couldn't take on Chad. He felt bad, I know, but he wasn't angry. He moved out of my house and we broke up, but we were still friends. After he left, Darla's daughter Libby told her that there was something about him that gave her the willies. She denied that he had ever molested her or said anything improper, but he had once come to her room to talk with her, and she just felt as if something was wrong. Darla was baffled. She had never known him to be anything but considerate and easy to get along with. Early in 1982, he called Darla to say he'd bought himself a house in Des Moines, close to Pack Highway. It was a small rambler. He was very proud of it, and he invited Darla and one of her girlfriends to a big housewarming party he was having. He'd also asked people he worked with and other PWP members. When we got there, Darla said, he had refreshments laid out and his house was all cleaned up. But no one else came to his party. I felt sorry for him, and we stayed and tried to pretend that nothing was wrong, but I could see he was hurt. He showed us through his house and his backyard. She recalled his backyard ended in a bank that dropped to the shoulder of I-5, the interstate freeway. The roar of the constant traffic on the freeway sounded like an ocean in a storm. It wasn't long after that Darla's ex started dating another woman from PWP, Trish Long. Darla heard a rumor about 6 months later that he had contracted the herpes virus, and she considered herself lucky to have avoided that. Even so, she remembered him as a nice guy. She didn't expect that she would hear much more about her old boyfriend after 1981. They had begun to move in different worlds. On May 9th, the ME's head investigator, Bill Hagland, confirmed that the bones found near Enumclaw off Highway 410 were those of Deborah Mae Abernathy, the transplant from Waco, Texas, who would never have willingly left her little boy behind. Media coverage of the Green River Killer was accelerating, not just in western Washington, but spreading into other states. Finally, on May 23, 1984, Frank Adamson and the rest of the task force got a much-needed right arm, a smart and gracious media spokesperson, Faye Brooks. Faye knew the Green River cases as well as anyone. She and Dave Reichert had worked on it in the very beginning. As the media liaison, she could tactfully stonewall the press without ever ruffling reporters' feathers. On May 26th, reporters would clamor again for information. More bones had been found, not in King County, but 5 blocks into Pierce County. The skull still had metal orthodontic braces on its teeth. Colleen Brockman, 15, who had believed that the men who picked her up on the SeaTac highway and sometimes took her out to dinner really cared for her, had lain for a year and a half undiscovered. By June 16, 1984, the official toll of Green River victims was 26. 18 of them identified, the rest only bones. In October of 1984, the task force's $200,000 computer went online, a tremendous help in keeping track of things, such as how many times a certain name might pop up on a field investigation report. Cross-referencing leads and even non-threatening Johns could very well pop up a name that would be vital. The task force felt it was making real progress through the summer and fall of 1984. Something else was not happening, but that was hopeful too. The disappearances had stopped. On Friday, October 12, 1984, a man hunting for mushrooms off Highway 410, 8 miles east of Enumclaw, an area already known as one of the Green River Killer's body sites, came across a skull and widely scattered bones. Some were animal bones, but many were human. The task force and the brush monkeys, the young people of the Explorer Search and Rescue Team who worked so many volunteer hours at every body location, moved in to gather evidence and find even the smallest bone. By now, there wasn't a search team in the country that could work an outdoor body site any better than the Green River Task Force, thankless though the job was so far. In his coveralls and boots, Bill Hagland, the chief investigator for the medical examiner's office, was recognizable instantly to anyone who watched the news. After consulting the dental charts on file, he realized that the newest set of human remains belonged to Mary Bellow. She had been found almost a year to the day after she vanished. Gone October 11, 1983, Found October 12th, 1984. It wouldn't be long before another body was found. Martina Authorley was up there on Highway 410 too. A hunter found Martina's body on November 14th, 1984. Dave Reichert and Bob Keppel weren't in King County when Martina Authorley's remains were identified. They were far away in Stark, Florida, on a mission that sounded like something out of Silence of the Lambs. Ted Bundy would never deign to talk with Bob Keppel back in 1975, when Keppel was a young King County detective working on the murders of women in the Northwest, those murders that came to be known as the Ted murders. By 1984, however, Ted was on death row in Rayford Prison, the Florida State Penitentiary, awaiting execution for the murder of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach. He was, in essence, silenced, no longer able to joust with detectives or to take advantage of photo ops with reporters. He considered himself the expert on serial murder, and he would tell me patronizingly in letters that I didn't really understand serial killers, and I was all wrong in my conclusions about their motivation and psychological profiles. He liked to hint at things he could tell me and then draw back, enjoying the tease. I didn't know that Ted had already found an audience more to his liking, where he could expound upon his theories. Keppel and Reichert. The Green River Killer was threatening to break Ted's record, both in the number of victims and the years he had evaded arrest. Knowing Ted, that would have alarmed and frustrated him. The Green River Killer had probably killed more women than Ted, and he had remained free to kill more. Added to his edginess at losing his throne, Bundy needed once more to pontificate, to chide, to advise, and to point out his superior grasp of the criminal mind. Who would be better than the top-ranked detectives from King County? He also believed that as long as he remained useful to law and order, he could avoid the electric chair. He had nothing much to lose, and neither did Keppel and Reichert. Ted sent a letter to Bob Keppel in the autumn of 1984, saying he wanted to help in the Green River investigation. And so, on November 16th and 17th, 1984, with no fanfare at all, Bob Keppel and Dave Reichert met with Ted Bundy somewhere in the bowels of Florida's most dreaded prison. Some of what Bundy opined would prove accurate, some would be off the mark, and some would be the boasting of a massive but trapped ego. In the end, Bundy couldn't lead Keppel or Reichert to the Green River Killer's front door. In January 1985, Dr. Don Ray's office released a few more details about the 4 sets of unknown bones that no one had claimed. The first Star Lake victim's pelvis bore indications that it had once been fractured and one arm was dislocated. That could have happened as she fought her killer, but Gail Matthews' sister-in-law read this new information nervously as she remembered that Gail had broken her pelvis in a boating accident in 1980. She was right to worry. Bill Haglund announced that forensic experts had obtained Gail's x-rays from a Seattle hospital, and they were able to match them absolutely with the skeletal pelvis. Bones number 2 now had a face. A month later, on March 10th, a man riding a 3-wheeler just east of the old Star Lake gravel pit spotted a human skull. It was too dark for a full-scale search, but the Green River Task Force was there the next day shortly after sunrise. 8 hours after they began their search, Haglund announced that he had a positive ID. 15-year-old Carrie Royce was at the Star Lake site, her body trapped in a muddy creek at the bottom of a ravine. Silver Champagne had been dead for a very long time. He would have some dramatic lifestyle changes in 1985, and that may have made a difference in the scope of his activities on the Pack Highway. His solo travels would be curtailed, certainly. His son, Chad, was getting older and more aware of what went on around him. The man with so many secrets had become increasingly social. He felt at ease because he had bested them all for such a long time. He began to feel invincible. Since he had discovered Parents Without Partners, he had dated a dozen or more of the women he met there. He met women at work, too, but they weren't as responsive to him. One woman recalled that he overstepped personal space boundaries. "I just started working there, and he came up behind me and started massaging my shoulders," she said. "I wasn't at all comfortable with that. I tried not to be alone with him. It was just a gut feeling, but it was real." Once he was reprimanded for sexual harassment. He was upset, asking me, "Can you believe this?" She could indeed, but she didn't tell him that. He always spoke to women who lived in his neighborhood, and he seemed friendly. Most of them were married, though, and knew him only as a neighbor. One woman, Nancy, who lived a block away, worked at the VIP tavern on the highway. He often stopped in. He was always fairly quiet, but also pleasant, Nancy recalled, and a few times he gave me a lift home. Since he never drank much, I felt safe getting a lift home from him. Until one night. Instead of driving her straight home, he asked if she would mind stopping by his house for a few minutes. She saw no harm in that and vividly recalled sitting on his couch, drinking a beer. They were just having general conversation, and then he changed the subject to the Green River Killer. He became very serious, to the point of being physically tense. He asked me what I thought about the killer and what he was doing. I told him that if I were a prostitute, I'd find a different way to make money. He asked what I thought about prostitutes. "Don't you think we're better off without them?" At that point, red flags went up left and right. I felt it was in my best interest to say, "Yep, we sure are. At least the streets are getting cleaned up." He seemed very intense as he explained that the police hadn't been doing their jobs, and she heard odd stress in his voice, a thrum beneath his regular voice. "We're much better off without the prostitutes littering the streets," he said. Nancy kept her voice soft as she casually told him that she was tired and really needed to go home. Would he mind? He seemed to relax a little bit and said we could go anytime. I stood up to leave, but he stayed seated. "Would you ever be a prostitute?" he asked her, his eyes boring into hers. "No way." "That's good," he said, finally smiling. "I didn't think you would. Have you ever?" "Of course not," she countered. Now he stood up and said, "Let's go," and headed for the door. But as they drove the few blocks to her house, he brought up the subject of the Green River Killer again, saying that whoever was killing the girls was doing the city a favor. He stared at her intently as they pulled up in her driveway. "Want to hear something funny?" he asked. "Sure." "I've been picked up by the FBI and questioned for 8 hours about the Green River Killer." I was shocked and said, "What?" But he seemed to be kind of proud about that and just laughed and said, "Yeah, can you believe that?" He explained that the police had found one of the missing girl's phone number in his phone book, but he only happened to have it because he was a friend of her sister's. He was quite calm at this point and acted as if it was funny that he'd been a suspect. He said he'd called his mother to come and pick him up at the sheriff's office. "At the time, I didn't connect the dots," Nancy said. "When I first saw his picture on the news years later, I couldn't believe it." Long after she sold her house and moved to Hawaii, she would be grateful that she'd given him the right answers on the last night he drove her home. After he moved out of Darla's West Seattle home in December 1981, he dated another woman he met at Parents Without Partners, Sally Cavetto. She stopped seeing him in June of 1982 when another woman in PWP told her that she had caught herpes from him and suspected that he was frequenting prostitutes. Hardly deterred, he continued to select dates from the endless source of single women in PWP. He became engaged to another woman and they actually set a wedding date for June 1984. But once again, he was dumped. Many of his girlfriends soon realized that he was seeing several women during the same time period. Moreover, he was picking up prostitutes. His stamina for sexual encounters was well known. All of his girlfriends knew he wanted sex several times a day, and he preferred to do it outdoors in an exhibitionistic way. But emotionally, he was shallow, unwilling or unable to show any real affection. And then he met a woman named Judith in early 1985. After 19 years, her first marriage had recently ended in divorce when her husband turned out to be gay. She was 40 and wasn't that sure of her attractiveness to begin with. Having a husband who preferred men damaged her ego even more. Judith was living in an apartment close to the Pack Highway with a woman friend who wanted her to attend one of the PWP country western nights. She finally agreed to go even though she was shy and figured nobody would talk to her or even ask her to dance. It was February 1985. She would always remember the date because she met a man that night who would change her life radically. It was his birthday, and he told her the company he worked for had given him a couple days off to celebrate it. She was impressed by his job stability when he said he'd worked at the same place for 15 years. He mentioned that he was single and owned his own home. He seemed pleasant enough, and he was definitely interested in her. They both liked country western music, and when she went home that night, she felt happier than she had in a long time. He was 4 or 5 years younger than she was, but that didn't seem to bother him. He persuaded her to join Parents Without Partners, and Judith was soon enjoying an active social life. This man's kindness and his masculinity impressed Judith. He was quiet, but he was fun, too. At first, she only saw him once a week at the PWP meetings, but then he started calling and asking her to go out with him. He was working the swing shift in the spring of 1985, so their dates were mostly for dinner in the late afternoon. "We used to go down to McDonald's on the highway," Judith would recall later to Detectives Sue Peters and Matt Haney. "We'd sit and hold hands, have a hamburger." Judith wasn't the kind of woman to jump into bed with a man until she really got to know him. So she didn't spend the night at his house for the first 2 or 3 months they dated. "He treated me just so gentle and perfect. He didn't rush or push. Any sexual relations we had were, slow and comfortable. He didn't drink more than a beer or two, and she never saw him drunk. They had similar interests, country western music, of course, and they often went to garage and rummage sales. They both liked to go to the weekend swap meets. She knew he liked the outdoors and going camping, and Judith looked forward to that. Chad, his little boy, had his own room in his father's house for when he stayed there on his weekend visitations. Unlike Darla, Judith didn't shy away from the possibility that if she was with him, his son would be a big part of his life, even though his ex-wife had primary custody. He, on the other hand, didn't object to her fondness for cats. Judith felt as though the two of them just seemed to fit together. He took her to meet his parents, and they were nice to her, and so were his brothers. He had no close friends. She was his best friend, and that made her feel very secure. They did everything together. The only other people he talked about were people he knew at work. He was very proud of his job. One thing he did not tell her about were the unexpected encounters he had had with King County Sheriff's detectives a few years before they met. Judith had no idea that her lover had been spotted on the highway 2 or 3 times. Port of Seattle police officers had talked to him on August 29, 1982. Parked on a dead-end road, he had been only 100 feet from sites where bodies were found a long time later, and he hadn't been alone. Randy Mullinex had talked to him on February 23, 1983, and Jim Doyen had questioned him in April 1984 on Pack Highway, when he appeared to be soliciting favors from a prostitute. He felt comfortable because he had been so agreeable with both detectives, and candid. Yes, he'd admitted, he did sometimes hire prostitutes, and he said he knew Kim Nelson, a.k.a. Tina Thompson. But a lot of guys paid hookers on the strip for sex. The cops had all let him go, so he was serene in his belief that they didn't suspect anything. He knew there wasn't enough evidence to hold him. He'd been single then, a guy with a good steady job. What he did was his own business. But then Ralph McAllister from the Green River Task Force had gone out and picked him up again in February 1985, the same month he and Judith met. That was after Penny Bristow got brave enough to file a complaint against him 3 years after the fact. That was a little dicier, but he'd explained it all away when Detective Matt Haney questioned him. He readily admitted that he had tried to choke her, but it had only been a reflex action when she bit him during oral sex. Most men would have reacted the same way. It hurt like hell, but he had quickly come to his senses. And the girl named Penny didn't want to charge him formally. Without a complaining witness, they had no choice but to let him go. Actually, he was right in assuming they didn't have anything concrete on him. But he didn't know the third incident had elevated him to the level of an A candidate. "He was certainly one of the primary people we had," Frank Adamson said. "We followed him and surveilled him, watching him stop and talk to prostitutes. We watched him staring at them. We talked to them, and we found no one he was hurting at the time. We knew he had quite an involvement with prostitutes, but we didn't think he was killing them." In the 1985 incident, Judith's new boyfriend had even agreed to take a lie detector test, and Norm Matsky gave him a polygraph. Matsky, who had long been the sheriff's department's polygrapher, didn't think this man was responsible for the Green River deaths. His pulse stayed even, he didn't sweat a drop, and his blood pressure didn't waver. Sometime in June of 1985, Judith agreed to move in with him. He was still living in the small house that backed up to the bank above the I-5 freeway. Built on a good-sized lot with room for their camping rig, it was a nice little house. Judith was thrilled to be living in her own home again. She was with a man who had perfect attendance at his job and who always came straight home to her. If he had to work overtime, he called her, and she appreciated that. He was someone she could count on even though he didn't seem anxious to get married again. She figured that would happen someday. He was so considerate that he didn't even ask Judith to get up and cook breakfast for him when he worked the early shift. He told her he'd stop at Denny's on his way to work. He handed his paychecks over to her and she would take care of the bills. But she always made sure he had enough money with him when he left for work to buy breakfast and lunch and fill up his gas tank. Theirs was a very comfortable relationship. They went camping, watched television together, and indulged a mutual passion, collecting, restoring, and selling things that other people had either thrown away or sold cheap. "We like to save stuff," Judith said. "We don't like to see stuff go in the landfill. We'd always go to the swap meet. We'd have yard sales." They found that they could make more profit by having frequent garage and yard sales at their house than they could by renting a space at the swap meet. Pat Lindsay had sold him his house in 1981 and still lived close by. Although something about him always gave Pat a weird feeling, she liked Judith and often chatted with her as she presided over a yard sale. Once, before Judith moved in, Pat recalled that he had approached a couple of men in the neighborhood and asked them for help ripping out a carpet in one of his bedrooms. He said he'd kicked over a can of red paint and he needed to get it out of there and replace it. They helped him get it into his truck. Despite all the things they found dumpster diving or scanning other people's sales for free stuff, he never bought Judith any presents. She didn't mind. She had her rings from her first marriage melted down and redesigned. There were so many things she did with him for the first time in her life. "I never got to go camping before," Judith explained, and she went on her first plane trip when he took her to Reno. They finally got married in their neighbor's front yard on June 12, 1988. Judith was the one who gave him an ultimatum about making a permanent commitment. "I told him after 3 years he's not getting rid of me. We're getting married." He said okay. They soon bought a bigger house down in Des Moines, and Judith went to work to help pay the mortgage. She sewed on a commercial machine for a scuba equipment company there, and later worked at the KinderCare daycare, both Des Moines businesses. He kept his job as a painter. He took great pride in his work, but he was always careful about cleaning up before he came home. He didn't have a spot of paint on him when he left the plant, and he even combed his mustache to be sure all the paint flecks were gone. The first half of 1985 continued to be a fallow period in Seattle as far as new disappearances in the Green River case were concerned, and that was one positive sign. Almost everyone believed that the dread killer had moved on, and some people hoped he was dead. The task force investigators didn't, however. If he was dead, so many questions would go unanswered forever. There was a good chance, however, that he had changed his base of operations to at least one neighboring state, Oregon. On June 13, 1985, a worker was operating a bulldozer about 8 miles south of Portland, near an exit off the I-5 freeway, when he uncovered skeletal remains. Washington County Sheriff's deputies responded to the scene and found a skull, what appeared to be 2 pelvises, and some rib bones. The skull had an obvious defect, a hole. The county medical examiner's office said that it was from surgery performed many years earlier. The remains of one of the bodies belonged to a black female who would have been 5'1" to 5'4" tall and had been in her early 20s. Forensic anthropologists estimated that the bones had been buried there for at least a year. A day later, she was identified as Denise Darcell Bush, who had been missing since October 1982, almost 3 years earlier. More bones were located a week later. This was Shirley Marie Sherrill, who had disappeared from Seattle. Her killer had driven her, alive, or most probably dead, all this way to bury her. Even more puzzling was the discovery 2 days later of 2 more skeletons. They had located yet another dump site. These last 2 girls could not be identified. The official toll of Green River victims was 26. 18 of them were identified, the rest only bones. On June 28, 1985, the FBI officially came aboard the investigation. Victims had been taken across the state line between Washington and Oregon. No one knew if they were dead or alive when that happened. The summer of 1985 was quiet in Seattle, as if everyone who cared about the Green River Killer's victims was holding his or her breath, waiting. A teacher accompanying a class on a visit to Seattle's Seward Park on September 8th found something that had to be shielded from the students' gaze. A human skull, long denuded of flesh. It was a much more urban site than most of the places where remains had been found. The search crews moved over the park, and they discovered an entire skeleton at the base of a fir tree. It was Mary Exetta West, who had been pregnant at 17 and scared about what she was going to do. She hadn't come home to her aunt's house on February 6, 1984, and had probably been in this lovely park for all of the 18 months she had been missing. The Green River Task Force received a $1 million federal grant in November 1985, and everyone had expected an arrest would surely follow soon after. When it didn't, taxpayers and politicians began to grumble. Some of the smartest detectives in the Northwest had worked on this thankless case for 3.5 years. Almost $8 million had been spent, and still there was nothing to show for it. Now, the task force swelled even further. 10 additional FBI agents were assigned to the Green River cases. 1986 was going to be the year when the Green River Killer would be brought to ground. The Green River Task Force did narrow in on a prime suspect, and on February 6, 1986, detectives and FBI agents swarmed over the house of Barney Tickenborg. Tickenborg, a middle-aged man and an avid fur trapper, was very familiar with the areas where the Green River victims had been found. Other trappers had commented that Tickenborg killed dogs and cats as well as wild animals, using different methods to dispatch them: rifles, garrots, knives, and ice picks. He also worked as a cement finisher, and fellow workers kidded him about the prostitutes he picked up. He seemed to view all women as objects. 10 years earlier, he had been furious because a local college student had allegedly given him a venereal disease. Tickenborg cruised in his truck at night and kept a red police bubble light in it. He also had displayed a pair of handcuffs and a police badge. He often came to work after being out all night trapping, and both he and his truck had a foul odor. The most bizarre thing Tickenborg's co-workers recalled, however, was the time Tickenborg showed up with a mannequin he said he'd found in the woods. He kept it in his truck after that, covered with a tarp, and often slashed at it with scalpels. Tickenborg was questioned for several hours by Jim Doyen of the task force and an FBI agent. He denied having any knowledge whatsoever about the Green River murders. He was angry, but volunteered to take a lie detector test. And he passed. Absolutely passed. They had no choice but to release Tickenborg. In March 1986, two Kent Park department workers discovered what appeared to be human bones at the base of a large tree in Cottonwood Park, less than a half-mile from where the first 4 bodies had been found in the Green River. There were enough bones to know that it was a young female, but not enough to identify her with forensic science available at the time. There was no skull, no mandibles, no teeth, just a human torso and spine. It would take 13 more years to know that this was the only part of Tracy Winston ever found. Mitochondrial DNA, which compares the unknown subject with the DNA makeup of a possible mother, verified in 1999 that the young woman left in Cottonwood Park was the daughter of Chuck and Myrtie Winston, the girl who had vowed to change her life just hours before her death. The spring of 1986 continued to reveal what the Green River Killer believed he had hidden forever. On May 2, 1986, at a pullout off Highway 18, some weathered bones were found. It was Maureen Feeney, who had disappeared on September 28, 1983. In June 1986, Kim Nelson's skull and a few bones were found not far away in a deeply forested area off I-90 at exit 38. Kim, also known as Tina Thompson, had been only a couple of miles from where Delise Plager and Lisa Yates were found in early 1984. 1986 was almost over, and the Green River Task Force seemed no closer to arresting the killer than they had ever been. The task force was being downsized by 25%, and Frank Adamson was no longer in command. Captain Jim Pompey, the highest-ranking African-American in the sheriff's office, replaced him. Like each new commander, Pompey came in fresh and enthusiastic, even though morale among the detectives still left was running low. Even Dave Reichert, who had been with the investigation since day one, sometimes wondered if they were ever going to catch the man who had eluded them for so long. It would be fair to say that it had become a personal life challenge for Reichert. Some of the preeminent suspects from the early days had long since been cleared. Others remained in the A category, while a few moved up the dubious ladder to a point where it seemed prudent to look at them from another angle. One of the earliest suspects, when re-evaluated, began to look much more interesting. The hard-won, state-of-the-art computer that Frank Adamson and his team had fought for was a new and almost miraculous tool. It had taken time for clerks to enter the thousands upon thousands of tips and field investigation reports, the information about both the victims and possible suspects, into the computer. It continued to scan for connections among victims and connections between victims and possible suspects. One name that caught the detective's attention was the mild-mannered man who drove pickup trucks and liked to watch prostitutes on the strip. Computer hits on his name were piling up. The Seattle Port Authority police, who patrolled airport property, had listed the street name of a pretty woman parked with him in 1982. It was an alias for Kelly K. McGinnis, the beautiful blonde who was still missing after leaving the Three Bears motel. He was, of course, the man who had started to strangle Penny Bristow after he said she had bitten him during oral sex. He had admitted that the incident had happened. Jim Doyen had talked to him on the strip near the crossing where most of the dead and missing women had last been seen. This same man lived in the house where Marie Malvar's father and boyfriend had watched Des Moines Detective Sergeant Bob Fox question the owner. Fox had walked away, convinced that Marie wasn't in his house. He habitually drove older pickup trucks, all of which matched the descriptions given by witnesses or women who had escaped from a man they believed to be the Green River Killer. At the request of his neighbors, even I turned in this man's name in early 1987. Still, in many ways, he didn't fit within the parameters of the standard serial killer profile. He was apparently happily married, a homeowner with a young son. In 1984, he had passed a polygraph regarding the murders of young women. and he'd been steadily employed at the same company, the Kenworth Truck Company, where he was a custom painter, for more than 2 decades. He wasn't the typical serial killer, a loner who was usually without a lasting relationship with a woman. He wasn't a job hopper. He wasn't from a broken home. His name was Gary Leon Ridgway, and he was 37 years old. There was no physical evidence to prove that Gary Ridgway was anything more than a slightly creepy guy who had been single during the peak years that the killer murdered the most victims, 1982 to 1984. Early on, Detective Matt Haney had chosen Ridgway as his favorite suspect, and the more he found out about him, the more enthusiastic he grew. He conferred with Pompey and Senior Deputy King County prosecutors Al Matthews and Marilyn Brenneman, sharing his convictions that the task force should make a move, obtain a search warrant if necessary, to find out more about Gary Ridgway. Pompey and the prosecutors agreed that it was a good idea to focus on Ridgway's comings and goings. On April 8, 1987, Gary Ridgway's sense of invulnerability was severely shaken. He had no idea that he was being surveilled, and he certainly didn't expect the execution of a search warrant on his house, his locker at Kenworth Trucking, and the 3 vehicles he currently had available to him: his own Ford pickup truck, his father's Dodge pickup, and the Dodge Dart that his wife Judith drove. The search warrant drawn up by Matt Haney and okayed by Matthews and Brenneman also specified that there was probable cause for Ridgway himself to give up hair samples. The search, done discreetly and rapidly, went well. Haney and Doyen took Gary Ridgway to Kent Police Headquarters, where they photographed him and bagged plucked samples of his head and pubic hair into evidence. Almost as an afterthought, Matt Haney asked that the inside of Ridgway's mouth and cheek be swabbed. The gauze pledget holding the saliva was bagged, labeled, and frozen against a day in the distant future when it might be important. Sue Peters searched Ridgway's Kenworth locker. She bagged and tagged his white coveralls stained with myriad paint splotches. Gary Ridgway had always been proud of his job with Kenworth and the image he had there, or believed he had. He was a dependable, punctual employee, and he usually managed to follow the computer instructions provided to mix the paint that stylized the big rigs. But sometimes his dyslexia made it difficult for him to remember the numbers on the computers associated with specialty paint jobs. On a bad day, he might ruin a couple of jobs by getting mixed up on a 3-color trim, and then he raged at himself. Worst of all, he occasionally painted the wrong truck entirely. One of his nicknames around the plant was Wrong Way, and he hated that. But he couldn't show his anger at work because he feared being fired. In the employee break room, some of his co-workers found him inordinately religious, even a zealot, as he read aloud from the Bible. He was a paradox. Sometimes he was far too touchy-feely with women employees and made them nervous when he crept up behind them. Alternately, he would go through his preaching phases where he spouted his opinion about harlots and loose women until spittle flew out of his mouth. After the task force investigators searched his locker, Ridgway got another nickname at work. Even though the searches of April 1987 were accomplished with little fanfare, other employees at Kenworth knew the detectives had questioned him, searched his belongings, and taken pictures of his truck in the company parking lot. Nobody really thought he was capable of killing more than 36 prostitutes, but there was the similarity of his initials that begged for jokes at his expense. G.R. for Gary Ridgway, and G.R. for Green River. He soon became Green River Gary at Kenworth. It was just a joke, but he didn't find it amusing. Even so, the search warrant's execution hadn't damaged his career at Kenworth. He was too dependable an employee. It would take several weeks before all the tests on evidence taken from Ridgway's house, locker, and vehicles were finished, and they would know if anything like usable physical evidence might emerge. In the meantime, Ridgway, albeit with his new nickname, went back to his everyday life. Al Matthews, the prosecutor who had worked with the task force for 4 years, was as bitterly disappointed as Matt Haney and Sue Peters were when he had to tell them that there just wasn't enough physical evidence to get an arrest warrant for Gary Ridgway. They had done all they could, but the Ridgway part of the Green River probe had to be shelved until something that would hold up in court should surface. 1987 was a big year for forensic science. For the first time, a police department had used a scientific technique known as genetic fingerprinting. In their determination to solve the 2.5-year-old rape murders of 2 teenage girls in the village of Enderby, English investigators took blood and saliva samples from more than 5,500 adult males who lived in the community. After exhaustive testing and the elimination of all other subjects, they charged a 27-year-old baker with the crimes. Geneticist Alex Jeffries had discovered that DNA, found in the chromosomes of all living beings, can be charted as a series of bands, unique to each person. In 1987, the test was effective on dried blood as old as 5 years and dried semen up to 3 years old. The chance that 2 humans would have identical patterns was between 30 billion and 100 billion to 1. It seemed very brave new world, and DNA testing wasn't perfected yet by any means. Plus, the cost could be prohibitive. But when Gary Ridgway was questioned and searched in 1987, Matt Haney had nothing to lose by taking a sample of his saliva. Unexpectedly and tragically, the Green River Task Force would have yet another commander. Jim Pompey went scuba diving and succumbed to a pulmonary embolism. He wasn't 40 yet, and he'd probably been in better physical shape than anyone on the task force. But now he was gone. Lieutenant Greg Boyle stepped in to pick up the reins, and then Bobby Evans took over in December 1987. In 1981, a company called Western Hill began construction on what was originally to be called The Bluffs at 348th Street and 1st Avenue South in Federal Way. The land for the apartment complex was literally cut out of a dense fir forest. Work began in 1981 but stopped in early 1982 when the company was forced into bankruptcy. It would be 1987 before construction at the site began again. When the complex was completed, it was renamed Fox Run. On May 30th, 1988, workmen were using a post-hole digger to put up a swing set. They found something in the small hole meant for the swing set's end posts. It wasn't a rock the post-hole digger had struck. It was human bones. All work stopped, and the King County Police were contacted. Carefully, Bill Haglund from the medical examiner's office repeated what he had done so many times before, working slowly to prevent any more damage to the skeleton that had clearly been here just 18 inches below the surface for many years. He found a left hip, knees, ankles, a scapula, some cervical bones from the upper spine, and a skull. The teeth were intact. He gathered up all that was left of this victim, the bones, fingernails, some hairs, and fibers. Also, some physical evidence was found with the body. A rotting black V-necked sweater with glittery metallic threads, and a dark-colored bra. And on those items, there were tiny white paint chips. Comparison of dental x-rays on file identified the remains. It was Deborah Lorraine Estes, missing for 6 years. Had the construction workers dug even a few feet away, the chances of her ever being found would have been slight. By 1990, the Green River Task Force's days were numbered, its manpower and assets siphoned off into the county's major crimes unit, and then the detectives were quietly reassigned. Where Frank Adamson's task force had once had 70 people, including clerical support staff, Bobby Evans had only 17, and they were much easier to disassemble without fanfare. $15 million and a tremendous amount of work and dedication hadn't brought the real killer to his knees. Some of the best detectives in America had stepped up to the plate, full of energy and confidence, and struck out. Every so often, another skull turned up in some godforsaken spot.
Let's take a brief pause together to let everything we and Oppos be heard sink in. Coming up is a gentle, relaxing melody. Let your mind loose, breathe evenly, and allow the music to guide you into a state of complete comfort.
but the public seemed jaded about it now. In October 1989, the remains of Andrea Childers, a 19-year-old woman who had been missing since 1983, were found just south of the SeaTac airport. The skeleton was within 50 yards of the previously discovered remains of 3 other victims. An Alaska Airlines employee found it as he was clearing brush. Andrea was victim number 41. She had grown up in Southern California, but she moved to Seattle when she was 16 to live with her father and stepmother. She'd been very close to her 85-year-old grandmother, who cried as she remembered the last time she saw Andrea. She came for a late birthday celebration in 1983. Her birthday was March 29th. I baked her a chocolate cake. She kissed me, like always, and then she left. Other medical examiner's personnel might have thrown out old dental records that seemed no longer to have any relevance, but not Bill Haglund and Dr. Don Ray. None of the Green River Task Force regimes had gotten rid of anything either. The newest computer system was a marvel, and it contained photos and text and even images of scribbled notes on matchbooks and torn pieces of paper. 9,000 pieces of evidence remained in the Green River archives. Each victim's section in the Green River files was at least 2,000 pages long. Some were 10 times that. In February 1988, the FBI had listed the commonalities among the Green River victims. All the victims were found outdoors, and there was precious little physical evidence left behind. A few of the dead girls had their clothing scattered near their bodies. Most were nude. The public did not know that Opal Mills was the only victim whose body held evidence of a blood group other than her own. Semen in her vagina was from a man with type O blood. Opal had type A blood. Many of the victims had had tiny fibers on their bodies: blue acrylic, green acrylic, red acrylic, black polyester, and green carpet-like fibers, all found with the victims' remains. There were also paint particles found on 8 of the victims, and 18 of the victims had foreign hairs on them, hair that had not come from their own heads or bodies. There had been at least 8 vehicle sightings, 5 different pickup trucks, a green station wagon, and 2 blue station wagons. Some witnesses had reported numerous sanded spots painted with primer, as if the pickups were in the process of being repainted. When it came to describing the man last seen with the victims, the witnesses had said the suspect was Caucasian, with blonde to light brown hair, and between 5 feet 8 inches to 5 feet 11 inches tall. He was almost always described as being in his early to mid-30s, and he usually wore a plaid shirt and sometimes a baseball cap. Most of the witnesses who had seen the dead and missing girls for the last time thought the man they left with had a scrubby little mustache. In essence, he was Mr. Average driving down a busy highway in a nondescript pickup truck. But who was he? And where was he? Like most people, I tended to believe the Green River Killer was either dead or in prison. Detectives Tom Jensen and Jim Doyen manned the massive Green River Task Force computer, and then the state-of-the-art computers that took over the job as technology moved forward. They stood guard over files stacked to the ceiling that held a seemingly endless outpouring of tips and information, much of it disturbing and macabre. And still they had not found their man. 2001. It was a new century, and he hadn't moved away, at least not very far. He liked his life in King County, and he had years of job seniority that he didn't intend to lose. He had a wife who suited him. She was a homebody who took care of things, paid the bills, kept the house nice, and trusted him. It no longer mattered that for much of his life people had pegged him as slow or dumb. He had taken on the big boys and beaten them handily. The newspapers were full of stories about how many detectives had tried to catch him and how many millions of dollars they'd spent, and now they were all gone. He had passed their lie detector tests, and he had studied why other guys had been caught, and he made sure he didn't make mistakes. So who was dumb now? He could still drive by the places he had left the women and relive what he had done to them any time he wanted. He was hiding in plain sight, going over to Renton to work at Kenworth as he always had. And even though guys at work sometimes still called him Green River Gary, that wasn't so bad. It was a joke to them. Nobody knew how right they were. He had read a lot about Ted Bundy and knew that Bundy was supposed to be practically a genius. But Bundy didn't last very long, and he didn't have nearly as many kills as Green River Gary. Gary and Judith Ridgeway had moved several times, and they'd always bought up. By 2001, they lived on South 348th Street with an address on the West Hill of Auburn. Their place was nicer than anything his parents ever had. He let Judith decorate it however she wanted. She liked girly stuff like dolls and artificial flowers and crocheted afghans and frilly lacy things on the couch and chair arms. They had about a dozen of everything because of the swap meets and garage sales they went to most weekends. Judith displayed the things she liked, and they stored extra stuff in boxes and bins in their spare bedrooms. Their yard was showy with lots of evergreens, rhododendrons, ferns, and flowers. Judith loved her flowers, and he kept the lawn looking nice. Inside, she had more houseplants. He and Judith could do pretty much whatever they wanted. They had a very fancy motorhome, he had a practically new pickup, and she had a nice sedan. In another 10 years, he could retire and they'd be set for life. They had some investments, the company retirement plan, and Social Security to count on. Judith liked that secure feeling. She didn't know everything about him, of course. There was a whole hell of a lot she didn't know. That was his life, the things that made him feel good. He wasn't really being unfaithful to her. All men cheated. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. There were things he didn't know either. The task force wasn't really dead after all. In computer language, it was in standby mode. If it had been buried and dead as he thought it was, the room on the top floor of the King County Courthouse would no longer be full of black binders, physical evidence, and hundreds of thousands of pages of follow-up information. In early 1997, there would be big changes in the sheriff's office. Sheriff Jim Montgomery was offered the job of police chief in suburban Bellevue, and he accepted. That meant King County had a vacancy for sheriff. Dave Reichert was appointed and then ran for the office and won the election easily. At long last, he was in a position to reopen the hunt for the man who had evaded him and scores of others for almost 20 years. If Gary Ridgway was obsessed with killing hapless young women, Dave Reichert was obsessed with tracking him down and seeing him arrested and convicted. As the new sheriff, Reichert sometimes said to me, "Anne, we're going to catch him, and then you can write the book." And I always said, "I know, and I will." As the world entered the new millennium, the investigators who had worked on the Green River cases for so long had narrowed their focus on Gary Ridgway. After initially doubting Matt Haney's focus on Ridgway, both Reichert and Jensen now suspected they were watching the right man. But the Green River Task Force members kept quiet. If an arrest was imminent, the public had no inkling. November 30th, 2001 was a Friday, and the wind whipped and tore angrily as a pounding rain fell. By late afternoon, the storm grew in intensity. It was high tide, and the waves of Puget Sound were crashing high over my bulkhead. But there was something else in the air, a ripple of rumors that something big might be happening in the Green River case. My phone rang often that afternoon, and either reporters or cops I knew asked, "Have you heard that they might have him?" No, I hadn't, but something was up. By 5 that afternoon, all 3 major network affiliates sent reporters and cameramen to my house. I was usually a dependable talking head for any story connected to serial murder or the Green River cases when official sources were clamming up. And at the moment, the sheriff's office wasn't saying anything, but reporters had tracked detectives to the Kenworth plant and to Judith and Gary Ridgway's home near Auburn. My phone rang again around 6. The answering machine picked it up. It was Dave Reichert, his voice full of barely contained enthusiasm. "We caught a man," he said. "We've arrested the Green River killer." For me, it was one of those moments when I will always remember just where I was when I heard the news. Pearl Harbor, Kennedy's assassination, Ted Bundy's arrest, the explosion of the Challenger, and now, after 19 and a half years, we've arrested the Green River Killer. I saved the tape of Dave Reichert's triumphant and yet incredulous voice telling me that what had seemed impossible had finally come to pass. I had written 19 books while I was waiting for the Green River story to end in an arrest, always thinking that surely it would be my next book, always deciding not to throw away any of the files of information, just in case. As a crime writer, I was elated. And yet Gary Ridgway's arrest was the beginning of a kind of horror that no one who had followed the Green River story could even have imagined. It had taken so long, and yet when it came together, all the ragged segments glided into place perfectly. Even so, the arrest had been precipitous. The investigators weren't quite ready to pounce. Ironically, Ridgway's own actions put a crimp in their plans, and the detectives had to move in. On November 16, 2001, he had told his wife, Judith, that his truck was low on gas, and she gave him $30 to fill the tank. She didn't often give him more money than he needed to buy breakfast or lunch. But on this day, the $30 in Ridgway's wallet apparently spiked old appetites. He slowed down when he spotted an attractive young woman strolling provocatively along the curb on the pack highway, and then he pulled out the money his wife had given him and waved it at the girl. She asked him what he wanted to buy. He told her, and she promptly arrested him. Gary Ridgway had been tricked by a decoy prostitute, an undercover deputy who was working in another unit and was unaware of the task force's plans for him. He was arraigned on a charge of loitering for prostitution, but was soon released on his own recognizance. He wasn't really worried, thinking that it would cost him only the towing charge on his truck. Judith had never doubted his word, and he could explain it to her as a case of mistaken identity. She trusted him completely and never questioned his explanations. He was totally unaware that his name had become #1 on a dark list. 6 months earlier, Dave Reichert had called a meeting for all former task force members to discuss the possibility that an advanced DNA test might work on body fluids and hairs found with Opal Mills and Carol Christensen's bodies. They also had head and pubic hairs from Gary Ridgway, as well as his saliva sample, all pristinely preserved in a freezer for 14 years. In March 2001, Tom Jensen had submitted biological samples from 6 victims to the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab in the hope that criminalists would find semen and be able to isolate DNA. Forensic scientist Beverly Himmick compared the vaginal swabs from Marcia Chapman to Gary Ridgway's known DNA and got a positive match. Pubic hair combings from Opal Mills also carried his DNA. At the Washington State Patrol Lab, criminalist Jean Johnston had also accomplished a positive match. She reported that a tiny bit of sperm on a vaginal swab from Carol Christensen's body was so consistent with Ridgway's DNA that only one person in the entire world, save an identical twin, would have this DNA profile. In November 2001, the reborn clandestine task force emerged. The detectives assigned to it pored over all of the earlier information gleaned on Ridgway, looking for anything that might have been missed, evaluating his past in light of what they now knew, and searching for what motivation he could have had to kill dozens of women. He had been married 3 times, but Green River investigators who located his first 2 wives were told that his mother never really let go of running his life. Gary's mother, Mary, wouldn't hear of their getting their own apartment, Heather's mother recalled. She wanted them to live in a camper on her property, and they ended up moving into the house with her and her husband. Mary ruled the roost. She made Gary give her his paycheck, and he and Heather had to go to her to get a few dollars a day. Mary Ridgway kept Gary's checkbook, and she had to okay any purchase they wanted to make. Heather saw it wasn't going to change. She just packed her bag and went back to San Diego. She's lived there ever since, her mother said. While Heather had only lasted a year with him, Gary Ridgway's second wife, Dana, stayed 7, and bore his only child, their son, Chad. I was his housekeeper, secretary. I did everything for him. Most of the times on weekends, we spent at his parents'. He never wanted to have any friends. Heather had never mentioned any unusual sexual demands, but Gary had apparently been more adventurous with his second wife. Although Dana said she hated it, he insisted on anal sex, and he sometimes tied her hands and feet with belts from bathrobes. She didn't mind that so much because it didn't hurt her. But once he had choked her. They had been out someplace and she'd had too much beer. I was a little drunk, Dana told the detectives, and I got out of our van and stumbled. I started to reach for the door, and the next thing I knew, he had his hands around my neck and he was choking me from behind. The hands on her throat grew tighter and tighter, and Dana said she had started to scream. I started fighting him. He finally let go and he kind of pushed me. By the time I got my balance back, he had walked around to the other side of the van and tried to convince me that there was somebody else there who had run off. I tried to get him to call the police, but he wouldn't. She explained to Jim Doyen that Gary had first put his forearm around her neck in a police-type chokehold and then had grasped her throat with both hands. That hurt her and frightened her because he was much rougher than usual. He always liked to sneak up on me and scare me. He would hide around the corner or something and scare me. He was always coming up behind me and taking me in this arm-type hold, not to hurt me, just to grab me. He liked to see how softly he could walk so that he'd be just totally noiseless, and he could do it, too. As he would later do with Darla, his hiking girlfriend from Parents Without Partners, Gary had enjoyed having oral sex in his vehicles and particularly liked to have sex outside. Dana remembered that he had favorite places for this, east of Enumclaw and close by the Green River. They often rode their bikes along Frager Road, next to the river. "Did you ever stop and have sex along the Green River?" Doyen asked. "Geez, yes. Lots of places," Dana answered, a little embarrassed. "Where?" "On the banks, in the tall grass." Matt Haney and Jim Doyen picked Dana up early one morning, and they began a long, meandering drive as she directed them to various locations where Gary had taken her for outdoor sex during their marriage. The hairs had stood up on the backs of their necks as they realized they were being taken on a tour of most of the body cluster sites, although they hadn't told Dana that. Although Mary Ridgeway often criticized Dana's housekeeping or accused her of neglecting Chad's health, the two women reached an uneasy peace because Gary was very devoted to his mother. He worried about her and sought her approval. Mary Ridgeway had directed a large part of her son's life, his finances, his wife's housekeeping, childcare, his clothes, his major purchases, and not surprisingly, his first 2 wives had resented it, although each of them acknowledged that his reading skills were those of a 3rd grader and paperwork confused him. It had been different with his 3rd wife. Rather than resent her mother-in-law, Judith Ridgeway had admired her, and Judith had been with Gary for almost 20 years. Indeed, Judith had apparently taken over Mary's role as Gary's caretaker. Green River investigators would find that she was anything but domineering, but in many areas of his 3rd marriage, Judith handled their money as if Gary was a child who couldn't cope with the daily tasks of life. While he was a punctual and steady worker at Kenworth, she paid their bills and gave him spending money. They were both frugal people who preferred saving money to spending it. Mary Ridgeway died of colon cancer in the summer of 2001, and by then Judith had taken over the things Gary wasn't able to do well. Ridgeway had no idea that the trap he had evaded for 2 decades was about to slam shut on him. He went to work as usual on Friday morning, November 30th, 2001. Matt Haney and Sue Peters had already contacted the Kenworth plant supervisors to let them know that there would be police activity that Friday, but there must be no forewarning to anyone. First, Peters and Detective John Matson drove to the Kenworth plant to interview Ridgeway. He had been under surveillance for weeks, but he didn't know it. They questioned him about Carol Christensen, telling him that her now-grown daughter wanted to know more about her, and they were following up on her mother's case. Ridgeway didn't seem nervous as he looked from one detective to the other in response to their questions, his pale eyes blinking behind thick glasses. Yes, he said he had known Carol Christensen from going into the Barn Door Tavern. "Did you ever date her?" Sue Peters asked. He wasn't sure about that. It had been a long time ago. He remembered talking with her at the barn door. The next question was very important. In evidence since May 1983 was the DNA that Carol Christensen's killer had left inside her vagina. "Did you ever have any sexual contact with Carol Christensen?" Peters asked as casually as she could. He shook his head slightly. No, I didn't." Bingo. That was the wrong answer as far as the truth went, but it was the answer they needed in order to arrest him as the Green River Killer. Still, it wasn't quite time yet. Gary Ridgway smiled at the two detectives as they walked out into the rainy morning. After they left, he went to the lunchroom where he sat in his usual spot. Even though co-workers teased him a bit about the cops being there and asked if it was more Green River stuff, he was calm when he said no. He was sure the police believed him. He drank his usual cup of tea, but his stomach was a little queasy. He ignored the frosted brownie and the bag of peanuts Judith had put in his lunch. On that last day of November 2001, he was working the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift, and he walked out the door a few minutes after 3, heading toward his truck. Randy Mullinex and Jim Doyen were waiting just out of his line of sight, and they noted that he looked over his shoulder and around the parking lot, almost as if he expected someone. Even so, he jumped when they walked up to him and told him he was under arrest for murder, and read him his rights under Miranda. Mullinex and Doyen drove Gary Ridgway to the Regional Justice Center in Kent, where he was photographed wearing a plaid shirt and jeans, the attire so many witnesses had described. His face was expressionless. He was medium height, medium build, totally average-looking, a man who scarcely resembled what they believed him to be, the most infamous and prolific serial killer ever known in America. Standing on the porch of a large house on a quiet street in Auburn, Sue Peters and Matt Haney were at Judith Ridgway's door at the same moment her husband was being arrested. It was a little after 3 on Friday afternoon when she let them in and led them through her crowded living room past Gary's exercycle. She seemed slightly surprised to see the two detectives, but certainly not shocked. She thought they were there to discuss Gary's recent arrest on the highway. She knew that was just a mistake because he had told her it was. "We wanted to tell her that Gary was being arrested for some of the Green River murders before reporters got to her," Sue Peters recalled. She was a sparrow-like woman nearing 60, neither fat nor thin, with blondish-brown hair and little makeup. Matt Haney found her almost a cookie-cutter image of Gary's first 2 wives, none of them with his late mother's flair for makeup and fashion. Judith had no objection to being interviewed and agreed to let Haney and Peters tape their questions and her answers. At Peters' request, Judith recalled the first time she'd met Gary and their subsequent courtship. They had been together since 1985. "What type of man was he then?" "Oh, the best. Nice, sweet, gentle." "Was there anything about his ex-wives that made him angry about them?" "Real angry? Not real bad anger. He's never been mad." "Okay. Does he have a bad temper?" "No." "Have you ever seen him just out of control angry or violent?" "Not violent. He's raised his voice to me one time. It was just something minor. I don't remember exactly what it was." "Has he ever struck you, ever grabbed you? Have you ever had the police respond to any of your residences on a domestic violence?" "No, heavens, no." Judith seemed shocked at the very idea of that. "I'm just trying to get a better understanding of your relationship," Sue Peters explained. "He's the best," Judith said firmly. She still hadn't asked them why they were questioning her. "Something just recently happened to Gary, out on Pacific Highway," Peters said. "What do you know about that, Judith?" He told me that he stopped and had to close the window on the door of his truck, the back one, and that's why they came over and arrested him. Did he tell you what he was arrested for? Well, he didn't exactly, but the officer that called and talked to me said it was soliciting. I said, that can't be. It didn't sound like him. Did that upset you? Well, yes. I got a little shook, but he wouldn't do anything like that. He's friendly. He's a friendly person, so he probably just looked at somebody and smiled. And you think the officer might have just arrested him because of that? Peters asked. He's always friendly. Even when you're walking by somebody, like in a store or you're shopping and he'll smile and say hello. Judith recalled that Gary had called her from jail, and she had asked him if he was okay, and he said he was, and that he hadn't done anything. She had gone at once to pick him up when he was released. He had jogged down to the Kmart from jail, and together they'd picked his truck up from the impound lot. Did you have any conversation when he got home about the situation? I mean, did he tell you? No. Gary's wife seemed incredibly passive and accepting, and Peters pressed a little. Would it surprise you, Peters asked carefully, if he was trying to date a girl on the highway, a prostitute? Yes, it would surprise me. It would hurt me, and, I'd wonder what I did wrong. Peters turned to Matt Haney and asked him to remind Judith about the time in April 1987 when he had obtained search warrants for Judith and Gary's house just off Military Road, for the Kenworth plant, and Gary's locker. Haney nodded, reconstructing some details of that day. Judith had been working at the daycare facility in Des Moines then. Finally, she allowed that memory to come back. The first house she shared with Gary was searched, and deputies picked her up at work on that day. But she had never believed Gary had done anything wrong, and she didn't think about it afterward. Has he ever said anything to you about prostitutes, like, they're garbage, or he likes talking to them, or they're just ordinary people? We've never talked about them. We talked earlier about your relationship with Gary, Haney began, and I know that all marriages have their ups and downs. He makes me feel like a new woman every day, Judith cut in quickly. That's how I feel. He just makes me feel good. How does he do that? Haney asked. Just by being himself. He'll come through the door and say, "Hello, I'm home," with a big smile and give me a hug and a kiss and say, "What's new?" Or years ago, he'd always ask me what needs to be fixed, and, I'd say, "The faucet's leaking," and he'd fix it, or the washer. She spoke faster and faster, afraid to let Matt Haney interrupt her. He's just always made me feel so good, 'cause he's always smiling and happy and pleasant. So for 16 years, you've never had a ripple? No, just a couple of little ups and downs, Did you go to court with him the other day? Sue Peters asked. No, it was early in the morning. Did he plead guilty or not guilty? He said he pleaded guilty, Judith said softly. Why would he do that? Because, she said in a trembling voice, it would have cost a whole lot for lawyers. How much did it cost him to plead guilty? Did he have to pay court fees? He had to pay a fine. It was $700. He said the lawyers would have cost more than that. So, as far as you're concerned, Matt Haney asked, that incident is behind you now. I believe him, and I trust him. They had been talking for half an hour when Sue Peters asked Judith about her sex life with Gary. Somewhat discomfited, Judith described it as quite normal, although Gary desired intercourse a little more often than she did. No, he wasn't kinky, and he didn't watch porno movies. Maybe early in their relationship they might have watched movies like that once or twice. Gary didn't buy off-color books or magazines. He had never tied her up to have sex, and Judith seemed surprised to be asked such a question. As for outdoor sex, why would they want to do that when they had comfortable beds at home and in their motorhome? All right, Sue Peters said. Has he ever done anything that made you feel uncomfortable? No, never. Finally, Haney and Peters asked Judith if she remembered that there had been a lot of circumstantial evidence in 1987 to lead detectives to believe Gary might have been responsible for the deaths of the Green River victims. "Are you familiar with the Green River cases? Have you followed it through the years?" "I've seen the pictures and how many and it's sad." "What's going on?" Judith asked, suddenly suspicious. "Don't I have a right to know?" Haney and Peters said they were trying to tell her. "Gary was a Green River suspect back then," Peters said, speaking of April 1987. "And we recently sent a lot of samples from these women to the crime laboratory for DNA purposes. It turns out that we have 3 cases now, confirmed, that Gary's DNA was left inside them, meaning he had sex with them. His DNA was left on 3 of the prostitutes. So again, he is the focus of the investigation by the Green River Task Force. And now we have the recent incident on Pacific Highway on the 16th, and it was an undercover police decoy, and Gary was trying to meet up with her for sex. For $30. I know this is probably shocking to you." "Mm-hmm," Judith said, her face paling. Is it feasible that he had sex with these women? I mean, do you believe that?" Judith shook her head, crying now. But she admitted that Gary had saved some of the articles written about the Green River killer. Shocked, almost silent, Judith agreed to continue to answer questions on tape. She didn't know that the task force investigators had been following her husband, and she clearly had no idea that he had been driving side roads and making detours on his way to work. She thought he got up before 4 a.m. just to be sure he was on time for work at 6:30 a.m. He didn't shower in the morning, only shaved, drank tea or coffee, and left. She assumed he'd been at Denny's having pancakes. She was sure Gary had never rented storage space, and nothing in their homes had ever been off-limits to her. No, he'd never tried to choke her. He'd never frightened her, beyond coming around the side of their house and saying boo. "I know you care a lot about him, and you didn't know him in the early 80s, Sue Peters said now. If this ever comes to trial, how would you feel about testifying to what you told us, about the man you know?" "The man I know is wonderful," Judith said quietly. "So would you mind testifying to that in court, the things you know about Gary?" "I would tell them everything is good about him. He's been the best. I love him." It was hard not to feel sorry for Judith Ridgeway. Gary had come along and brought love into her life when she was crushed by the end of her first marriage. More than anything, she had clung to the haven of her own house and yard, the husband she trusted. Now, Peters and Haney told her that she would have to pack a bag because a search warrant would be served on that house and property. "We're going to take you to a hotel," Peters said. "My cats, the kittens," Judith protested. "We'll see that they're fed and taken care of," Matt Haney told her. And they were. Judith wouldn't be able to come home for more than a week, hidden from a rabid press in a hotel room. And when she did come home again, it would never be the same. It would never really be her house again. Without Gary to bring in his paycheck, there was no way she would be able to keep it. Gary Ridgway might never come home at all. He was now 52 years old, and the photographs Randy Mullinex and Jim Doyen took of him at the Regional Justice Center showed an almost expressionless man, save for a vertical crease that had deepened over the passing years so that it bisected his forehead. Combined with the heavy hooding of his upper eyelids, the crease gave him an almost evil mien. In some photos he wore blue jeans and the familiar plaid shirt. In others, he wore only white jockey shorts. One picture, given the suspicion that this was the weapon used to take dozens of lives, was chilling. It was his right arm from the elbow down. It didn't appear muscular, and the hand itself showed fingers gnarled by the beginning of arthritis. Brought to earth at last, the man they had considered a preying wolf had a meek presence. But at that point he refused to answer Mullinex's and Doyen's questions. He wanted to talk to an attorney. Ridgeway was placed in an ultra-security cell in the King County Jail, where guards would check on him 24 hours a day. His mugshot was on the front page of every newspaper from Vancouver, British Columbia to San Francisco by morning, along with the speculation that he might be guilty of scores of unsolved homicides in those areas, too. I looked at the picture in the Seattle papers on December 1st, 2001, wondering if I had ever seen this face before, and I cannot say that I recognized it, but my daughter did. Leslie called me and said in a hushed voice, "Mom, remember how I told you about that man who came to our book signings? The one who leaned against the wall and just watched you? The one who never said anything and never bought any books?" "Yes," I said. "It was him. Gary Ridgeway. He's the man I saw." She paused. "He was even in the audience one time when you were giving a talk at a bookstore and you said, 'Nobody knows who the Green River Killer is or what he looks like. For all I know, he could be sitting here tonight.' I guess he was." Despite the elation that Dave Reichert voiced during the news conference he'd called, his media spokesman, John Urquhart, was cautious as he told reporters, "What we're saying is we've arrested a suspect in the deaths of 4 women who happened to be on the list of Green River victims. We don't know who killed those other 45 women, period. We're up to our eyeballs in police work." And indeed they were. It wasn't over by a long shot. Every single case, each dead girl, most of whom would have been in their late 30s and early 40s by 2001, would be scrutinized again. First, there would be massive searches for possible new evidence. Members of the crime scene response team from the WSP, the Washington State Patrol, were assigned to do thorough searches of houses where Gary Ridgeway had lived over the prior 20 years. The forensic technicians hoped to find links between the suspect and many more than 4 victims. He had lived in the small house near the Pacific Highway all during the peak years of disappearances. They suspected that it might hold the most secrets. It had been a long time since Ridgeway occupied the gray house off Military Road, and the family who lived there in 2001 barely spoke English. They were cooking dinner when the WSP team arrived, surprised to find a crew of crime scene technicians about to swarm over their 2-bedroom home. "We had to convey to them that they would have to leave," a technician recalled. "That's the way it had to be." Wearing coveralls, latex gloves, and booties to cover their shoes so they would not inadvertently shed evidence themselves, the WSP team moved in. Next, the State Patrol teams moved several miles south to the Ridgeway's interim home in Des Moines and the big house in Auburn. In both these locations, they looked for souvenirs, photos, hairs, fibers, prints or blood, mementos from the victims, hidden jewelry, blood-stained clothing, weapons, anything that might link Ridgeway to the victims with hard physical evidence. He had been married to Judith for a long time, but she was not a suspect, even though she had lived with him in all these houses. Most serial killers cannot resist keeping a cache of items to remind them of their crimes, and Judith never questioned her husband about anything. It would have been comparatively easy for him to hide something from her, stowed up in rafters or behind insulation. They found nothing like that. "There was too much of everything in that split-level house," one of the searchers said, "but it was clean, dusted, and reasonably neat in the living room and kitchen area." The master bedroom had a lovely floral bedspread, and its double closet was filled with his and her clothing, ironed and carefully hung on hangers that all pointed the same way, shoes lined up neatly beneath. When the crime scene team moved to the other bedrooms, however, they opened doors and stood back, stunned. "Oh, man," one breathed. Every available space, except for pathways, was filled with towering stacks of things. These rooms obviously weren't to be lived in, but were only for the storage of items that had been packed tightly and saved. Both of the Ridgeways appeared to be consumed with a desire to squirrel things away, possibly just for the sake of having them. The forensic searchers had heard that they were regulars at swap meets, but this was bizarre. The couple must have spent hours arranging and stacking their obviously second-hand possessions. These rooms were packed so tightly that the WSP technicians couldn't begin to process them for possible evidence. The task force detectives would have to go through the boxes and bins. Although Judith had said she was rarely away from Gary, she had visited relatives from time to time. The WSP technicians knew there were often spots suspects didn't think about wiping clean. In each house they processed, the team members looked for latent fingerprints and flecks of blood under protected surfaces, along edges of shelves and on the undersides of tables. Outside the Auburn house, investigators were carefully turning dirt over around rhododendrons and other bushes, lifting up sod and leaving excavated squares and rectangles in an organized grid dig. Judith had been upset at the thought that her beloved poodle might be dug up from its grave, so they were careful to rebury it. All of the earth moved in the massive digs was replaced, but no buried bones were found. Wherever the bodies of the still missing victims were, they weren't hidden within the sanctity of Gary Ridgway's properties or former homes. From jail, Ridgway wrote to Judith in his cramped, misspelled style. He told her that his years with her were the happiest of his life. And while that may well have been true, investigators were not at all convinced that he had stopped his stalking and prowling during the many years they had been together. Predictably, he had been denied bail when his case came before a judge. Gary Ridgway did not appear in person, but waived that right and let attorneys from the Associated Counsel for the Accused speak for him. As for the information that the public waited for avidly, there wasn't much. They weren't even afforded a glimpse of Ridgway being led down the marbled halls of the courthouse in the custody of several armed deputies. On December 5th, Gary Ridgway was formally charged with 4 counts of aggravated murder in the deaths of Marcia Chapman, Opal Mills, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Ann Christensen. Every corpse but Cookie Hines's had provided DNA that matched Ridgway's, but the circumstantial evidence linking Hines to the other cases was overwhelming. Again, Ridgway remained in his ultra-security cell, perhaps afraid to face the public's rage. Legally, he wasn't obligated to appear at these early hearings, but at some point, he was going to have to come out and enter a plea. Prosecutor Norm Mailing announced that he would not plea bargain with Ridgway. If convicted, he would face either the death penalty or life in prison without possibility of parole. He said that senior deputy prosecutors Jeff Baird and Marilyn Brenneman would represent the prosecutor's office in the marathon legal procedures that lay ahead. Gary Ridgway would be a curiosity in jail, but not a popular inmate. Some of the men in nearby cells recalled that he was pleasant enough and didn't cause any trouble, but none of them had any respect for a man who had reportedly killed dozens of young women. Later, those who could get close enough urinated outside his cell so that the yellow puddles would flow toward him. He received a visit from one of Seattle's venerable criminal defense attorneys, Tony Savage, a gentle and rumpled bear of a man whose signature brown beard of the 60s was now white. For decades, Savage was known for taking on any number of infamous cases where the death penalty seemed sure to be invoked. He was a strong voice for the defense, and one who had always been against the death penalty. Savage had defended dozens of Washington's most loathsome clients, clearly not with the hope of acquittals, but to save their lives. He was a brilliant and kind man who seemed worn down by the decades of dealing with defendants accused of ghastly crimes, but he was good, and if he consented to represent him, Ridgway could not do better. Could Ridgway afford someone like Tony Savage? Probably not, unless Savage did it pro bono or was appointed as a public defender. It was difficult to imagine how any attorney could prepare for a trial where the victim toll might swell to almost 4 dozen. How long would it take in trial? Years, certainly. If Savage was going to take on Ridgway, he would need help. A whole phalanx of lawyers and legal assistants. It seemed ironic now that Ridgeway hadn't wanted to pay an attorney to defend him on the loitering for prostitution charge. Realistically, the trials that lay ahead were going to cost an estimated $12 million, and most of it would probably come from King County taxpayers. Now that Gary Ridgeway had become the defendant and not merely the suspect that many detectives and leaders in the sheriff's office had long since dismissed, their recollections changed. Everyone from the sheriff on down had jumped onto the Ridgeway did it bandwagon, most asserting that they had been convinced of his guilt all along. Critics pointed out discrepancies and mistakes, a phenomenon in every high-profile murder case. 2 items of actual and circumstantial evidence that might well have added to the case against Gary Ridgeway had, unfortunately, been lost. When Opal Mills' clenched hand was unfolded in August 1982, investigators had seen a straight, brown Caucasian hair, a hair undoubtedly yanked from her killer's head. It had been bagged, sealed, marked, and lost. In 1982, the root tag couldn't have been matched to Ridgeway with DNA in any case. 15 years later, it might have been possible. A license plate number that Kim Nelson's friend Paige had given to an early task force member had also been lost. That might very well have led to Gary Ridgeway 19 years earlier. Matt Haney was disappointed that 2 task force members hadn't questioned Mary and Tom Ridgeway in any depth in 1987, nor committed their conversation to a written report. Now, both of Gary's parents were deceased, and anything they might have contributed about the way his mind worked was lost forever. The harshest critics of the Green River probe were DNA experts who decried the sheriff's department's long wait to employ the newest forensic science to pinion Ridgeway. With the task force long disbanded, there was apparently no one in Reichert's office who realized that the saliva sample retrieved from Gary Ridgeway in April 1987 and frozen could have been tested by 1996. While the new technique known as STR-PCR, requiring only minuscule amounts of test material, had been in place since then, the sheriff's office didn't submit suspects' test samples to the WSP Crime Lab until March 2001, when a state lab had been using STR-PCR for almost 2 years. Unfortunately, not only was Jensen's request several years late, the State Patrol Laboratory was overwhelmed with backed-up requests from other agencies. The state lab, of necessity, prioritized samples for cases that already had trial dates. Had Jensen and Reichert thought to send the Green River DNA to a private lab, it would have been expensive, but Ridgeway might have been arrested much sooner. Any investigative team faced with the challenges of at least 4 dozen serial killings would have made mistakes and misjudgments. All they could do was hope that there had been no new victims during the years when the DNA tests could have been carried out. But hindsight is always 20/20, and the rejuvenated task force investigators moved into 2002, confident that they would uncover evidence that would convict Gary Ridgeway in the trials to come. Back at the Ridgway's home in Auburn, 2 Christmas stockings still hung from their fireplace mantel, the names Gary and Judith embroidered on them, but the couple wouldn't be sharing the holiday. Instead, Ridgeway appeared in court for arraignment on the 4 aggravated murder charges. Court watchers and television viewers were somewhat surprised to see the meek-looking man in white scrubs with ultra-security stamped on the back of his shirt. Was this the infamous Green River Killer? He looked more like Casper Milquetoast. He pleaded not guilty and was led back to his cell. The command officers in the sheriff's office, the task force members, and the prosecution team held frequent meetings to discuss how they would proceed. One of their first goals was to try to locate the scores of vehicles once owned by Gary Ridgeway. His frequent sightings in pickup trucks suggested that some of the victims might have been killed or transported in those trucks. They found one of them, a 1977 black Ford pickup in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, where its current owner, a soldier formerly stationed in Washington, lived. They paid $2,500 to buy it back. A number of Ridgeway's vehicles had long since been crushed into squares of scrap metal, but some still existed and could contain telltale physical evidence. Every possible item that might become useful evidence, garbage at body sites, the contents of the boxes and bags in the Ridgeway house, was photographed, bagged, and labeled. Thousands of pieces of jewelry, beads, buttons, hair samples, scraps of cloth, matchbooks, cigarette butts, intact and broken bottles, bone fragments found in envelopes in Ridgeway's houses, a possible skull bone from his vacuum cleaner, empty cans, and torn and rotten clothing. The list went on endlessly, and so did the photos that were downloaded onto DVDs. In early March 2002, the Green River Task Force moved into new offices in a glass and concrete building owned by King County near Boeing Field, Seattle's smaller airport. It was impossible to estimate how long they might be there. There were now 14 investigators. No one outside the task force knew what avenue of investigation was being pursued. Detective Katie Larson was the media spokesperson. From time to time, I talked to her and Sue Peters, but not about the Green River case. I knew I couldn't ask and they couldn't tell, so I didn't even try. One of the many things Sue didn't tell me was that the coveralls she had retrieved from Gary Ridgway's locker at the Kenworth plant in the 1987 search had proved to be a goldmine of irrefutable evidence. They held tiny, tiny dots of paint that were microscopically identical to those found on 3 additional victims, Wendy Coffield, Deborah Estes, and Deborah Bonner. On March 27, 2002, Ridgway was charged with 3 more counts of aggravated murder because of what was found on those coveralls. Many colors of paint that were once used in Gary Ridgway's custom truck assignments were detected on the jeans knotted around Wendy Coffield's neck, the black sweater buried with Deborah Estes, and on Deborah Bonner's clothing. The paint's chemical composition was identical to the DuPont Imron paint used at Kenworth in the 80s. It was very expensive paint, and few other companies used it at the time. Not long after Gary Ridgway was arraigned on the 3 additional charges of aggravated murder, his team of attorneys had contacted prosecutor Norm Mailing to ask if Ridgway might avoid the death penalty if they offered a proffer that he would plead guilty to the original counts and show the task force investigators where the bodies yet undiscovered were located. It was a difficult decision for Mailing and the 5 deputy prosecuting attorneys. The state could move ahead to trial and seek conviction and the death penalty on only 7 of what Mailing suspected were more than 50 victims. The rest would go unavenged, and their families would never know for sure what had happened to them. Given the lengthy appeals process, the now 54-year-old prisoner might very well die before he could be executed. If Mailing's office accepted the defense proffer, the case would be over. There would be no trial. But after all the years, there would be answers. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Jeff Baird recalled, "The community's most enduring nightmare would be over. The families and survivors of the victims of the uncharged killings would find a measure of justice and resolution at last. Ridgway would be held accountable for all the murders he committed, not just a select few." Part of the agreement would block any chance that Ridgway could appeal his 4 life sentences without possibility of parole, and he would die in prison. An acceptance of this proffer would, however, cover only King County, and would be automatically void if Ridgway failed to include every single victim within its borders. It would not apply to any murders he might have committed in other counties or other states. In many ways, it was an agonizing choice for the state to make. Everyone who had seen the agony and tragedy of a 22-year series of unsolved murders of young women wanted to see Gary Ridgway face a jury of his peers, to watch him sit in court and face the terrible evidence of what he had done. But he would only be prosecuted for 7 murders. There was simply no way to find further physical evidence linking him to all the dead girls. On June 13, 2003, the prosecutor's office and the defense team entered into an agreement. The state would not seek the death penalty, but Ridgway would have to plead guilty to aggravated murder in the 1st degree for all the homicides he'd committed in King County. And this didn't mean only the 48 victims on the official list. If he had killed before 1982 or after 1985, he had to admit those murders too. The agreement was not revealed to the public. Norm Mailing's prosecution team, Sheriff Dave Reichert, and the task force would have to meet with the survivors before they did that. And even before they talked to the victims' families, they needed to pursue interrogation of Gary Ridgway to see if he meant to keep his promises. By mid-June of 2003, Green River Task Force members and search and rescue teams were spotted in rugged areas where victims' bodies had been found and in similar regions around King County. It had been a long time since Green River investigators had been a staple on the nightly news, but suddenly they were a familiar sight again. Throughout July and August and into the fall, the Green River teams were visible in the South County area or near North Bend. On August 16, 2003, they found human bones in the woods near Enumclaw. They were identified as belonging to Pammy Avent. The last sighting of Pammy was on October 26, 1983. For Pammy's family, it was both a closure and the end of all hope. On August 23rd, the task force detectives revisited a 400 by 100-foot lot off the Kent-Des Moines Road, and here they found 19 human bones. They had no idea whom they belonged to or if they had come from one person or several people. It would take a while to get the results from mitochondrial DNA tests, and many of the victims' mothers had died over the 22 years since the killings began. All the years of changing seasons had covered the lost girls more deeply than their killer had buried them. It seemed a miracle that any of their poor bones had been found. In September 2003, the Green River Task Force investigators located more bones near North Bend and I-90, another familiar body cluster site over the years. On September 16th, the King County Medical Examiner's Office identified them as belonging to April Dawn Buttram. 17-year-old April had vanished almost 20 years to the week that her bones were discovered. Marie Malvar had been gone a few months longer, snatched by the stranger in the burgundy red pickup truck driving off into the night, even though her boyfriend tried to follow. The trauma of her disappearance, exacerbated by her father's certainty that he had found her killer's house but couldn't go inside, had pretty much destroyed her family. Marie's parents were long divorced, and her father was living in the Philippines. Her mother was in California, ill and suffering from dementia, with Marie's only sister Marilyn caring for her. Her 4 brothers were scattered. But at last, the searchers had found Marie's earthly remains, only bones now in a deep ravine near Auburn. In hindsight, back in 1983, had the Des Moines police gone inside Ridgway's house instead of just talking to him at the front door, they might not have saved Marie, but it was possible they could have found evidence of a crime and stopped further killings. With each new discovery of partial skeletons secreted in the wilderness, the rumors grew stronger. Ridgway had to be telling the task force searchers where to look. They couldn't be so unerring in their discoveries unless someone had mapped it out for them. The rumors were correct, of course, but they didn't go far enough. There was shocking news yet to come. All through the summer months of 2003, the press wondered where Gary Ridgway was being housed. He wasn't in any jail, any hospital, any prison. At least there was no record of his being there. There were new reports that were disquieting. Ridgway was said to be housed in a 2-bedroom apartment under secure guard. Surely that couldn't be. How could he be living in comparative luxury after what he was alleged to have done? Finally, when the gossip swelled, Katie Larson was instructed to announce where he was. Gary Ridgway wasn't residing in any comfortable apartment. Not at all. He had been living, quite literally, with the Green River Task Force investigators, in the office complex where they worked each day. It was the last place anyone thought to look. In order to get inside the head of the one person in the world who could tell them whom he had harmed, why he had done it, and where he had secreted their bodies, the Green River Task Force investigators decided to do something off the charts. It was difficult for the detectives. No investigative team had ever agreed to spend so much time with a cold-blooded killer. But there he was, 30 feet from Sue Peters' desk, sleeping on a mattress in a barren, closely guarded room. He was a constant, malevolent presence. When Peters came to work, Ridgway called out, "Hi, Sue." and she forced herself to answer back cheerfully. He learned the names of most of the personnel in the task force office, and he seemed to think that it would be like his days working at Kenworth, where he was always smiling and trying to make conversation with people. It was like having the fictional Dr. Hannibal Lecter living down the hall, albeit a far less charismatic Lecter. Cocooned, however sparsely, in terms of the amenities of life, Gary Ridgway was a captive. But he had a captive audience, too. Ridgway would now be able to discuss the ghastly details of his crimes. Up to the moment of his arrest, Ridgway had been a non-entity, a boring little man of meager intelligence, a joke, someone to tease, and worst of all for his ego, someone to ignore. But beginning in mid-June 2003, he made himself available as a subject who was quite willing to participate in long hours of questioning, day after day after day. He loved it. He knew that psychiatrists and psychologists, homicide detectives and FBI agents were curious about him, and he enjoyed being the center of attention. For his questioners, it was exhausting, disgusting, shocking, frustrating, and horrific work. And sometimes, yes, boring, as Ridgway often repeated himself or stumbled awkwardly as he searched his memory in vain. After the public found out where he was living, and that he was admitting his crimes, there would be yet another shocking revelation about Gary Ridgway. Wearing leg irons and handcuffs, Gary Ridgway often accompanied the task force investigators on what they called field trips. In order to learn what they needed to know, detectives had to allow him to revisit these sites that he had returned to often over the years of his freedom. He brightened, smiling in anticipation as they got closer to his trophy areas. For the most part, the interviews with Ridgway were handled by 4 Green River detectives, Randy Mullinex, Sue Peters, Tom Jensen, and John Matson. Occasionally, psychiatrists spent hours with Ridgway, and Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole from the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit flew in to talk with him in her soft, feminine voice, her eyes unblinking as he spoke of his perverted fantasies. The questioning was videotaped and was usually accomplished in an 1.5 to 2-hour segments. A team of 2 detectives sat at a round formica-topped table across from Ridgway, who was manacled even inside the task force headquarters, although he could move his hands enough to take notes or drink from his bottle of artesian water. He wore jail scrubs, usually bright red, sometimes white. At a rectangular table, just out of camera view, members of Ridgway's defense team listened and watched. Watching the videotapes that caught every word of the interrogations of Gary Ridgway during those 4 months of 2003 would have been an unsettling experience for anyone. Hundreds of hours of grotesque recollections from a man who looked totally harmless as he described killing dozens of women in a halting, dispassionate voice. In the beginning, Ridgway denied any premeditation to murder, claiming that he killed when he was in a rage. It was the victim's fault because they didn't seem to be enjoying sex with him, or they made him hurry. "When I get mad, I shake. Sometimes I forget to breathe and things get all blurry," he said. Of course, the anger wasn't his fault either. He blamed his failure to be promoted at Kenworth on women, who got the best and easiest jobs. His first 2 divorces were his ex-wife's fault. Small things enraged him. When he bought his house, the sellers were so cheap they had taken all the light bulbs. All these things made it difficult for him to sleep, and he said the only way to release the pressure had been to kill women. That wasn't true, and his specious reasoning soon faltered. He had wanted to kill for the sake of killing, although even he may not have known why. Again and again he would repeat, "All I wanted to do was have sex with them and kill them." It was obvious early on that Ridgway could remember neither his victims' faces nor their names. His memory wasn't all fuzzy, but it was compartmentalized. He recalled every vehicle he'd ever owned, houses he lived in when he was a child, his various shifts at Kenworth, basically inanimate objects. Gary Ridgway had maps in his head and sharp recall of where he had left bodies, but the dead girls were apparently interchangeable in his mind. Who they were or what they might have become made no difference to him. They had existed only to please him sexually for a short time, and they were then disposable. A couple of times the urge to kill wasn't there. It could have been where I had a real good day at work. Somebody patted me on the back. "You did a good job today," which was a rarity. It could have been maybe on my birthday, or maybe I just didn't have time to kill them and take them someplace. When his train of thought began to wander away, the investigators used innovative ways to reach the stuttering, expressionless prisoner. "Think of it as a paint job," Tom Jensen said as he attempted to trigger Ridgway's recollection of his crimes. "What do you do first?" "Well, you prep it, do the taping and all." "So how do you prep taking the women?" "I asked if they were dating and told them what I wanted, and I waved money at them, and we decided that." He said he offered them more than they usually got, but that didn't matter because he knew he wouldn't have to pay them anyway. Some of the victims were killed out of doors on the ground after he had spread a blanket he carried in his truck. Some died in the back of his truck. During the times when he lived alone in the little gray house off Military Road, his preference had been to take the women, whom he ironically referred to as ladies, to his house. He set their minds at ease in different ways. "A lot of them asked me if I was the Green River Killer when I picked them up," Ridgway said. "I told them no, of course not. Do I look like the Green River Killer? And they says, no, you don't." They always thought it was a big tall guy, about 6'3", 185 pounds. There were women who refused to date Ridgway because they were afraid he was an undercover cop. He alleviated their concerns by keeping beer in his truck and offering it to them, and they relaxed because a police officer wouldn't do that. He had most of his bases covered. To allay the fears of the frightened girls, he kept some of Chad's toys on his dashboard. He wanted to appear as an ordinary Joe, a good guy who was a single father. He kept cartons of cigarettes to give away. Sometimes he groomed girls by dating them a few times, offering to help them get jobs, to become a regular customer they could count on, or let them use his car. And they think, this guy cares, and which I didn't. I just wanted to get her in the vehicle and eventually kill her. Even when he had the girls in his house, he showed them his son's bedroom with its toys and souvenirs, keeping up his pretense of normalcy. Once in his house near the Pack Highway, Ridgway said he usually asked the women to go into his bathroom to wash their vaginas while he watched through the open door. Aside from crude slang, he didn't know how to describe the female anatomy. He used the word vagina when he meant vulva. He also urged them to urinate before sex. That way they wouldn't be as likely to wet his bed when he killed them. Indoors or outside, he had discovered that having intercourse doggy style gave him a physical advantage. Entering them from the rear, but never, he insisted, for anal penetration, gave him a physical advantage. After he ejaculated, he sometimes told them, "I hear someone," and they lifted their heads to listen. Or they tilted their heads back as they reached for their clothing. With their throats exposed and extended, it was easy for him to press his right forearm against their larynxes and cut off their breath, choking them. "If we were outside near the airport, they would look up as a plane went over, and that was when I did it," he said matter-of-factly. "If my right arm got tired, I used my left. And if they really fought, I would put my legs around them. I told them if they stopped fighting, I would let them go. But I was always going to kill them." Because the victims meant nothing at all to him, he apparently had no preference about race or body type. "I just wanted to kill them. If they told me to hurry, that made me angry, and I would kill them." Many of the girls had pleaded for their lives, telling him they had children at home, a family to take care of, or quite truthfully, "I don't want to die." Of course, it didn't matter to him. Nothing that the hapless women could do dissuaded Ridgway from his goals. Some went easily, he recalled, and some fought hard, but they all died. He estimated that even the most violent struggle didn't last longer than 2 minutes. He had never used a gun to kill, or a knife. It would have been messy, and they still might be able to scream. "Why did you choke them?" he was asked. "Because that was more personal and more rewarding than to shoot her." He was indignant about the young women who had fought him, leaving bite marks or scratches. He had switched to ligatures that gave his arms more protection. Anything that was handy or something he had prepared: towels, belts, extension cords, ropes, his necktie, socks, jumper cables, even his t-shirt. Only one of the girls Ridgeway brought to his house had fought him hard enough to escape his bedroom, managing to reach the front door. She was inches away from freedom when he caught her and killed her in his living room. Although it was impossible to know which victim that had been, it was likely that it was Kim Nelson, who was also known as Tina Thompson. Even though Ridgeway claimed his anger was a natural reaction to having been cuckolded by his second wife, his interviewers knew that during the time after his divorce from Dana, he had had many consensual sexual partners. It hadn't mattered. He'd still roved along the highways, continually looking for prostitutes. He described how he'd planned in advance how he'd get rid of the still warm bodies of the victims he choked in his bedroom, protecting his mattress with plastic in case they urinated or evacuated their bowels as they died. If that happened, then I would have to clean up and do laundry. I never closed their eyes or touched their faces. I dragged them out of the house on plastic or an old green rug I had and put them in my truck. I got rid of them right away. Once he'd put a small woman into a blue metal footlocker that belonged to his son, Chad. "What did you do with that trunk?" "Afterward, I sold it at a swap meet." Ridgeway's stalking hours depended on what shift he was working at Kenworth, his vacation time, or whether Kenworth employees were on strike. He could verify dates by checking his job schedules. His own memories were precise only in his recall about whether the weather was warm or cold, wet or dry when he picked up his prey. One morning, a few days after Gary Ridgeway began his confessions to Green River Task Force detectives, John Matson and Tom Jensen were puzzled to find a man whose attitude was much changed. It was June 18th, 2003, and his voice was tinged with anger as he said he'd awakened in the night and begun to think. "The other Gary came into my mind," he said. They wondered who the other Gary was, but it soon became obvious that he was referring to a stronger, angrier persona than he had demonstrated so far. The other Gary, he told them, was enraged because of the power and control the detectives had over him. "You guys are trying to control me, but I never slept with a dead woman. Sure, I screwed them a couple of times. The new Gary wants me to candy coat this." It was apparent that the man they had talked to until this morning was the new Gary, a reasonable man who was pleasant and cooperative. The other Gary, who was also the old Gary, didn't want to talk about the murders and resented being controlled. "I killed them because I wanted to," the old Gary said. "I was mad. I killed 49 or 50 people between 1982 and 1985. I hated them. I killed a lot of them because of my rage and anger at my ex-wife." It had started, he said, with Wendy Coffield. "I didn't give a shit about where I killed them. I didn't give a shit about them. I dragged them by their feet." Ridgeway seemed genuinely angry as he spouted out filthy admissions for half an hour, his eyes squeezed shut. "I had sex with them afterward. They weren't human, I guess. I didn't give a shit. The new Gary is a wimp." He continued to talk about how much he hated women, interspersing his monologue with details about evidence. "I left some jewelry by a tree near IHOP. Don't waste your time looking under my houses. I killed 2 ladies after I met Judith. They were all pieces of trash to me. Garbage." "Why?" Jensen asked. "Women had control of me. They used me. I did cry after, sometimes, but that was the good part of me. I'm the old Gary now." They let him vent as he jumped from one subject to the next, not sure if this was an act. "I had control of those bitches. I didn't have no love. Nobody loved me, so fuck 'em all. The new Gary is too soft. He's not gonna hurt anyone." "What's the old Gary gonna tell us?" "I killed a black lady in Ballard and one by a hospital. I took 2 to a graveyard by Washelli, and there's one by Kmart, one by leisure time. I did take a head to the Allstate parking lot in Oregon. Sometimes I took their wallets and put their money in my pockets." Ridgway told them that he'd worn gloves and switched his shoes from tennis shoes to his Kenworth shoes in an effort to throw them off. He'd replaced the tires on his 1975 Ford pickup so they couldn't be traced. He mentioned a woman he'd talked to near the airport and had motel sex with. "I picked her up later, and I took her someplace and I killed her. I know that for sure." He was probably referring to Kelly McGinnis, who had never been found. The old Gary was on a roll of rage again. "I didn't hug him and kiss him at all. I didn't give a crap about them. I had sex with a dead body. The other Gary's all screwed up. If you want to know what I did, talk to me. I'm the one who did it. Sometimes I tore up ID on the highway and threw it out. For that short time, I was in control. I'm the one with the devil in my head. The new Gary didn't want me to come out. I don't have rage anymore, but I got mad last night. I don't have no rage no more. I'm in control now. You put words in his mouth. I didn't give a shit about sleeping with him. The numbers of victims came from me. I don't know if the new Gary can get back in." He faltered. The old one. The new one just flipped back in. Matson and Jensen tried to bring the old Gary back, but he wouldn't come out. It was very doubtful that Ridgway was a true multiple personality. It seemed more believable that he had seen too many movies about multiples. And in the Northwest, there had been massive coverage of the tapes of the Hillside Strangler, Kenneth Bianchi, arrested in 1980 for serial murders of young women in Los Angeles and Bellingham, Washington. Bianchi had done a very convincing double personality. Ridgway's acting wasn't even in the ballpark. Still, the session was very productive, if repugnant. Whether it was the old Gary or the new Gary, he had admitted countless murders provoked by his fury at women in general. He had planned the murders and the disposal of the victims' bodies. It wasn't yet 9:30 in the morning, and he had filled the interview room with ugly admissions. The man Matson and Jensen had encountered earlier that morning seemed to have had his say, but the new Gary wanted to tell them things. He wanted to talk about the death of Giselle Lavorne, the 17-year-old genius whose body was found at the south end of the deserted airport property. "Chad was with me when I picked her up," he said. It had been on a weekend and his son was staying with him. But he had assured them that he had left Chad, 8 or 9 at the time, in his truck while he walked the woman he called Laverne well out of sight. The sex was over quickly, he explained, and then he had choked her with his forearm as a plane flew over. "To be sure, I tied my black socks together and around her neck and twisted the knot with a twig until it broke." "How long were you gone from Chad?" "Probably 5 or 10 minutes. When I came back, Chad asked where did the girl go. I just told him she lived nearby and she decided to walk home." He remembered that he took his son someplace, then came back alone to move the girl's body deep into the weeds. They took a break. If Ridgway didn't need one, the 2 detectives certainly did. Facing his questioners again, the regular Gary was still with them. He apparently didn't get that whatever persona he affected, his confessions were odious. They had to convince him that nothing shocked them, but that wasn't true. However experienced Ridgway's questioners were, it was virtually impossible not to be taken aback by the complete and utter lack of feeling he demonstrated. "We have evidence of necrophilia," Matson said calmly. "You wouldn't be the first person or the last who did that." Ridgway admitted to returning to the bodies of about 10 of the women he had left close to the strip. "That would be a good day, an evening when I got off work and go have sex with her. And that'd last for 1 or 2 days till I couldn't, till the flies came. And I'd bury them and cover them up. And then I'd look for another. Sometimes I killed one day, and I killed one the next day, and there wouldn't be no reason to go back." He had returned to one victim to have intercourse with her body even though his 8-year-old son was asleep in his truck 30 feet away. When he was asked what would happen if his son remembered that and threatened to tell, he wasn't sure. "Would you kill him?" "No. I might have." Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole may have come the closest to uncovering the early childhood events that had the devastating impact on the way Gary Ridgway viewed women and why he developed the aberrations that consumed him. Although he would deny it for a long time, Ridgway felt that the bodies of his victims belonged to him. As long as they weren't discovered and removed by the Green River Task Force detectives, they were his. A beautiful person that was my property. My possession, he told O'Toole. Something only I knew, and I missed when they were found or where I lost them. That was, he explained later, why he had taken some of the skeletons or partial skeletons to Oregon. It was to confuse the task force detectives, because he didn't want them to find and remove any more of his possessions. The bodies were both a burden to get rid of and treasures he wanted to keep. O'Toole was particularly interested in his relationship with his late mother, and it proved she had good reason to be suspicious. Gary Ridgway had indeed had an inappropriate relationship with Mary Ridgway. When he was 13 or 14, she had both humiliated him and sexually stimulated him after he wet his bed, something that happened at least 3 times a week and sometimes every day. She said to me, "Only babies wet the bed. Aren't you ever going to grow up?" She degraded me. I didn't feel much love at that time. But his mother spent 15 minutes or more soaping, washing, and drying his penis and testicles, even though he often became erect when she did that. She had also appeared half-naked in front of him, and even though he felt depressed and ashamed, he admitted to O'Toole that he had been sexually aroused. Ridgway admitted that he had peeked at his mother's breasts when her robe fell open, looking down far enough to see her nipples. He had also developed a hard-on when she measured his inseam so she could buy him the right size pants from Penny's where she worked. He didn't know if she knew or not. He insisted he had never touched his mother, although being so close to her physically when he was naked and she was partially undressed had made him want to touch a female. Nor had she ever caught him masturbating. He didn't remember resenting his mother, although he admitted that he sometimes thought about stabbing her. He admitted his compulsion not only to kill women, but to have intercourse with them after they were dead. He pointed out he had not revisited all of his victims after death. The ones who had fought him and hurt him made him angry, and he punished them by leaving them in some deserted spot by themselves. "Blondes were special," Ridgway said. "I always liked blondes with big breasts. They were the high-priced hookers, and they were my special goal. To go out and get a blonde lady and have sex with her and kill her. She was at the top of the list." Kelly McGinnis, who had never been found, had been the most beautiful, the blonde who fulfilled his fantasy. Detective Sue Peters had looked for Kelly for such a long time. Ridgway insisted that he had picked up 600 or 700 women, and despite studying pictures of the 49 known victims, he often claimed he just couldn't remember which ones he had killed or where he killed them. "The one I covered with a bag was special," Ridgway admitted as he spoke of Carol Christensen. He had known her, he had liked her, and she had been nice to him. He knew she had a little girl and that she was excited about her new job, but in terms of her chance for survival, it didn't matter. He recalled picking her up near her job at the Red Barn Tavern and taking her to his home. According to him, she had enjoyed sexual intimacy with him, but on May 3rd she was in a hurry to get home. "I wasn't satisfied," he remembered. "It made me mad. I got behind her and choked her with my arm." Afterward, he had redressed Carol Ann, realizing that he had her bra on backward, but it didn't matter to him. He took time, he said, to drink the Lambrusco wine. Then he took the empty bottle, the trout that someone had given him, and the sausage along when he drove Christensen's body to the woods at Maple Valley. "I left the fish and sausage to attract animals. I didn't want that stuff because I didn't cook." For the first time, Ridgway showed a bit of remorse. "I laid her face up, put the grocery bag over her head, and lay down with her," he said. "I cried because I killed her." He'd been afraid of being caught after the first murder, but not since. He'd learned to cut their fingernails so they wouldn't leave any of his skin beneath his victims' nails. He took their clothing away and threw it in Goodwill bins so the detectives wouldn't have any semen stains to test. He didn't understand DNA, but he knew they could figure out something that way, and it might help them catch him. His research to perfect his crimes continued. He said he had not only taken great pains to remove all traces of himself from the victims, his house, and trucks, but he had begun to plant evidence. He scattered cigarette butts and chewed gum at the cluster sites. He didn't smoke or chew gum, but he gathered it in other places. He took motel pamphlets and car rental agreements he'd found around the airport and threw them around the body sites to make the detectives believe they were looking for someone who'd traveled. He even left a hair pick used to groom afros, thinking the investigators would suspect a black pimp. And of course, he admitted he had written letters to the Post-Intelligencer and others with false tips about who the Green River Killer might be. Perhaps his smartest move in avoiding suspicion was that he talked to no one about what he had done. He had no close friends, and he didn't feel the need to brag about it. He got enough gratification out of checking the sites where he'd left the bodies years before. He was fascinated, he told detectives, that he found some skeletons virtually intact in areas where he had expected animals to dismantle them, and others left in wide-open fields, completely gone. Ridgeway told his interrogators that he had read a lot of crime magazines and books in the past. I was jolted to learn that he had read True Detective magazine and other fact detective magazines that I wrote for early in my career. Even more discomfited to hear my name come from his mouth as Ridgeway talked with Dr. Robert Wheeler, a psychologist who asked him what books he'd read. I read so many of them that they all come together, he said. Zodiac, 2 or 3 of Ann Rule's, and a bunch. He explained that he had read my books to learn how not to act in court. He was studying all the mistakes other defendants had made by jumping up in court when they should have kept quiet. He didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be part of Gary Ridgway's thought processes. There is always the chance that disturbed and obsessed individuals may read something I have written, and I accept that as part of being a true crime writer. But writing about Ridgeway was the most difficult endeavor I would undertake, and I had no desire to be inside his head or hear him say my name. The sheer cruelty that consumed him and his total inability to empathize with any living thing is unfathomable, a black cloud of evil that was so hard to erase from my own memory. When, if ever, Gary Ridgway had stopped stalking and killing women was an obvious question. 1982 to 1984 were undoubtedly the peak years, but it is almost unheard of for serial killers to simply stop. They usually accelerate. In talking with Dr. Robert Wheeler, a psychologist, Gary Ridgway said the last time he killed was in 1985. He insisted that his period of extreme rage, anger, and frustration only lasted for 3 years. After 1985, I had a new wife that cared for me, he said. I did yard work and stuff to help out with the anger. He was afraid of dying, he told Dr. Wheeler, and he wanted to get all the killings off his chest. Confessing and trying to help the families, and to give the best I can on that. And why do you want to help the families? Because they'd like closure. They want to have a place for where their daughter or wife is buried. Wheeler asked if he worried about being dead. Ridgway said he did, but he figured that if he told the truth and prayed, he would go to heaven. Other prisoners had told him it would be worse to go to prison for the rest of his life. Still, all things considered, he wanted to live. The only thing he had to look forward to were the field trips to look for bodies, even though the detectives wouldn't let him out of the car very often. He still liked the experience of going out on the same roads he took to deposit the bodies of his victims. He was successful in leading the task force to the remains of Pammy Avent off Highway 410 just east of milepost 26. After 6 days of digging and raking, they'd found Pammy, the passing of seasons having buried her 6 inches beneath the forest floor. Gary Ridgway was expected to plead guilty on 48 murder counts on November 5, 2003. Prosecuting attorney Norm Mailing and Sheriff Dave Reichert and their staffs held a meeting that almost all of the victims' families attended. So there would be no surprises in the courtroom. They wanted the families to know why they had chosen the path they were taking and to discuss their reasons for accepting Ridgway's guilty plea. The state had agreed to the defense's proffer way back in June, but absolute secrecy was maintained. The majority of the survivors accepted Norm Mailing's choice to plea bargain. Some did not. They wanted to see Ridgway dead. They always would. It had not been an easy decision for Mailing to make, nor a popular one with some voters, but politics had never driven him. In the end, he knew that he was doing the best thing for the most people. On that first Thursday in November, Superior Court Judge Richard A. Jones's courtroom was filled with families and friends, investigators and the media, all of whom had passed through heavy security. Ridgway shuffled in wearing his jail scrubs, his back to the gallery, a harmless-looking little man with thick, dark-rimmed glasses. Gary Ridgway's voice was calm and emotionless as he acknowledged that he fully understood that he had signed away his rights to a trial in return for avoiding execution. He said, "Yes, I did," when Jeff Baird asked him multiple times if he had signed one clause or another with his initials. Yes, he knew he would have no jury, no appeals, no new trials, no hope of ever walking free again. But he would live. He was an automaton now, carefully keeping his back to the gallery behind him, and he seemed no threat. Judge Jones had asked Ridgway to state in his own words why he was pleading guilty to 48 counts of murder, and he complied, although his confession had more legalese in it than he might generally use. As Baird read Ridgway's statement aloud, there were muffled gasps and grief-stricken faces in the crowd on the other side of the courtroom's rail. "I killed the 48 women listed in the state's second amended information. In most cases, when I murdered these women, I did not know their names. Most of the time, I killed them the first time I met them, and I do not have a good memory of their faces. I killed so many women I have a hard time keeping them straight. I killed them all in King County. I killed most of them in my house near Military Road, and I killed a lot of them in my truck not far from where I picked them up. I killed some of them outside. I picked prostitutes because I hate most prostitutes, and I did not want to pay them for sex. I also picked prostitutes as victims because I knew they would not be reported missing right away and might never be reported missing. I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without being caught." The entire summary of evidence would be released later. Baird and the other prosecutors had brilliantly winnowed down thousands of pages of police follow-ups and statements into a horrendous document recounting the crimes of a man consumed with cruelty and killing for more than 40 years. It didn't seem to trouble Ridgway. He answered guilty in a monotone voice 48 times as the names of the dead girls, and 4 who had no names, were read aloud. Never once in discussing his crimes had Ridgway appeared to have any remorse or regret as he talked with detectives about the murders he had committed. Any emotional pain he'd felt was for his own losses. There was no way to describe it verbally, but now they saw what he was, a roving predator who had perfected his techniques for luring the vulnerable with the same bland vacuity he demonstrated in court, killing them efficiently as he robbed them of air, allowing himself no more than an hour to load them into his truck, headed for the wilderness where he would throw them away. Any living creature deserved better, and these were human beings sacrificed to fulfill his sexual appetite and assuage his rage, a rage the cause of which seemed unclear even to him. Gary Ridgway demonstrated a seemingly endless capacity as a killing machine. As the charges were read, it was apparent that there were some unexpected and heretofore unknown victims who came after the young women who had become familiar to those who followed the Green River cases. In the months of interrogation, Ridgway's questioners had discovered that the murders had not stopped in 1984 or even 1985. After Judith moved in with him, the fires of his rage had been somewhat banked, but not extinguished. He continued to patronize prostitutes and sit in dark spots along the strip, watching the girls, seeking prey. On weekends, he had attended swap meets and garage sales with his trusting wife. gone camping and gardened, and he'd rarely missed work. But he still had found time for his favorite hobby, killing. The body of Cindy Smith, the girl who had just come home from California happily betrothed, hadn't been found for 39 months. Children playing in a ditch near Green River Community College in June 1987 took a stick to poke at a pile of debris. They screamed and ran home when a human skull rolled out. With dental records, Cindy had been identified almost immediately. The second victim he'd disposed of in that general area was Patricia Barzak. She was 19 when she was last seen on October 18, 1986. A pretty, bubbly young woman with brown shoulder-length hair, she had just completed a course in culinary school and was on her way to fulfilling her dream of becoming a baker of wedding cakes. When her skull was found in February 1993, 200 yards off Highway 18, Sheriff's Captain Mike Nault was doubtful that she could be a Green River victim. The timing was off. The profile for the GRK said he liked to leave the bodies of his victims in the wilderness where he could revisit them and fantasize. Patty's skull was out in the open, near a freeway. Ridgeway had missed the news stories in 1993 when Patricia's skull was found, and that disturbed him. He had meant to surprise the task force investigators by offering up at least one new victim. Although he cared nothing for their names, faces, or lives, he prided himself on keeping track of their bodies. Only he knew if he'd left complete bodies or just heads. Toward the later years, he had apparently separated many heads from their torsos, leaving them many miles apart to confuse the task force. One of the previously unknown victims that Gary Ridgway presented to his questioners was Roberta Hayes, 21. She was Bobby Joe to her family. She had rounded cheeks and a wide smile. Despite her hard life, Bobby Joe looked younger than her years. She was raised by her father and her stepmother, but she struck out on her own at the age of 12, ill-equipped for the challenge of the streets. She gave birth to her first child at 15 and to 4 more in the next 6 years, all of them released to state agencies to be adopted. Bobby Joe could be counted upon to show up at her maternal grandparents' house for Christmas and her birthday. She said she wanted to live with them, and while she was there, things were fine. But the lure of the streets always took her away. She usually worked the Aurora Avenue red light area, a petite, blonde, blue-eyed girl who looked totally out of place. Sometimes Bobby Joe Hayes was far from home, in Sacramento, California, or in Portland. The last time anyone recalled seeing her, she was in Portland, and it was February 7th, 1987. For some reason, she was never on the Green River victim list either. In 2003, Gary Ridgway was able to draw an accurate map of the dead-end road off Highway 410 where he had left her body and later led detectives to the site. Marta Reeves was a delicately featured brunette woman of 36, estranged from her husband and her 4 children, and seriously addicted to cocaine. Her only way to live and to feed her habit was to prostitute herself, and she worked the central area in Seattle, caught in an increasingly downward spiral. She called her husband asking for money sometime in March 1990, and he told her no. "Okay," she said wearily, "then I'll have to work all night." That was Marta's last contact with anyone who knew her. 6 months later, mushroom hunters found scattered bones and some rotted clothing near the Highway 410 body cluster east of Enumclaw. Marta's body lay in a familiar woods that Gary Ridgway had described often during his interviews. He remembered the loop road off Highway 410 and pinpointed on the map where he had left Marta. One murder Ridgway admitted would never have been known had he not told the detectives about it. Originally, it had been written off as an accidental death. Patricia Yellowrobe was a tall, very thin woman, quite lovely when she wasn't using drugs. She was a member of the Chippewa Cree Nation, the oldest of 10 children who had complicated connections because their parents had married and remarried. They were a handsome family, all of them, and many of Trish's siblings were professionals, but she had struggled with drug and alcohol addiction for most of her life. In 1998, she was 38 and living her usual precarious existence. Trish had 3 children of her own. They were raised by their fathers or her mother, who saw they needed some stability. "We'd lose track of Trish," a younger sister said with a sigh. "We asked her just to check in with us every 2 or 3 months so we would know she was okay, and usually she would." In August of 1998, the family was planning a dinner to celebrate one brother's birthday on the 8th. "We'd just heard from her on August 4th, her sister said, and she was due to come to dinner on his birthday. She was planning on it." Trish Yellowrobe didn't make it. On the morning of Thursday, August 6th, the owner of All City Wrecking, a business in the South Park area of Seattle, moved toward his locked cyclone fence and saw a woman lying just outside that fence in a gravel parking lot. At first he thought she was sleeping or had passed out, but she was dead. She was fully clothed in a t-shirt, jeans, underwear, socks, and boots. It was Trish Yellowrobe. An autopsy revealed no possible cause of death beyond what was indicated in a tox screen of her blood, and the pathologist concluded, "The cause of death is acute combined opiate and ethanol intoxication. The manner of death is probable accident." "We thought it was an overdose," her sister said. "We could accept that. We all knew that Trish would be the first to go." The task force detectives had never included Trish Yellowrobe as a possible Green River victim, and they had no information on her during the summer of 2003 as they questioned Gary Ridgway. Still, he had brought up South Park 3 times in June and July, all the while insisting he hadn't killed anyone he dated in the 90s. As they drove him around on field trips, they used the South Park parking lot as a false site to test him. And despite new construction over the prior decade, Ridgway recognized the site, and it stirred something in his memory. He was able to describe Trish Yellowrobe's body placement perfectly, although actually killing a woman there was foggy in his mind. It had taken a forensic psychologist to dredge up what Ridgway clearly did not want to remember. He was more at ease talking about the women who had died way back in the early 80s. Now it was apparent that he had murdered at least one woman 14 years after he claimed to have stopped killing. He didn't recognize a photo of Trish Yellowrobe in life, but he did identify a photo of her body. "I remember that one," he said. "She wouldn't let me get behind her and screw her, and so I got madder and madder. And when we got out of the back of the truck, I opened the door for her and started choking her." It had been her own fault, he pointed out. "She didn't want to spend an extra 3 or 4 minutes to have me climax and be a customer. She just said, 'You're over with,' something like that. And she got dressed. And I was still angry with her and choked her. And after that I panicked. I didn't put her in the back of the truck and take it someplace. I just left it there." With tears marking his face, Sheriff Dave Reichert read all the lost girls' names aloud. They meant a great deal to the Green River Task Force, even though they appeared to be negligible to the man who had just pleaded guilty. Families watching and listening in the gallery would have their turn to speak, but not for weeks. Judge Jones set Ridgway's sentencing for Thursday, December 18th, 2003, exactly a week before Christmas. The weather on December 18th, 2003 was unseasonably warm, and the sun shone brightly on the self-contained satellite television trucks parked all around the courthouse. The moment the sentencing was over, local stations, Court TV, and CNN would go on air. Media seats for December 18th, 2003 were at a premium. Reporters would sit where juries usually sat, our names thrown into a hat to be drawn, hopefully, by the designated Associated Press correspondent. I was relieved to see my name on the list of those who would be allowed into the courtroom. My assigned seat was in the middle of the front row of the jury box. I'd won the draw, but was I lucky to be there? As a journalist, yes, but the pain in that courtroom was pervasive, clinging to everyone, except perhaps the man who would be sentenced. I had never witnessed a more intensely compressed period of grief, fury, hopelessness, or in a few surprising instances, forgiveness. Before Judge Jones handed down Ridgway's sentences, Each family member who wished to speak directly to the man who had murdered a daughter, granddaughter, sister, mother, niece, or best friend would be allowed 10 minutes to tell him what they thought of him. It had to be that way, or the proceedings could go on endlessly. The families filled the benches from the front of the courtroom to more than halfway back. Most of the detectives who had worked the Green River cases since 1982 sat in the rear or off to the side. Many of those who had retired had come back to see the ending of it all for themselves. Some detectives were long dead. Once everyone was seated, Ridgway was brought in through a door on Judge Jones's right, surrounded by armed guards and his 6 attorneys. A pallid little man in white scrubs that advertised his ultra-security status, he sat and looked down, both hands flat on the table in front of him. The tension in the room was palpable, the air itself difficult to draw in. Someone coughed, and an infant wailed. Deputy prosecutors Sean O'Donnell and Ian Goodhue took turns reading the sentence guidelines for each victim's murder, and what was over quickly in an ordinary hearing took a long time for this one. The defendant has pled guilty and agreed to a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of early release or parole. O'Donnell repeated the phrases 48 times, naming each victim. It was only fair. Each victim had died her own death at Ridgway's hands. Each deserved to have her life matter. Ridgway would be in prison for eternity, and Goodhue said that he would also face a fine of $50,000 on each charge. The families would be allowed to submit their claims for restitution at a future time, although there would be little reason for doing that. He had no money. With her greatly reduced income and attorney's fees, Judith had had no choice but to sell their home at a loss. The son of Sam law would be invoked, preventing Ridgway from profiting from his crimes. Under no circumstances would he ever be allowed to contact his victims' families. Deputy Prosecutor Patty Eakes acknowledged the family members in the courtroom who had chosen not to speak to Ridgway, and also those who could not be there but who had sent letters to Judge Jones to be passed on to Ridgway. Then she introduced each family member as they approached the lectern next to the jury box to speak directly to Gary Ridgway. At the court's direction, he had turned in his chair so that he had to look into their eyes. As the survivors stood at the lectern, they were perhaps 15 feet from the killer. Those who still mourned deeply were from all backgrounds, all races, all ages, all demographic groups. Although it was probably the first time most of them had spoken in public, they were remarkably eloquent as they stared at the man who had taken the lives of the young women they loved. No one else could have scripted what they needed to say. All of their stories were different, and yet in some ways, the same. They told Ridgway what the girls he had called garbage and trash were really like, and about the sadness and loss he had caused their families. The premature deaths caused by grief, the suicides, the memories that crowded back, especially at holidays or when babies were born who would not know their aunts. Many family members wanted Ridgway to burn in hell or wished him a long and miserable life behind bars. They warned him of what lay ahead and said they would rejoice in the news that a guard had been distracted just long enough for an avenging prisoner to attack him. They called him a disposable man consumed with evil, garbage and trash himself, the spawn of the devil, and almost every epithet known in the English language. And yet they did it with a dignity born of years of suffering. They were not out of control. I never saw Ridgway change his expression. He seemed incapable of grasping any emotion at all. Beyond seeing their limitless pain, I was most impressed by how many of the dead girl's survivors said they refused to remain hostage to Gary Ridgway. They had come to realize, they said, that if they continued to despise him, he would win, and they would not allow it. He would not be part of their thoughts any longer, not even as an object of hatred. Many of those who spoke thanked the Green River Task Force and the prosecuting team for bringing justice to their loved ones. Original poems had been written and classics were quoted, and the ghosts of the long-dead victims were somehow present in the courtroom, silent and invisible witnesses. Almost all of us had tears in our eyes. And still Gary Ridgway's facial expression remained the same. untouched, removed. It wasn't until 2 survivors forgave him that his eyes filled. Opal's mother, Kathy Mills, thanked him for the fact that there had been no trial. She didn't think she could have gone through that. "You have held us in bondage for all these years," she intoned, "because we hated you. We wanted to see you die. But it's all going to be over now. Gary Leon Ridgeway, I forgive you. You can't hold me anymore. The word of God says I have to." Ridgeway blinked at that. Linda Rule's father, Robert, was a large man with a snowy beard. He, too, got a reaction from Ridgeway. "Mr. Ridgeway," he began, "there are people here that hate you. I'm not one of them. I forgive you for what you have done. God says to forgive all, so you are forgiven, sir." At this, Ridgeway took off his glasses so he could wipe the tears that coursed from his eyes with his handkerchief. I didn't believe his tears. It was obvious that they weren't for his victims. They were for himself. Trish Yellow-Robe's sisters were the last to approach the lectern. When they had spoken, committing her to the Great Spirit, it was time to hear any remarks the killer might choose to make. He shuffled up to the stand before Judge Jones and haltingly read his statement, stumbling over what he had printed. He did not look at his victims' families. "I'm sorry for killing all those young ladies," he said, choking up a little. "I have tried hard to remember as much as I could to help the detectives find and recover the ladies. I'm sorry for the scare I put in the community. I want to thank the police, prosecutors, my attorneys, and all the other that had the patience to work with me and help me remember all the terrible thing I did and to be able to talk about them. I know how horrible my acts were. I've tried for a long time to get these things out of my mind. I've tried for a long time to keep from killing any more ladies. I'm sorry that I've put my wife, my son, my brothers, and my family through this hell. I hope that they can find a way to forgive me. I am very sorry for the ladies that were not found. May they rest in peace. They need a better place than where I gave them. I'm sorry for killing these young ladies. They had their whole life ahead of them. I am sorry I caused so much pain to so many families. Gary L. Ridgeway. Judge Richard Jones, appointed to the bench 9 years earlier, had maintained a relatively serene courtroom despite the incendiary possibilities in the hearings of such a high-profile offender. He ordered Gary Ridgeway to turn toward the gallery and look at the faces of those who grieved, suggesting that these tear-stained faces should be the last memory he had of the free world. "The remarkable thing about you," Judge Jones commented, "is your Teflon-coated emotions and complete absence of genuine compassion for the young women you murdered." Judge Jones honored the memories of the victims as he prepared to sentence Ridgeway. He asked for 48 seconds of silence before he pronounced the sentences. Gary Ridgeway was sentenced to 48 life sentences without possibility of early release or parole, sentences that will run consecutively. And at last it was over. The sun was still shining and the air smelled good as I walked out of the courthouse to be interviewed by Nancy Grace of Court TV. It was the end of a terrible era. In January 2004, when Ridgeway was transferred to the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, he fully expected that he would be a celebrity. He was taken first to the MHU, the mental health unit, where he would stay until May undergoing various tests. He had a cocky attitude, an observer said. You could tell that he thought he was superior to the other prisoners. He soon learned that he was not. Ridgeway is considered prey in the Walla Walla prison for several reasons. Most prisoners despise him for his crimes against women. Rapists and child abusers are on the very bottom rung in the penitentiary. Some convicts are related to the victims or their friends and would jump at the chance to wreak vengeance. Perhaps most of all, the convict hierarchy would reward any man who killed Ridgeway. It would be a real feather in the cap of the con who managed to accomplish such a difficult feat. During Ridgeway's first few months in the MHU in Walla Walla, One prisoner managed to get very close to him before he was spotted, quickly restrained, and hustled away. Ridgeway will indeed have to keep his back to the wall, even when he is in solitary. In May 2004, Ridgeway was transferred to the IMU, the Intensive Management Unit, where the most dangerous and difficult prisoners are housed in single, box-like cells, shut off from the general population of the prison. There, he is confined to his cell 23 hours a day. Just before Ridgeway was sentenced to 48 life terms, he said that his worst fear was that he had forgotten some of his victims and the places where he left them. There is every likelihood that he has not yet revealed everything he has done. He knows full well that his plea bargain will be voided if it can be proved that he purposely held back information. And he has no plea bargains with other jurisdictions. He has admitted to leaving bodies or parts of bodies in Oregon, but insists that he committed all his murders in King County, Washington. The geographical location of murders still undiscovered may yet see Gary Ridgeway die in the death chamber.
Green River Running Red was written by Anne Rule and read by Michelle Pauck. It was abridged for audio by Harold Schmidt. The recording engineer was Erica Weintraub, with editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. Mixed by Hudson Sound. The associate producer was Suzanne Wetzel. Green River Running Red was produced and directed by Karen Perlman. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Green River Running Red is available in hardcover from Free Press. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Anne Rule's Heart Full of Lies, A True Story of Desire and Death, read by Blair Brown.